Gu Donglio's words froze the atmosphere. Everybody looked up at that figure in white. Even knowing it was the Donghua clan and Qin dynasty who bullied the disciple of the cottage, Gu Donglu still came for revenge. If the Qin dynasty intercepted to protect the Donghua clan, it would mean that the Qin dynasty admitted to being involved. Gu Donglu was pressing the Qin dynasty to make choice. People were curious about what Gu Donglu would do if the Qin dynasty admitted it. Both the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan were among the top 3 powers in the Eastern Barren territory. If they joined hands, even the cottage could resist them. Therefore, would the cottage directly declare the war? The other forces did not dare to do that, but people never knew what the cottage's next step was. Qin Yu kept staring at Gu Donglu, who threatened him, the new crown prince, with only one sentence. This was the 3rd disciple of the cottage, Gu Donglu. When our disciple was bullied in the palace, the Qin dynasty didn't intervene. Therefore, I hope that you will also stay clear of what I am going to do, or you must be the accomplice, Gu Donglu said lightly. The cottage came to the ceremony with sincerity. If Qin dynasty is really the accomplice, we won't just let it go. Saying this, Gu Donglu walked toward the Donghua clan. Suddenly, an invisible power broke out from his body and covered the whole space. Did Gu Donglu really dare to attack? The strong cultivators of Donghua clan stared at Gu Donglu coldly. Whoosh! Countless people stared at that man in white, their hearts clenching. Confronted with 2 top powers, he showed no fear but acted directly. Was this who Gu Donglu was? He didn't care whether the Qin dynasty would help the Donghua clan. As long as they offered help, they were the accomplice. Then, he had enough reason to fight them. As for the Donghua clan, he didn't even need to talk to them before fighting, since the fact was very obvious to all. He just needed to take that person. The nobles of the Donghua clan stepped out. Many of them were very strong. They wanted to see what kind of ability Gu Donglu had. It is said that the 3rd disciple of the cottage is excellent, but not many people have experienced it. It seems that we have the chance now to find out how strong you can be. A strong upper-level noble walked out with a shocking noble intent. Spiritual qi went wild around him, and the space became incomparably intense. An invisible force rushed toward Gu Donglu. Even people standing afar could sense that horrible pressure. A noble cultivator was indeed terrifying. However, Gu Donglu seemed to be unaware. He looked up indifferently as if there was nothing there. His eyes seemed to release a beam of the demon light which made his eyes more profound. At the same time, an invisible spiritual power appeared. That noble felt an invisible pressure against him, and the figure of Gu Donglu was magnified indefinitely in his mind. The scholarly man in white floated in the air like a god. It was not only him. The other nobles of the Donghua clan behind him felt the same. There was a long distance between them and Gu Donglu, but they felt as if he was standing before them, face to face. See what I have? Gu Donglu sneered. Do you qualify? Gu Donglio's voice sounded so mighty to those strong nobles. Do you qualify? Qualify. The sound kept repeating in their minds. Gu Donglio's figure would not leave their vision. Leave, Gu Donglu uttered. As the word leave resounded in the noble's mind, an invisible force pierced into him. The voice of Gu Donglu hit him like lightning, and he grunted in pain. Blood burst from his mouth, and he was forced back to the rest of the nobles. People were all shocked by what they had seen. Just like the noble once said, Gu Donglu was famous, but few people had seen him fight. They were fortunate to witness it now. Most people involuntarily looked at Qian Shanmu behind the strong cultivators of Donghua clan. He was claimed to be the best at rhythmic sorcery among the young generation. At this moment, Gu Donglio's voice was transformed into rhythm attacks, which was really incomparable. It was clear that Gu Donglu was an extremely powerful spiritual mandate sorcerer. Who is the bully? Will the Donghua clan give the bully to me, or should I find him by myself? Gu Donglu asked indifferently, ignoring the nobles of the Donghua clan. Up to now, he still had no idea who was the bully. But no matter whom it was, he would find out and take him away. Hejiang looked extremely embarrassed. He was part of the Donghua clan, one of the top powers. He didn't expect that Gu Donglu could be so bold. Moreover, he was afraid that nobody in the Donghua clan could stop Gu Donglu. Scanning them, Gu Donglu fixed his eyes on Hejiang, as if he could find the bully only by judging their eyes and looks. You, Gu Donglu asked. He Jiang was so embarrassed that he dared not respond directly. Seeing this, Qin Yu frowned. He didn't expect that the Donghua clan could be so vulnerable. However, Gu Donglio's sharp words made it impossible for him to stop this. Gu Donglu continued walking forward. The Donghua clan seemed to be frozen. Every step the man in white made was like a beat to their hearts. At this moment, a line of figures appeared the sky and looked downward. Gu Donglu. A cold voice was heard. Gu Donglu looked up to the sky behind him. How dare you, an old noble said. His voice resounded through the air like thunder. An invisible pressure rushed to Gu Donglu like a hand pushing down. Seeing this, Gu Donglu shot into that hand like lightning. Accompanied by a loud bang, that handprint was shattered and destroyed. Gu Donglu rushed directly towards the strong cultivators of the Donghua clan in the sky. The members of the Donghua clan here were all strong nobles. All kinds of horrible attacks were issued at once, blocking the sun. Seeing this scene, Qin Yu was relieved. Before this day, Qin Yu had warned the Donghua clan that since they should have the mightiness the top power of the Eastern Barren Territory should have. The people here at this time were indeed very strong. He Jiang was relieved too. That old man was his master uncle who had monstrous strength. Moreover, many people here were top nobles in the Eastern Barren Territory. They should be strong enough to deal with Gu Donglu. However, facing such strong attacks, Gu Donglu didn't escape. Instead, he moved straight forward. Every attack heading toward that white figure was dispelled and transformed into violent spiritual qi. People were all shocked by this scene. The strong cultivators of the Donghua clan attacked again, while Gu Donglu still made no resistance. He continued walking in the sky as if his figure was transformed into an illusory shadow. Boom! When he took another step forward, those figures in the sky stopped. The nobles who had arrived stiffened and lost their fierce momentum. Their faces were purple as if they were suffering from very strong pressure. Seeing this, the strong cultivators of the Donghua clan below stepped out, wanting to join hands with people in the sky to fight against Gu Donglu. He was too strong. Stop, someone called coolly. The strong cultivators of the Donghua clan looked up to the sky and saw a proud figure walk out above the black dragon. Shuiyi also looked like a scholar. Looking at the Donghua clan, his expression turned strange and he asked, "Is this how you bullied my brother yesterday?" An ancient book appeared behind Shuiyi as soon as he spoke. Brilliant light radiated from the book. Like a treasured scroll, it was dazzling. This could be his dharma. The book opened automatically and pages rushed out one by one. For a moment, the pages flew around Shuiyi, surrounding him like a sea of paper. Thousands of books to read, Shuiyi said slowly. The pages of the ancient book flew directly toward the strong cultivators of the Donghua clan. Suddenly, one of the pages was set aflame, turned into a fire dragon, soaring toward the enemy. Another page turned into a mountain, crushing down to the enemy. Yet another page turned to ice and froze everything. In an instant, all kinds of images and attacks rushed to the people of the Donghua clan. Countless people were frozen in shock, their hearts trembling. Two battles made the cottage known to all. One was First Disciple Sword Saint's battle with the Fuyun Sword clan. The second was Third Disciple Gu Donglio's defeat of one of the top powers in the Eastern Barren Territory. The two disciples of the cottage were very famous in the Eastern Barren Territory. Everyone knew them. However, people knew that the fourth disciple of the cottage was called Shuiyi but had never seen him fight. This seemed to be Shuiyi's first battle down the mountain. At that moment, everyone seemed to see the birth of another man who would shake the world. The Dharma book transformed into 10,000 scrolls and flew out. Every page transformed into a powerful spell. One attack was like 1,000 spells. How powerful was this talent? How exactly did the disciples of the cottage cultivate? Even Yi Futian, standing on the black dragon, was shocked by his fourth senior brother and his eyes flashed. Second senior sister had told fourth senior brother to transcribe the books and Yi Futian had laughed that he would never finish. But now he wondered if he'd really only been transcribing. He thought of Yu Shang's words. Third senior brother had said that transcribing, cooking, and chopping firewood was all cultivation. Thinking of how fifth senior brother's power was fire, Yi Futian felt speechless. Who said that the cottage didn't teach their disciples how to cultivate? They were taught according to their needs. They seemed to have started cultivating as soon as they entered the cottage. Even eating was a type of cultivation. There were 10,000 spells in the scrolls. Countless spells came to life at once, many of them were powerful. They all swept towards the Donghua clan. Some of them were like spell scrolls where each page was a different one. Though there were many people from the Donghua clan and fought at once, they were still surrounded by spells. The thing the cottage is least afraid of is facing a large enemy, Shuiyu said nonchalantly. He still stood in place. All the spiritual qi seemed to have turned into a windstorm. The book pages were like a vortex, violently swallowing spiritual qi to turn into spells. Everyone was speechless. There were only 8 disciples from the cottage, but each showed that they were the best of the best. Many of the pages flew towards one direction, towards Hejiang. Seeing all the pages coming, Hejiang retreated furiously. He was only a low-level noble. Luo Fan, the 5th disciple of the cottage, had easily defeated him. The 4th disciple was even stronger. He definitely was no match. Shuiyi stood in the air. Powerful spiritual energy engulfed the space, and he cast many spells. Spiritual energy was the basis of sorcery. If Shuiyi could instantaneously cast so many spells, his spiritual energy was definitely extraordinary. His control of spells was definitely strong. Shuiyi was a pure sorcerer. He didn't study martial arts and didn't need to waste energy on that. His spells could fill in for all weaknesses. The Donghua clan members were all trapped in the spells, struggling furiously. Some powerful nobles stepped out to charge towards Shuiyi. However, he just smiled. Waving a hand, more book pages flew out. One transformed into a horrible tornado. The sky became dark, collapsing onto everything. At the same time, countless pages melted into the tornado. Fire, lightning, and golden swords instantly appeared in the windstorm. This terrifying tornado went forward like the end of the world. Powerful sorcerers could combine spells of different elements and cast them together. With Shuiyi's talent, he could do this well. Now, the combined spell was terrifying even for nobles. Retreat. All lower-level nobles retreated quickly when seeing the incoming windstorm. However, it swept past at a shocking speed. There were pathetic cries. One noble was stabbed in the gut by a golden sword released by the windstorm. Blood flowed out. Some people were struck by lightning, their entire body turning black and their hair standing up. They felt numb all over. Hejiang hid at the back of the crowd and tried to escape. However, the pages followed him directly. They transformed into a weight that made the sky and earth sink down. Hejiang's speed slowed too. At the same time, golden ropes swept towards him, circling in the air. It sealed off all escape routes. You still want to escape? Shuiyu asked indifferently. He was enveloped in the spell made from the pages. He stepped out and appeared inside the windstorm he'd cast. He walked with the storm through the crowd of Donghua clan nobles. Everyone retreated, no one dared to block him. In only a moment, Shuiyu was before Hejiang. The golden rope wrapped around Hejiang tightly. His face paled considerably. Let go of him. The Donghua clan's cultivators grouped again. Their auras were furious as they surrounded Shuiyi. Are you kidding? Shuiyi scanned them and mockery filled his eyes. Mistreating my juniors when you're only in the noble plane. Did you forget the cottage exists? The people in the distance were shaken. The 4th disciple of the cottage had come, and he was another powerful figure. His personality was different from Gu Donglu. While Gu Donglu was sharp, Shuiyi was indifferent but arrogant. He didn't seem to care about anyone. Though they were different, they had the same proudness. It seemed to be the cottage's temperament. Gu Donglu, is the cottage trying to make a scene? A Donghua clan cultivator in the air said to him. Gu Donglu didn't attack them. Merely standing there was able to put terror in everyone. No one dared to act recklessly. There was no need for fighting. Just him standing there was enough. Gu Donglu gazed at him coolly, not feeling the need to reply. His arrogant eyes were filled with disdain. Did the Donghua clan expect this would happen when they bullied Yushang and Yifutian? Since they hurt the two, they would have to pay. Since they already committed the crime, there was no more need for small talk. Shuiyi had Hejiang's body tied and he walked forward casually. The book remained in the air. Thousands of pages danced with the wind, releasing shocking spells at any time. His steps were as light as him. He didn't care about the strong cultivators of the Donghua clan around him at all. He Zhang's expression was as horrible as it could be. As a noble in the Donghua clan, he obviously had his own pride. Who in the Eastern Barren Territory, other than the Qin dynasty and college, would dare to look down on him? He was high up wherever he went. But now, he was tied up by the cottage's disciple like a criminal. There were so many people from the Donghua clan here, but no one could save him. It was depressing. Third brother, how should we punish him? Shui asked, looking up at the white-clad figure in the air. Countless eyes looked up at once. Punish? Was the cottage prepared to punish a Donghua clan noble here? Gu Donglu, do not destroy the harmony too much. Qin Yu looked up and said, Crown Prince, you should say that to the Donghua clan. Gu Donglu said indifferently. Then he uttered coldly, disable him. Countless hearts shook in the vast space. A noble figure from the Donghua clan was extremely respected no matter where in the Eastern Barren Territory. Who dared to disrespect him? But today, outside the Qin palace, Gu Donglio's punishment to him was only 2 words, disable him. He would disable a Donghua noble on the spot. Gu Donglu. In the air, the elder's voice was so heavy. Only Gu Donglu dared to do this. Only he would disable a Donghua noble before everyone. Okay. Shui nodded and then gazed at He Jiang. At this moment, He Jiang just felt cold. He looked at Shui's look of disdain and knew that he dared to do so. The frightening ropes transformed into the sharpest blades and dug straight into He Jiang's body. In an instant, He Jiang grunted and his face was ashen. Shui didn't just dare to do so. He did it without any delay. He Jiang's body was icy and he couldn't help but shiver. In addition to pain, there was terror. For a cultivator to have his fate taken away, it was worse than death. He would rather die. A noble needed courage to live after being disabled. The horrible power went wild inside his body, destroying all his veins. No! He Jiang roared. He was a noble of the Donghua clan. He was high and mighty, looking down on countless people. But now he would be disabled just because he had slapped Yu Xing? He couldn't accept this. Golden light went crazy on him. He roared in pain and yelled in anger. Everyone watched him with pounding hearts. This was the cottage, the proud cottage. No one could mistreat the cottage, not even the Donghua clan. So what if the Donghua clan was the #1 clan? Even the cultivators of the top forces were shocked. They would never forget this scene. Who would dare to bully the cottage after this? The cottage had shown their style with 2 battles in the past. Today was the 3rd battle. News of it would spread throughout the Donghua clan just like the previous 2. The Donghua clan watched powerlessly as their noble was disabled. They rose up and down in anger, clenching their fists. However, Gu Donglu and Shui were like a 1,000-man army. If the cottage were like the other clans, how could they gain their reputation with just the few of them? Qin Yu and the others from the Qin dynasty were aghast as well. They weren't directly involved, but anyone could notice some things. He Jiang was disabled right outside the Qin palace. This made things difficult for the Qin dynasty. Gu Donglu was equal to Qin Yu but was even more arrogant and cruel. As for his words, Gu Donglu completely ignored him. Time would tell. This event wasn't over yet. Yi Futian quietly watched all this from the back of the Black Dragon. Gu Donglu had gone to the Kangyi kingdom to invite him into the cottage. At that time, he'd said that no one in the Eastern Barren Territory would dare to mistreat the cottage's disciple. He had been very proud. Now, Gu Donglu and Shui had used their actions to prove these words. No one dared to bully the cottage, not even the top clan, the Donghua clan, or the Qin dynasty. He Jiang fell to the ground. With his cultivation gone, his expression was like dead ashes. He knew what this meant for him. The people of the Donghua clan looked at Gu Donglu and Shui. Someone said coldly, Gu Donglu, have you thought of the consequences? Gu Donglu walked out and returned to the dragon. Shui gazed at the Donghua disciple coolly with disdain. Consequence? Did the Donghua clan not think of consequences when they attacked the cottage? Declare war as you wish, Gu Donglu said. Then the black dragon roared and its body shook, turned and shot into the clouds, flying towards the distance. Countless eyes stared at the figure in white. As it disappeared, they still couldn't calm down. Only the cottage could act like this in the Eastern Barren Territory. Only they could disrespect the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan like this. Declare war as you wish. They didn't fear war even if they were alone. The people from the college glanced at the Donghua clan. Situ Wu said, "Let's go." Then they left immediately. The Sword Saint Mountain and Lu Kingdom departed as well. The people of the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan remained in their spots. Many of the members of top forces had odd expressions. Was this really the titling ceremony for the Qin dynasty's crown prince? Qin Yu's name should be the one spreading throughout on a day like this. However, people will only remember that the cottage had come from afar and disabled a Donghua noble. They would only remember Gu Donglu, the third disciple of the cottage, and the arrogant scholar Shui Yi. Someone would be remembered today. However, it was not Qin Yu who had become crown prince. The Qin dynasty and Donghua clan were only the supporting characters. Qian Shanmu stared at the figures that had long disappeared. The things that had happened made him feel many things. It had started because of him and Qin Mengrua. The gradually evolving clash between two large forces ended with the Donghua clan's temporary defeat. Of course, what really moved him wasn't the Donghua clan's humiliation. Rather, it was the cottage's disciples. No matter if it was Gu Donglu, Shui Yu, or even Yi Futian and Yu Shang, they were also extraordinary. Was this what the cottage was? The sacred and inextinguishable legend of the Eastern Barren Territory? He had seen Gu Donglio's arrogance today. Compared to his senior brother, Gu Donglio's aura was sharper. They often cultivated together, so he obviously was very familiar. Now he wanted to know if the legendary senior brother or Gu Donglu was stronger. The Donghua clan's noble was disabled today and planted the seed for the future. He had a feeling that the two would definitely have a battle. Gu Donglu and Yi Futian obviously didn't know what he was thinking. Even if they did, they wouldn't care. The cottage acted as they pleased. On the dragon's back, Gu Donglu stood beside Yi Futian and said, "This isn't over." Yi Futian was surprised and looked at him. Gu Donglu faced forward with his hands behind his back and said nonchalantly, "The Qin dynasty won't admit it, but they were definitely involved. Luo Fan told me that they must have allied with the Donghua clan to repress the cottage, which is why they started with you. However, I am not strong enough to defeat the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan. Thus, I can only disable the one who hurt Yu Shang. I'm sorry." Third brother. Yi Futian felt warm inside. His third and fourth senior brothers had traveled such great lengths today to the Qin palace. They helped take revenge for him and Yu Shang, even disabling a noble, but still felt they didn't do enough. Junior. Gu Donglu turned to gaze at him and said, "The teacher once said something to all the disciples. I will now repeat it to you." Yi Futian nodded. "He said that, when walking in the world, the most important thing is to respect your teacher," Gu Donglu said. Yi Futian was surprised and then shocked. As expected of the cottage's teacher, impressive. Gu Donglu didn't think anything was wrong with it, as if it was a fact. He then said, "Other than that, you must use reason." What is reason? Reason is the rules of the world. If the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan declared war, you have to bear any consequences if you agree. The cottage will not take revenge for you. That is the way. However, they didn't follow the rules, so reason is on the side of the cottage. Thus, the cottage has nothing to fear. If there is anything more powerful than reason, then it is your fist. If your fist isn't strong enough, you have no right to talk about reason. Therefore, the most basic thing of life is cultivation. Yi Futian was utterly impressed. They were simple phrases but sounded like truths of the universe. He grew even more curious about his teacher. The cottage had fought many times, showing their demeanor, and this demeanor must have been created by the teacher he had not yet met. But thinking of the first sentence, he felt awkward. What kind of person was the teacher? I'll keep it in mind. Yi Futian nodded. There's something else, Gu Donglu said. Before coming, I'd wanted Yu Shang to become the 9th disciple of the cottage. Yi Futian was shocked but quickly smiled. The moment Yu Sheng entered the cottage, he understood that Yu Sheng would become a true disciple there as well. Of course, his feelings towards the cottage weren't the same as now. At that time, the cottage was mysterious and powerful to him. Now it was warm, like a home. He was definitely happy if Yu Shang could be part of it. But Yu Shang rejected me, Gu Donglu continued. Yi Futian's smile froze and stared at the other in shock. He said that if you're here, he's here, Gu Donglu said slowly. Yifutian muttered, that idiot. Indeed, Gu Donglu chuckled. However, I like him. Even if he's not the 9th disciple, he's still a part of us. Thank you, 3rd senior brother. Yifutian chuckled too. Why don't you thank me? Shuiyi asked sadly, moving closer to them. 4th senior brother. I think that you should transcribe more books when you get back, Yifutian said with a smile. These words were genuine. To 4th senior brother, transcribing books must be very useful. We're done, Shuiyi said in mock anger. Then he looked to Gu Donglu and grinned. 3rd senior brother, I kind of miss our teacher. I want to go find him. Looking at him, Gu Donglu smiled and patted Shuiyi's shoulder. Junior, he must be very touched, but there's no need to go look for him. If he doesn't want to come back, no one can find him. Then I want to go into the society to experience the love and hate of the world. Shuiyi continued. What about me is not enough for you? Gu Donglu asked with his hands behind his back. Shuiyi froze. He quickly smiled and said, No, senior. You're so talented and wise. Okay. Gu Donglu nodded. Then what about 2nd senior sister isn't enough for you? Shuiyi flinched and quickly said, Senior, I'll go back to the cottage. I still need to get advice from 2nd senior sister. You still know your manners. Gu Donglu nodded, but Shuiyi felt dispirited. Yifutian gaped at this, his expression a bit dramatic. This was too impressive. Shuiyi seemed to sense something. He glanced at Yifutian and glared. Yifutian looked away as if he saw nothing. When they returned to the cottage, Yushang's injury was much better. 5th senior brother must have given him many nutrients. 2nd senior sister glanced at them. She didn't ask what had happened. Since Gu Donglu had gone personally, they wouldn't have returned if the crisis wasn't solved. Therefore, she didn't need to ask. Her pretty eyes falling on Yifutian, she said, Junior, come over. Oh. Yifutian nodded and walked before her. Senior sister, he greeted. Did you get hurt? Yugahui studied him. No, I'm great, Yifutian replied with a smile. That's good. Did your 5th senior brother not take good care of you this time? Yugahui asked. Hearing this, Luo Fan looked up from his cooking and shook his head furiously. Yifutian saw Luo Fan's movements and quickly chuckled. He took care of me well. What happened was pure accident. Luo Fan let out a relieved sigh but quickly looked jealous and hurt. Senior sister, he said pitifully. Why are you so biased? Life was so hard on the mountain. I finally have a junior brother to take care of, the 2nd senior sister said, grinning. Beside her, Xianxia made a face, feeling extremely frustrated. He had been the youngest before Yifutian came, but he didn't get this treatment. Why was the difference so obvious? Yifutian shook his head. Of the 8 disciples in the cottage, only 2nd and 6th senior sister are girls. You two are like fairies. I should be the one protecting you and lessening your worries. Luo Fan and Xianxia gaped at Yifutian. They finally knew why there was a difference. As expected, 2nd senior sister smiled brilliantly. Junior, you're more thoughtful than the others. Depressed? Luo Fan lowered his head and continued feeding the fire. He missed the days off the mountain. He didn't know when he could go out again. Many days later, the Qin Palace event spread through the Eastern Barren territory. Caused a huge splash and countless people discussed it. They didn't really know what had happened previously inside the palace. Only those top forces knew the details. However, the cottage disabling a Donghuan noble outside the palace was enough to shake the entire region. Countless eyes focused on the Donghua clan. As a group that wanted to become the top clan, would the Donghua clan let this go? No matter what happened earlier, this had nothing to do with right or wrong anymore. It was a fight for power between these two forces. Just as everyone was focused on them, countless people walked out of the Donghua clan one day. The Eastern Barren Territory's eyes were all focused on the countless people who walked out of the Donghua clan. However, instead of the college, they went towards the Qin Dynasty Imperial City. After that, there was news that Qian Shanmu, the genius talent of the Donghua clan, had gone to the Imperial City to propose to Princess Qin Mamrua. The Qin Dynasty agreed. All of the Eastern Barren Territory was shaken by this news. Even though the top forces had felt this day would come when they were at the palace, they didn't expect it would come so quickly. The Donghua clan had proposed before the fiasco with the noble was solved. Everyone obviously knew what this meant, an even more powerful force was about to be born. The Qin dynasty, Donghua clan, and college made up the 3 points of the heart of the Eastern Barren territory. Now, the first two were united and the spear was pointed towards the college now. This was not all. More important news spread afterward. Qian Shanmu and Qin Mingruo's wedding was set to be the first day of the next year. To celebrate the marriage, the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan would build a holy land together. It would be located in the Chaoga city in the heart of the Eastern Barren territory. It would be a college. In this college, the teachers would be the strong cultivators of the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan. The students could choose freely to enter either or neither of the forces. This news really shook everyone. They vaguely felt that a storm was about to sweep across the Eastern Barren territory. There were many colleges, but the first that everyone thought of when hearing that word was the Eastern Barren College. It was a sacred land for cultivation. Now, the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan would build a new college together. The significance went without saying. It finally dawned on the forces. They vaguely understood everything that had happened in the Qin imperial city. The Qin dynasty and Donghua clan had purposely repressed the college and tried to destroy the legendary reputation of the cottage. It was foreshadowing this. Unfortunately, it didn't succeed. Otherwise, the cottage getting humiliated would definitely create more excitement for this announcement and cause even bigger waves. Even so, the news still shook up the Eastern Barren territory. The Qin dynasty and Donghua clan announced that the college would be constructed within 3 months. After that, it would start enrolling students. The opening ceremony would be held on the first day of the next year. It was the same day as Qian Shanmu and Qin Mingruo's wedding, which would also be held in Chaoga City. There was even more. The Qin dynasty and Donghua clan continued on to announce that all top forces could participate. They invited the forces to establish the college together and make it the unrivaled holy land for cultivation. Their disciples could also study in the college and have friendly competitions. This stirred up the various top forces. They all wondered if they should join. If the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan were successful, they may truly threaten the Eastern Barren College's status. They may even replace it. All the headlines threw the Eastern Barren territory into a frenzy. For so many years, all the top talents would choose the college as their first choice. Furthermore, something like the cottage existed. Last year, many great geniuses had appeared in the ancient barren world: Yi Futian, Yu Shang, and Xiao Wuji. The first two joined the cottage while Xiao Wuji joined the college. The cottage was part of the college. The 3 of them had all become disciples of the college. Clearly, the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan didn't like this. If this trend continued and the college had the ambition to take over, they could call up all their disciples and it would be terrifying. The only reason why the college hadn't instilled any such fear now was because it wasn't like a clan. However, the Sword Saint and the Sword Saint Mountain existed. It acted like a warning bell. If something happened to the cottage, the Sword Saint would definitely get involved. If more people like him existed and were called upon by the college, they could possibly take over the entire Eastern Barren territory. Many disciples of the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan walked towards all directions, seemingly headed to the various top forces. Not long ago, a similar scene had happened when at the ceremony for the Qin dynasty's crown prince. What was it for now? Many people already had premonitions. While the world was being shaken up, the cottage was like in another world. It didn't care about the mundane matters. Inside the small hut in the bamboo forest, a group sat on the ground. There was a clean piece of cloth on the ground. A fragrant odor came from it, making one drool. Cultivators didn't need to eat every day. Meals were unimportant. However, it was important in the cottage. Eating was also cultivation. "I'm so hungry," Xiaoshi muttered. "Second sister, can we eat now?" "Xiaoshi, you're so fat. Don't eat that much," second senior sister advised. Xiaoshi nodded. It seemed that she still cared about him and didn't want him to get fat. "Junior, eat more." Second senior sister moved her chopsticks first and got meat for Yi Futian. Xiaoshi blinked. He'd been happy for nothing. "Thank you, senior sister. You should eat more too," Yi Futian said, his eyes bright. "No, I'm fat and can't eat too much." Second senior sister smiled. "No way. Your figure is flawless. If you go down the mountain, so many girls will be jealous," Yi Futian said. "During the trip, I heard that the top 3 beauties of the Eastern Barren territory are Qin Mengruo, Chu Yaoyao, and Hua Qingqing. I saw 2 of them, but they're not as pretty as you. If you go down the mountain, you'll definitely steal their spotlight. Shuiyi, Luofan, and Xianxia were dumbfounded at these words. They looked side to side and then started eating quietly. You had to be born with this talent. They could only worship him. Zhuge Hui's smile grew even more brilliant. At this time, Gu Donglu got some food for her. You like eating this, so stop talking. Zhuge Hui glanced at him, her smile still there, but she ignored him. The other disciples were used to this. Senior Sister Xinger, you eat more too. Yifutian got some food for Beitang Xinger. Beitang Xinger smiled sweetly. Thank you, Junior. Shui Yi and the others had a feeling that their status would get even lower, completely destroyed by their junior. Second senior sister? Third senior brother? Did you hear what happened down there? Xiaoshi asked. What? Gu Donglu asked. The marriage between the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan, Xiaoshi replied. They'll also build a college in Chaoga City. I know. Gu Donglu nodded lightly and didn't continue. Xiaoshi was speechless. Perhaps to Gu Donglu only Zhuge Hui was important. Apparently, this news had stirred up waves in the outside world. It caused a commotion even in the other mountains of the college. Only the cottage was like in their own world. Earlier, Qin Yu said some things to me, basically wanting to ally with the cottage or college, Luofan said. I rejected him. They'd probably been planning this already. Big ambitions but small scale, Gu Donglu commented. Yes. After all, not everyone is as idealistic as our teacher. Luofan chuckled. Yifutian glanced at him. Luofan had mentioned the teacher's ideal. What ideal could he have? Third senior brother had said that the other's scale was too small. Then what was the teacher's like? As they were chatting, a group arrived below Book Mountain. They looked up the steps that led to the mountain. The college and cottage were situated there. One of the people walked up to the steps and called, The Qin dynasty and Donghua clan are here to visit the college. The voice traveled up the steps and landed on the Book Mountain. Inside the college, all the students were shaken. The Qin dynasty and Donghua clan had come to visit. The alliance between these 2 top forces had caused such an uproar, and now they'd come to visit personally. No one on the Book Mountain replied. The group waited quietly below the steps. They could vaguely see many students on the other end of the steps looking down. Then a voice said, Welcome. We are here for 2 things and will leave as soon as we finish. We won't go up to disturb you all, the strong cultivator said. His voice resounded in the air and echoed through the mountain. First, the man began, Princess Qin Mengrua of the Qin dynasty will hold her wedding in Chaoga City on the first day of year 10002. On that day, the Dongqin College will also hold its opening ceremony. We will invite all top forces to attend that day and witness the start of a glorious era. We are here now to invite the Eastern Baron College. The new college would be named the Dongqin College, with Dong meaning Eastern. The name seemed to come from the Donghua clan and Qin dynasty, but was also a jab at the Eastern Baron College's name. Okay, we will attend, the voice up above said. Secondly, Lu Nantian of the Donghua clan will challenge Gu Donglu of the cottage on that day in the Chaoga City. The man spoke again. This time, countless hearts trembled. This was even more newsworthy than the wedding. Lu Nantian of the Donghua clan would challenge Gu Donglu of the cottage. They were both definite talents of the Eastern Baron territory, respected and worshipped by many. They were both top figures now and stood where many looked up to. They would soon fight each other. Merely this news was enough to shake up the Eastern Baron territory. Will Gu Donglu of the cottage accept this challenge? The sound waves rolled and swept through the sky towards the top of Book Mountain. Even the disciples of the college shuddered inwardly. Countless eyes turned to the cottage. That part of the mountain seemed extremely serene. But then, a voice cut through the serenity and traveled down. Okay. The voice only uttered one word. The cottage accepted. Every generation of the Eastern Baron territory produced great talents. Strong cultivators abounded. However, there were only 3 most legendary figures in Gu Donglio's generation. They had all produced brilliant histories. Gu Donglu, the 3rd disciple of the cottage. Lu Nantian of the Donghua clan. Crown Prince Qin Yu of the Qin dynasty. These 3 of equal status were now at the top level of the Eastern Baron territory. With Qin Yu becoming crown prince, it was obvious their generation would begin to rule the territory. These three were the leaders of the generation. Lu Nantian was the most famous of the Donghua clan. He was unrivaled. He had once defeated top figures of the same generation from other forces. Even people from previous generations had lost to him. He fought fewer and fewer these years because fewer people were qualified. There were only two in the vast eastern barren territory, Gu Donglu and Qin Yu. Now, Lu Nantian had challenged Gu Donglu, third disciple of the cottage. This news quickly spread throughout the eastern barren territory, causing fervor. A legendary battle would naturally be watched by all. Was this the Donghua clan's response? If Lu Nantian had challenged publicly, did it mean that he had the confidence to win? Even though he had a brilliant record and had never lost, no one doubted that this fight would be his most difficult one. After the Donghua clan and Qin dynasty left, the college was in a fervor. Not only did the two team up to establish the Dongqin College to compete with them, now Lu Nantian came to challenge Gu Donglu. This was all building up to something. They knew that Gu Donglu couldn't lose this fight. This was not only a fight involving Gu Donglu. It affected the entire college. One could imagine the consequence if the cottage's Gu Donglu lost to Lu Nantian on the opening ceremony of the Dongqin ceremony. However, the cottage was still quiet. After that voice traveled down from it, everything went back to normal. They returned to their own duties. It was still a long while before the next year. Cultivating was the most important task. Yifutian began cultivating as well. The trip down the mountain had motivated him greatly. The Dharma plane was way too weak in the eastern barren territory. If not for his status as part of the cottage, he probably wouldn't even be able to walk out there. Any random strong cultivator would be able to kill him. That was the main reason why the top talents all joined different forces. If they cultivated alone, it would be dangerous no matter how talented they were. The book cave of the cottage contained tens of thousands of books. Second senior sister and third senior brother didn't ask about Yifutian's cultivation. They just told him to read more. The book spanned every topic. He was a full attribute sorcerer, so reading was definitely good. He could cultivate different elements as well as elemental martial arts. He could even learn to be like fourth senior brother and cast spells of different elements together to be even more powerful. This was the advantage of full attribute sorcerers. After a few days, the Black Wind Eagle came to the cottage too. With Yifutian's rising status, second senior sister obviously wouldn't care about this. The Black Wind Eagle had meat every meal and was overjoyed. It was so nourishing. What made Yifutian speechless was that it would often go to the cave that trapped many noble demons to show off. So what if they were demon kings? They still had to work every day. Only the Black Wind Eagle could go freely in the cottage. Whenever the demon kings saw its annoying gaze, they would get the urge to eat it. It was a bastard. The days of cultivation passed extremely quickly. Without realizing, months passed and Yifutian reached the 5th level Dharma plane. The shocking news from months ago was still affecting the eastern barren territory. This storm was destined to continue. In the Chaoga city, the Dongqin College was already completed and had started enrolling students. Anyone who was talented enough could study there. Entering the college meant that they could freely choose between the Donghua clan and Qin dynasty. With this attractiveness, one could imagine the commotion it caused. Countless people headed towards Chaoga city. However, this seemed to have nothing to do with Yifutian. That day, the Black Wind Eagle flew to the distance from the Book Mountain. There were two people on its back, Yifutian and Yuxing. They'd been busy with cultivating and hadn't gone to see Master and Masteress. The divine capital ancient city was extremely vast and hundreds of miles away from the Book Mountain. There was a neighborhood there and the Black Wind Eagle landed in a certain mansion. This place was still named the Guqin Gardens. There were too many memories in the Donghai city, so they used the same name to commemorate it. Master, Masteress, we're here. Yifutian jumped off the Black Wind Eagle and went to one courtyard. Hua Fenglu was playing his Guqin. Nanda Wenin and Tang Lan were beside him. This scene was beautiful. Seeing this, Yifutian smiled brightly. He was obviously happy to see them all. The music stopped and Hua Fenglu looked up. He seemed to have aged backward since his time at the Qingzhou city and Donghai city. He was extremely handsome. Yi Futian felt that only his master's looks were close to his. "Master, you're living in paradise," Yi Futian said while smiling at Masteress and Tang Lan. "Stop your smart mouth. I heard you made trouble in the Qin Palace." Tang Lan glared at him. He was so improper and teased them as soon as he arrived. "Aunt Tang, you already know?" Yi Futian smiled timidly. "I'm afraid everyone here knows." Tang Lan gave him a look. Book Mountain was in the suburbs of the divine capital. The cottages Gu Donglu had descended into the Qin dynasty with mightiness. Such shocking news had spread all over the Eastern Barren Territory, let alone the divine capital. "Aunt Tang, you know me. I never look for trouble," Yi Futian said pitifully. "Futian, were you mistreated in the Qin dynasty?" Nandu Wanin asked gently. "Masteress, you're the best." Touched, Yi Futian said, "Don't worry. Third senior brother already took revenge for me. Of course you weren't mistreated. You're not the one who was hurt," a cold voice said. Xiang and Xianxia walked over. Xiang glared at Yi Futian and asked, "Why do you always involve my student when you make trouble?" Yi Futian was speechless. "You always think I'm the one who caused trouble." The old man was too biased. "Yuxing is an honest man." "Of course it's you," Xiang said. "Teacher, it has nothing to do with Futian," Yuxing said. Xiang gave his student a look. He felt helpless. This kid always sided with Yuxing and Xiang couldn't do anything about it. Xianxia walked to Yuxing and looked up lovingly. "Were you hurt badly?" Yuxing smiled broad. "Don't worry. The food at the cottage is great. Not only am I okay, I'm stronger than before." "That's good." Xianxia smiled sweetly and took Yuxing's hand. "Ah, I miss my fox," Yi Futian muttered as he watched their public displays of affection. He wondered how Jiu was doing at the Moon Clan and if she was mistreated. However, Jiu was so clever. She was definitely doing fine. "All you think about is your fox," Tang Lan said. "Now that you and Yushang are so famous in the college, you're probably settled. When will you help get my student in too?" Behind her, Tang Wan's eyes flashed. Her gentle eyes fell upon Yi Futian. She still vaguely remembered bringing Yi Futian into the Dong High Academy back then. Yi Futian had fought all the way in. It was not even 2 years later, but Yi Futian's name was known all over the Eastern Barren Territory. He developed so quickly that she felt powerless. Yi Futian gaped at Tang Lan. The guys at the college didn't like him that much. It was no easy task to bring Tang Wan in. As for the cottage, how could he even bring it up? He'd witnessed the talents of those at the cottage. They didn't even invite someone like Xiao Wuji. "Aunt Tang, that's..." Yi Futian didn't know how to respond. "Look at your student. He's not reliable at all," Tang Lan said to Hua Fenglu. Yi Futian felt wronged. "It's hard for me to come down. Why do you keep bullying me?" Why did the other disciples all want to go down the mountain but he liked being up there more? His status was too low in this family. Second senior sister loved him more. Brother Fenglu," a bright voice suddenly said. Xiang and Hua Fenglu looked outside and saw 2 figures walk in. They strode over directly. Yi Futian glanced at them. One was middle-aged and the other was a young man around 20 years old. The younger was quite handsome and had a nice temperament. When his gaze fell on Yi Futian and Yushang, his eyebrow arched. His eyes contained slight animosity. Though it was just a flash, Yi Futian was sensitive and caught it. It was their first meeting. Why did he treat them like enemies? "Brother Nangong, how come you came over?" Xiang asked. "It's embarrassing, but this kid missed a beautiful girl. I came over with him." The newcomer chuckled. The young man beside him glanced at Xianxia beside Yushang. Then his eyes fell on Tang Wan. "Waner, there's a gathering tomorrow." "I want to invite you," he said to Tang Wan. Tang Wan glanced at him and shook her head immediately. "I won't go. It's a gathering within my family. Many people will go. It's the birthday of an elder, so a lot of people will go. Nangong Jiao has returned from the college too, and they'll attend tomorrow. At that time, there'll be many talented people from our generation. You can go take a look." The young man spoke with a smile as if flirting with Tang Wan. Yi Futian blinked. Someone was pursuing Tang Wan. Tang Wan was warm and gentle like water. It was very normal for her to have pursuers. If she could find someone suitable, Yi Futian would naturally be happy for him. As for the Nangong Jiao that the young man had mentioned, he seemed to have heard of her before. The girl he'd climbed Book Mountain with was named Nangong Jiao, right? She hadn't left a strong impression. Yifutian just remembered that she was a bit proud. No, it's not suitable for me to go to a family gathering, Tang Wan said gently. She smiled and shook her head. She seemed to be uninterested in this young man. No worries. Xianxia can go too. The young man continued. We're all in the same clan, and Nangong Jiao had also brought her fellow disciples from the college to celebrate together. This is a very rare chance. Not only will you see geniuses, you'll also see some nobles. I'm not going, Xianxia said and leaned into Yushang. What did this have to do with her? Same clan. Yifutian was confused and glanced at Hua Fenglu and Tang Lan. Tang Lan glared at him. She hadn't given him a nice look yet, which frustrated Yifutian. Why did she hate him? What did he do wrong? There are many academies in the Divine Capital. We are now teaching at the Jin Wu Academy. Tang Wan and Xianxia are also studying there, Tang Lan said to Yifutian. Brother Nangong is also a teacher there. I see. Yifutian nodded. His master obviously wouldn't stay at home all the time. The Divine Capital was one of the 3 major cities in the Eastern Barren Territory. It was very busy and naturally had many academies. Though they couldn't be compared with the top forces, they were still skilled. His master could teach there without any problems. While teaching, he could learn as well. Brother Fenglu, why have I never seen these two before? Nangong Cheng asked. This is my student. That is Xiang's student, Hua Fenglu answered with a smile. Since Wana doesn't want to go, then she won't go. Thank you for your invitation. The young man's eyes flashed. He scanned Yifutian, the animosity growing. Xianxia and Yu Shang's relationship was already clear. Xiang's student was with his daughter. Then if Tang Wan was Tang Lan's student and Yifutian was Hua Fengliu's student, perhaps, Yifutian was also extremely attractive. I see. Nangong Cheng smiled and nodded. He didn't mind. Hua Fengliu's cultivation was extraordinary, while those who studied in the Zhenwu Academy were mostly lower. His student wouldn't be that important either, though his outer appearance was nice. He looked like a ladies' man, just like Hua Fenglu. The 2 beauties besides Hua Fenglu were very pretty, especially Nanda Wanin. Brother Fenglu, you don't have to reject me so quickly, Nangong Cheng said cheerily. You can bring your family to the Nangong family's gathering and gain some experiences. You can see what our family is like, and the younger ones can learn some things. Nangong Cheng's tone was calm, but there was an undertone of superiority. After all, he was from the Nangong family. Even if he wasn't from the heir's line, he was still better than Hua Fenglu. If not for the fact that he seemed to have a treasure, Nangong Cheng wouldn't try so hard. It's rare for my student to come back, so we want to spend more time together. We won't go disturb the Nangong family. Hua Fenglu shook his head. His student didn't need to go to the Nangong family to learn. This guy had made a mess in the Qin dynasty earlier. It was rare for someone in the Eastern Barren Territory who didn't know him. Brother Fenglu, you're really embarrassing me. Nangong Cheng was clearly unhappy. Hua Fenglu was giving him a hard time. His son had feelings for Tang Wan, and he'd planned to have his son marry her after succeeding with this event. If Tang Wan had the honor to marry into the Nangong family, Hua Fenglu and the others would naturally rely on them. At that time, it would be much easier to get that treasure. It would take some time, but no one could say anything about it. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, Hua Fenglu and Tang Wan seemed to not know their place. Yifutian frowned. Their attitude completely changed once they were rejected. Are you really important? Yifutian glanced at Nangong Cheng. Nangong Cheng scanned him and smiled thinly. I am speaking with your teacher. You're in no place to speak. Where are your manners? You're not qualified to talk about manners. Nandu Wanin's expression turned cold too. Nangong Cheng glanced at Nandu Wanin and smirked. They really were so proud. Since we are cultivating in the same place, I won't take offense in this. It is Tang Wan's luck to be noticed by my son. You can decide what you should do. Goodbye, Nangong Cheng said indifferently. Then he turned and walked away. His eyes glinted. If they were that arrogant, they would have to wait and see. Yifutian watched the receding backsides. His eyes turned cold. Was the Nangong family that arrogant? Not even the cottage would act like this outside. Master, why are you friends with these people? Yifutian asked. You think everyone's like you? cultivating happily in the cottage and not needing to care about anything in the outside world? Tang Lan said. The Nangong family is a noble family in the divine capital. They're very powerful. Even if we don't want to be friends, we can't offend them either. Aunt Tang, you can tell them I'm master's student. Then they won't bother you all, Yifutian said. Don't you know that your master likes his dignity? Tang Lan glanced at Hua Fenglu and Yifutian was embarrassed. He obviously knew his master's personality. It was normal to brag about your teacher. However, bragging about your student, Hua Fenglu probably felt it was humiliating. Furthermore, Yifutian was now a famous person in the Eastern Barren territory. If his master bragged about him outside, it could cause negativity. Thinking of this, Yifutian felt bad. It seemed that he wasn't being a very good student. We must solve this, Yixiang said now. Nangong Cheng keeps bothering us because he discovered accidentally that your master has a cultivating treasure. It's the stone statue you gave him. Nangong Cheng had asked about it curiously and acted really close to us. He also had his son pursue Tang Wan for this. You saw earlier. He'll try other tactics. Yifutian's eyes flashed. He saw that the other didn't have good intentions, but this was easy to solve. How about I go back and ask if you all can cultivate in the mountain, he said to Huafolu. Nonsense, Huafolu uttered. Looking at him, he said, You only have one teacher in the cottage. What will we do up there? What was the cottage? It was a holy land for cultivation. There weren't even 10 people in it now, but Yifutian wanted them all to go. What was that for? He wouldn't go even if the cottage agreed. Even though you have a bad temper, you're still my master. No matter how many people teach me, your status won't go down. Seeing Hua Fenglu look at him, Yifutian chuckled. Are you touched? There's nothing to be touched about, Hua Fenglu said. Even if I'm not your master, I'm still your father-in-law. With that, Hua Fenglu gave Yifutian a look. Status? A father-in-law's status was quite high, right? Yifutian stared at Hua Fenglu. He had to admit defeat. However, he smiled brightly and went to massage Hua Fenglu's shoulders. Father-in-law, you're right. When can I get married to Jeyu? Depends on my mood, Hua Fenglu said while enjoying the massage. Let's see if this guy dares to act proud in front of me. Then how do you feel now? Not that great, Hua Fenglu answered lazily. Yifutian felt depressed. They all said that mothers-in-law were difficult, but his masteress loved him. His master plus father-in-law was impossible. Yifutian didn't leave. He planned on spending a few days with master and masteress. Jeyu wasn't here while he was always at the cottage. He wasn't doing his duties as a student. Yusheng hadn't seen Xianxia in a long while either. The next day was the birthday celebration of a Nangong elder. There were many guests. Countless people came to congratulate him. As a noble family, the Nangong family had a rich heritage and many connections. Many people wanted to take part in the birthday celebration. Furthermore, they'd heard that the daughter had come back. It seemed to be her grandfather's birthday. A lot of people wanted to see how talented she was for entering the college. Apparently, not only was Nangong Jiao talented, she was also very pretty. Many boys were excited to see her true appearance. People were outside the mansion, busily welcoming the guests. Just then, a black winged eagle flew down and landed outside. It walked towards the girl welcoming guests. Sir, what is your name? The servant asked with a smile. The guests had to report their titles. Not everyone could enter the Nangong family. Help me pass this letter to Nangong Jiao. The man was Yifutian. He took out a letter and gave it to the servant. The servant's eyes flashed and looked up at Yifutian. Ah! Nangong Jiao was so high up that the servant could rarely see her, let alone pass a stranger's letter. This letter is from the Book Mountain. Just do what I said, Yifutian said nonchalantly. After giving the letter, he flew away on the black-winged eagle. He didn't want to waste time with someone from the Nangong family. A letter was enough. The servant watched Yifutian's figure with sparkling eyes. The man was so handsome and didn't seem to have been joking. Thinking of this, she turned and entered the Nangong family. Today, it was the birthday of an elder whose position was very high in the Nangong family. At the place where the birthday banquet was held, all the seats were filled with guests and the cultivators from various places had come to send their wishes. At the moment, all the people from the older generation were gathered in one place while the people from the younger generation were at another place. At the place where the younger people were at, a few were clustered by their admirers. The person who sat in the best spot was the princess of the Nangong family, Nangong Jiao. Apart from Nangong Jiao, there were a few others present. They were her friends in the college and were invited to her grandfather's birthday banquet to complement the joyful atmosphere. After all, college disciples had a very high reputation outside. Even if they were only juniors, nobody would dare to look down on them. Nangong Jiao was chatting casually with the others, and a faint arrogance could always be felt from her. In the past, she was already the genius of the Nangong family. After she entered the college, her status rose even higher. Not far away from them, Nangongli looked at that charming face and was somewhat envious. That was his cousin, but her position was far higher than him. This is the genius lady. Do you see for yourself? In the future, cultivate harder. Although you are only at the Zhenwu Academy, even if you are weaker than Nangong Jiao, your performance still cannot be too bad in the family. His father, Nangong Cheng, said, Hua Fenglu seems to have a cultivation treasure. Last time I felt a strong noble will. After I get it, it will definitely help you to cultivate. Nangongli nodded and said, Then Tang Wan. It's only a woman. If you really want, after we get rid of Hua Fenglu and the rest, you have more than enough chances. However, don't spend too much time and effort on women, Nangong Cheng said in a serious tone. He also liked beautiful ladies. For example, Hua Fengliu's wife was very pretty and coveted by many. However, he understood well that, in the cultivation world, one's own strength was the key to one's status all the time. If he had the powers and status, he would be able to get all kinds of women. Therefore, it was not worth it to deliberately spend too much time on this, although it was alright to just play for fun. Thinking of Nandu Wanin, an evil light sparkled in his eyes. If there is a chance. Withdrawing from his thoughts, he said to Nangongli, Go there. Try to have a good relationship with Nangong Jiao. Understood. Nangongli nodded and then walked towards the place where Nangong Jiao was at. Approaching Nangong Jiao, he smiled and said, Cousin, after these few months, you look more and more lively. You are indeed a model for the young generation in the Nangong family. Nangong Jiao raised her head to glance at Nangongli and nodded gently. She turned her eyes away and did not reply. The Nangong family was very big and there were many people around. She was not familiar with everyone. The grandfather is here, Nangong Jiao said softly. Nangongli looked rather awkward, but then he was relieved. With Nangong Jiao's status, he did not have to feel embarrassed. Let's go there, Nangong Jiao said. Immediately, the group walked towards the elder. Jiao Jiao, you are here. Seeing Nangong Jiao walking over, the elder smiled. Grandfather, these are all my friends. They cultivate in the college. Nangong Jiao introduced. Great. All of you are young talents. Today, it's my pleasure to meet all of you at my birthday banquet, the elder said politely. Senior, you are too polite. The few people folded their hands to salute. At the moment, many elders started to gather around. Smiling, they said, The disciples of the college indeed have a different temperament, right? All of them are very graceful and elegant. Many people said praises one after another. The few college disciples looked very calm and were not emotionally affected by the praises, causing people to appreciate them even further in their hearts. At this moment, a guard walked over from the distance and said, Master, a maidservant outside said that a person had sent a letter to us. The person said that he is from the Book Mountain and the letter is for Ms. Jiao. Nangong Jiao's eyes sparkled and she said, Ask her to come here. There was only the college on the Book Mountain. The letter is from the Book Mountain? She felt somewhat strange. After a while, a maidservant walked over and handed her the letter. Nangong Jiao asked, Who sent the letter here? A young man who is about 18 years old. His temperament seems unusual, the maidservant said. If it was not for his outstanding temperament, she would not deliver the letter in the first place. Nangong Jiao was even more puzzled, after which she opened the letter. The contents of the letter were very short and only had a few lines. When she saw the name of the sender, a strange look instantly flashed across her eyes. Raising her head, she looked at the maidservant and asked, "What does the person look like?" The maidservant replied softly, "Very nice. I seldom see such a handsome man." Nangong Jiao nodded. "Seems like I can't be wrong." Thinking about the event at the Qin dynasty a few months ago, Nangong Jiao's expression immediately turned cold. "What happened?" the elder beside her asked. "Grandfather, take a look." Nangong Jiao passed the letter to the elder. The elder scanned the letter and an eye-catching light was released suddenly from his eyes. He asked, "Are you sure it's him?" "Should be correct." Nangong Jiao nodded. In an instant, the elder's look became extremely cold. "Bastard." The event that happened in the Qin imperial city a few months ago was already long known by everyone. Because the Donghua clan bullied some cottage disciples, the cottage third disciple, Gu Donglu, and the fourth disciple went to the Qin dynasty directly and permanently disabled a noble from the Donghua clan. Now, that blind bastard actually offended him. Does he want to drag the Nangong family into this? Thinking of this, he suppressed the anger in his heart and said, "Where are Nangong Cheng and his son?" In the distance, Nangong Cheng was stunned. He walked over to the elder with Nangong Li and saluted. "Uncle, what is it? I heard that your son is chasing a lady recently?" The elder's voice was very calm, as if nothing had happened. Nangong Cheng was stunned. How did he know about this? He thought. Indeed he is. "Uncle, why do you suddenly ask about such a small thing?" Nangong Cheng asked tentatively. "Did he succeed?" the elder asked again. "No." Nangong Cheng shook his head and was even more puzzled. "Humph. What woman actually dares to reject a person from the Nangong family? Don't you have any plans?" The elder gave a cold humph and said. Nangong was stunned momentarily. He did not know how his uncle knew about this, but it seemed to be great as he had saved himself a lot of trouble. "It's a young lady in the Zhenwu Academy. Her family was very unyielding and did not care about the Nangong family at all. I am just planning to solve this issue," Nangong Cheng replied. "Oh? How do you plan to solve it?" the elder asked. "Uncle, don't worry. I will handle everything properly." Today, there were many outsiders present. Naturally, he could not say everything directly as it would appear that the Nangong family was just bullying the rest. "Then how about the lady?" the elder asked again. "Heir." Nangong Cheng looked around him and did not speak. The elder understood everything at once and only felt very chilly. So close. If Nangong Cheng really allowed Nangong Li to do something to the lady forcefully, what would the consequences be? It would be unimaginable. He did not forget about how the cottage third disciple became famous. That time, a top-tier family, much stronger than the Nangong family, was eliminated from the Eastern Barren territory precisely because of such a seemingly insignificant thing. Today, the Nangong family almost followed in their footsteps. Very good. The concealed anger of the elder finally erupted at the moment. Some coldness was released from his body as he said, "Come, take down these two and disable them." This abrupt voice was like a bolt out of the blue. Nangong Cheng and Nangong Li stood blankly in their spots, feeling flabbergasted. They did not even understand what had happened. Disable both of them? The people around them were also stunned. What is happening? "Uncle." Nangong Cheng trembled and did not understand what was happening. However, seeing the killing intent flashing in the elder's cold eyes, he knew that the elder was not joking. "Didn't you hear me?" the elder roared. Not long ago, even the noble from the Donghua clan was disabled. If he did not do something actively, he would be waiting for the cottage disciples to come themselves. The letter only explained briefly the situation and was already very polite. However, he did not dare to hesitate at all and had to handle the situation properly. "Cancel today's birthday banquet," the elder continued with a fierce anger. A few cultivators from the Nangong family walked towards Nangong Cheng and Nangong Li. At the moment, the two still did not understand what had happened. However, they did not dare to resist and were taken down very quickly. "Uncle, why?" Nangong Cheng shouted. "No." Nangong Li was caught and could not move. Seeming to have realized what was about to happen, his face turned totally pale. The guests gathered around them one after another and did not know what had exactly happened. The host of the birthday banquet actually burst into anger suddenly, and furthermore, the banquet was also cancelled. Very soon, miserable screams erupted. Nangong Chang and Nangong Li were lying weakly on the ground as they were permanently disabled. Even at that moment, they still had no clue why they were disabled. Bring them and follow me. Jiao Jiao, you come as well, the elder said. Nangong Jiao nodded. She was a disciple of the college. Since Yi Futian had sent the letter to her, it would be better for her to show up and try to remove the dissatisfaction he had towards the Nangong family. Just now, her grandfather deliberately suppressed his anger and asked the questions in order to sound out the precise attitude of Nangong Chang and Nangong Li. Now they managed to know everything, and she also broke into a sweat with fear. Even though she was a college disciple, she naturally knew what position Yi Futian had at the moment. Every cottage disciple was far more superior than an ordinary college disciple. When a cottage disciple was bullied, they disabled a noble from the Donghua clan directly. Apart from the cottage, who else could do this? This? Senior, where are you going? The guests around walked up and asked. The elder had suddenly become angry and cancelled the birthday banquet. Obviously, it was because the two who had been disabled had brought a disaster to the family by offending someone. Many people from the Nangong family also came forward to ask. These two bastards want to deal with Yi Futian from the cottage, the elder said in anger. All the people around him were shocked. Deal with the cottage disciple Yi Futian? A similar event had happened in the Qin dynasty not long ago. Everyone in the world had seen the outcome. In addition, that time it was the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan. Now it was only the Nangong family. Yi Futian. Nangong Chang, who had been disabled, still could not understand. Then he thought of one person, the disciple of Hua Fenglu. In this instant, his face turned completely pale. In the Guqin Gardens, a group of cultivators landed mightily. They were the people from the Nangong family. Today, the Nangong family was supposed to hold a birthday banquet. However, because of a letter, the banquet was cancelled directly. Many cultivators from the Nangong family forced Nangong Qing and his son to come to the Guqin Gardens to apologize. However, they did not see Yi Futian and the rest. There were only two maidservants cleaning the courtyard of the Guqin Gardens. According to the maidservants, the people from the Guqin Gardens had gone to the academy. The people from the Nangong family could only change their route and head to the Zhenwu Academy. The Zhenwu Academy was in the divine capital ancient city. Although it was inferior to the college as a cultivation organization in the divine capital, it was naturally very powerful as well. The academy was expansive and majestic. Strolling in the academy, Yi Futian and his team seemed very leisurely. Although I have grown up, I still feel somewhat familiar with this place. I miss the past. Yi Futian smiled and said, there were many schools and academies in the divine prefectures of the east, and almost all the larger cities would have them. He had once cultivated in the academies in the city of Qingzhou and the city of Donghai. Therefore, the scene caused him to recall his memories, as if he had returned to the past. Do you miss your sister Qin Yi or Feng Qingxue? Hua Fenglu smiled and said. He clearly knew what Yi Futian did in the Qingzhou Academy. Hearing Hua Fengliu's words, Yi Futian looked speechless, then said, Master, I am only purely a good friend with Sister Qin Yi and Feng Qingxue. The thing that I miss the most in the Qingzhou Academy is, of course, getting to know Jieyu and you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the achievements I have now. Everyone glanced at Yi Futian as if they were already used to it and did not feel strange. Makes sense. Hua Fenglu smiled and nodded. Trainer Hua. Occasionally on their way, young people would pass by and greet Hua Fenglu and the rest. They were the trainers in the academy and naturally many disciples knew them. It was only that in the Zhenwu Academy, there was not much respect in the eyes of the disciples. After all, Hua Fenglu and the rest were not very famous. In the Zhenwu Academy, only the very strong trainers were highly respected. Even Yixiang, who was previously the head of the School of the Finance Star in Donghai Academy, was only an ordinary trainer here. Instead, Nanda Wenin and Tang Lan were more popular. The group strolled casually in the academy and Hua Fenglu brought Yi Futian to the academy grounds. There was a large gymnasium where one could cultivate and carry out friendly fights. After that, they went to the lecture zone. The lecture halls in the Zhenwu Academy were very huge. Some lecture halls were filled with disciples, while others were mostly empty. It depended on whether the trainer was powerful and famous. In the Zhenwu Academy, apart from opening lectures which Academy disciples can attend freely, trainers may also take on some personal disciples to teach. Of course, there are also disciples who want to actively follow the good trainers. Hua Fenglu said. Master, don't you plan to take on a few more disciples? Yu Futian asked. Hua Fenglu shook his head gently. At the moment, he no longer had such a thought. In the first place, those outstanding geniuses would not look up to him and worship him as a master. Even if they were willing to, he also did not have such a thought. Although he would bicker with Yi Futian frequently, he had taken this particular disciple as his son-in-law. Trainer Hua. At the moment, a teenage girl ran over and looked at Hua Fenglu nervously. Yes, Hua Fenglu asked, clenching her fist anxiously and looking at Hua Fenglu. She said, Trainer Hua, I want to worship you as my master. Hua Fenglu smiled and replied, if you want to hear my lectures in the future, you can come anytime. No, I am referring to you becoming my actual master. Last time I mentioned it to you. You should know, the girl said again. I don't take on disciples. Hua Fenglu smiled and shook his head. A tinge of disappointed appeared on the face of the girl. Yi Futian looked at the girl, and then at his master and blinked his eyes. It seems that the master is still very attractive. Holier than thou. In the distance, a cold voice spread out. A lady said to the girl before Hua Fenglu, Yuqing, I am willing to take you as my disciple. The girl looked at the lady and said softly, thank you, Trainer Han, but that won't be necessary. I really don't know what you are thinking about. The lady's age was similar to Nanda Wanin, and her appearance was quite outstanding as well, although clearly not as good as Nandu Wanin's. However, there seemed to be an aura from her body as she glanced at Hua Fenglu and said, there are many excellent trainers in the academy. Yuqing, why do you need to have such a one-track mind? Yuqing smiled bitterly. She always felt that Hua Fenglu was uniquely charming. Although his level was not very high, it felt very comfortable to listen to his lectures. Trainer Han took a deep look at Hua Fenglu and said monotonously, can you stop being so holier than thou? In the whole academy, maybe only you few do not take on disciples. I'm afraid that I will mislead them. Hua Fenglu also did not mind her attitude and smiled. Trainer Han did not say anything. Hua Fenglu had spoken so nicely. What could she blame him for? Girl, there are so many trainers in the academy. Why do you need to be so stubborn? At that moment, a middle-aged man walked over and said to Yuqing. Trainer Mo, Yuqing called. Not many people even go to his lectures, but you want him to become your master? I really don't know what you are thinking. Isn't Trainer Han better than him? Trainer Mo did not look at Hua Fenglu and only said to Yuqing, Trainer Han really appreciates you. If you become her disciple, I will also teach you when I have time in the future. Yuqing's eyes sparkled as she glanced at Hua Fenglu and then looked at Trainer Han and Trainer Mo. The latter was a rather famous trainer in Zhenwu Academy and was very strong. Since you have advised me, I am willing to learn under Trainer Han, Yuqing said. Trainer Han smiled and nodded. All right, since you have made your decision, come with me. After she finished speaking, the few walked past Hua Fenglu. Yuqing looked at Hua Fenglu again with some nostalgia in her eyes. Master, why don't you take any disciples? I feel that it's not bad, Yi Futian said softly. Hua Fenglu widened his eyes at Yi Futian and said, you want me to find a junior sister for you? Yi Futian was speechless. Trainer Mo and Trainer Han walked on the path in the academy. At the moment, a faint arrogance could still be seen on the face of Trainer Mo. He disliked Hua Fenglu and his team because their levels were not high, yet they thought that they were morally superior. Trainer Mo said, such a hypocritical guy. Even though Hua Fenglu is somewhat arrogant, I don't think he is hypocritical. Trainer Han shook her head and did not agree with his opinion. With such a level, what does he have to be arrogant about? Do you think he can teach any outstanding disciples? It was only because it was Yuqing. Otherwise, who would want to become his disciple? Trainer Mo gave a cold humph. Just as they were speaking, a group of people in front flashed towards them mightily. Seeing the figure who was pale and severely injured, Trainer Han and Trainer Mo's expressions both changed slightly. Is that Nan Gong Chung? Also, he knew the elder at the front. He was an elder in the Nangong family and had a very high position. Walking forward, Trainer Mo bowed and said, "Greetings, Senior Nangong. What has happened? What happened to Brother Nangong? Have you seen Hua Fenglu and his group?" the elder asked. "I just saw them." Trainer Mo nodded and felt somewhat strange. "Where? Can you lead the way?" the elder asked. "Sure. I am willing to serve you, Senior," Trainer Mo said politely. The Nangong family was a noble family nearby and had a very huge influence on the academy. However, he did not understand why they were looking for Hua Fenglu. Could it be that Hua Fenglu broke into a conflict with Nangong Chang and injured him? Trainer Han was also puzzled. The three turned around and walked back towards the place where Hua Fenglu was at. At the moment, many people from the Zhenwu Academy gathered and followed them. Many cultivators from the Nangong family had come mightily and were looking for Hua Fenglu. Why? Yifutian, Hua Fenglu, and the rest were still strolling around casually and chatting. It was quite rare that they could be so comfortable, apart from the small episode that occurred a while ago which they did not really mind. There, at the moment, a group of strong cultivators was talking at them from the back. Seemed to have felt something. Yifutian and the rest turned around and saw the people from the Nangong family walking over. What's happening? Seeing Nangong Cheng's miserable status, Hua Fenglu was somewhat stunned. Just now, Yifutian had gone out and he did not know what Yifutian had done. Very quickly, the people from the Nangong family approached them and stopped a short distance away. The elder in front glanced at everyone and then looked at Yifutian. At the moment, another cultivator came over. It was a senior in the academy who heard that the Nangong family had come and hurried to the place. Seeing Nangong Chang, the person from the academy frowned and walked forward to take a look at Nangong Chang. After which he said, "Who did this?" "Me," the elder said. "Brother Nangong." The senior from the academy was stunned. The elder walked forward and said, "Make them kneel." Yes. The people from the Nangong family forced Nangong Chang and his son to walk forward and kneel down on the ground. The two looked at Yifutian and their faces were as pale as ash. They could not stop feeling regret. How could Hua Fenglu actually have such a disciple? If they had known earlier, they would not have dared to plan and think about such ideas. The people around were all shocked by the actions of the Nangong family. The elder from the Nangong family had forced Nangong Chang and his son to kneel down before Hua Fenglu. What was happening? Hua Fenglu and the rest were merely ordinary trainers. Trainer Han and Trainer Mo also looked at the scene, dumbfounded. They felt very confused. At the moment, the elder from the Nangong family walked in front of Yifutian. He folded his hands and said, "I am Nangong Teng. The people in my family are not well disciplined, and these two have been doing much evil outside. Now, their powers have already been permanently destroyed. Mr. Yi, you can punish them as you wish." Nangong Teng. Some younger people felt astonished. The second most powerful person from the Nangong family, Nangong Teng, a strong noble, was actually apologizing to an 18-year-old teenager. Moreover, he was allowing Yifutian to punish Nangong Cheng freely. Who is this young man? Trainer Han and Trainer Mo froze as they stared at Yifutian. Does this young man beside Hua Fenglu have any identity? Mr. Yi? There should be no families with the surname of Yi in the divine capital. Yifutian had sent the letter and naturally knew that the Nangong family would help him settle the issue. However, the fact that the Nangong family paid such close attention was also unexpected. "You can just ask my master." Yifutian took a step back and stood behind Hua Fenglu. Nangong Teng's eyes sparkled and he looked at Hua Fenglu. He had just heard from Nangong Cheng that Yifutian, whose name had shocked the Eastern Barren Territory, actually had a master who was a trainer in the Xianwu Academy. Nangong Teng folded his hands at Hua Fenglu to salute and said, "I already know what this bastard wanted to do. He really cannot be forgiven. Mister, how do you want to handle him? I will surely give you a satisfactory answer." The people in the academy all looked at Hua Fenglu in shock. Even if Nangong Teng from the Nangong family was to face the head of the academy, he would also not need to salute him like this. Hua Fenglu and Nandu Wanin glanced at Yifutian. Did this guy do this on purpose? Now, everyone in the Zhenwu Academy will probably know about this. Nangong Cheng. I know that you had evil intentions and wanted to take something from me. Now, you suffer because of yourself. Why? Hua Fenglu looked at Nan Gongchang and shook his head. Nan Gongchang's heart was filled with hatred at the moment. Since he's your disciple, why didn't you say it? Nan Gongchang stared at Hua Fenglu in anger. Hearing his words, Hua Fenglu shook his head. Nan Gongchang meant that if Yi Futian was not his disciple, he would be able to do whatever he wished. Although this kind of person was miserable, he did not deserve sympathy. Bring him away. Hua Fenglu waved his hand and said, chase the both of them out of the Nangong family. Bring them away. Nan Gongteng glanced at Nan Gongchang coldly. This bastard actually still does not feel regret. Does he want to drag the family into this? Someone walked forward and dragged Nan Gongchang and his son away. Everyone was shocked. Who exactly is Hua Fengliu's disciple? Trainer Han and Trainer Mo were both not calm. It turned out that Hua Fenglu did have a personal disciple. Furthermore, it was a person whom even the Nangong family did not dare to offend. The girl Yuqing looked at Hua Fenglu and then at Yi Futian, feeling very disappointed. Actually, is it because I am too weak? At the moment, Nangong Jiao walked out from the group and said to Yi Futian, I am Nangong Jiao. Since you have asked someone to pass the letter to me, you should remember me, right? She was the star of the Nangong family, the genius who had entered the college, Nangong Jiao. She had also come. Yeah, I do have some impression. Yi Futian nodded gently. After I received the letter, grandfather started to handle this issue immediately. This had indeed been caused by Nangong Qing and his son, and the Nangong family absolutely did not even think about dealing with your master and your sister Tang Wan. I hope that you will believe me, Nangong Jiao said. Tang Wan glanced at Yi Futian. Since when did I become his sister? As for the people around, they were absolutely shocked. Not only did the second most powerful person from the Nangong family come to apologize, but Nangong Jiao, a college disciple, came here personally and apologized for the issue as well. This matter will end here, Yi Futian said to Nangong Jiao. Hearing Yi Futian's words, a smile appeared on the face of Nangong Jiao. Her cold and arrogant demeanor was actually very nice when she smiled. Then, she said, thank you, Mr. Yi, I am really grateful that you can understand this. If you have any requests, please tell us. The Nangong family will surely fulfill it. Nangong Teng folded his hands and said, that won't be necessary. I said that the matter is already over, Yi Futian said. Only then did the people from the Nangong family heave a sigh of relief. Nangong Teng saluted at Yi Futian again and said, today, I am really fortunate to be able to see the young genius who shocked the entire Eastern Barren territory. I believe that, in the future, Mr. Yi, you will also become reputed in the entire world just like the eldest and third disciples from the cottage. I will leave first. After he finished speaking, he backed away slowly. He turned around and the people from the Nangong family left. However, everyone's heart trembled as they looked at Yi Futian in astonishment. The person had shocked the Eastern Barren territory, was a cottage disciple, and his surname was Yi. Did they even need to guess who the person was? Yi Futian from the cottage. Seeing the extremely deferential behavior from the Nangong family, Yi Futian muttered uncontrollably, is the cottage that scary? The second sister is so good, and Sister Xinger is gentle as well. The few brothers are all honest scholars. Hearing his words, everyone felt somewhat speechless. The cottage was obviously not scary, and it was instead a holy land for cultivation where countless people in the Eastern Barren territory dreamed of going. However, the cottage would not take in any students at all. The deterrent force of the cottage came from its history of fame. In the past, it became famous because of 2 battles, and now the battle outside the Qin Imperial Palace would need to be included as well. The people from the Nangong family offended Yi Futian, so how could they dare not to come and apologize? There were so many warnings from the overturned carts in front of them. Don't you know it for yourself? Yi Xiang widened his eyes at Yi Futian. This guy caused the trouble, and now he is acting innocent? Thinking about the words that Yi Futian had said in the morning, that he wanted to take a look around the academy, they finally understood that he had clearly planned everything beforehand. It seemed that, in the future, they would not be able to stay unnoticed in the academy. Of course, people like Nangong Chang would also not appear again. Your disciple Yushang is in the cottage as well. So in the future, wouldn't everyone be scared of you? Yifutian smiled and said. At that moment, someone walked over to them. It was an elder of the academy. He looked at Yifutian and then glanced at Yuxing, who was beside Xiang, after which he said, I heard that during that time, the cottage juniors Yifutian and Yuxing battled many Dharma plane cultivators from the Donghua clan. And this caused all the following events. I did not expect to see you two in the academy today. Senior, you are flattering me. Yifutian bowed slightly, appearing to be very polite. Then he said, even if I have some achievements, it's all because the two masters have taught me well. Otherwise, I would not be who I am today. This time, I came down from the Book Mountain and know that my master has been cultivating in the academy. Therefore, I came here to take a walk, which caused the subsequent disturbance. I hope that, Senior, you will not blame me. It's only a small matter. Don't mention it. The elder smiled and waved his hands. Then he looked at Hua Fenglu and Xiang. You two have taught such outstanding disciples. However, in the academy you have only taken on the role of a trainer and do not take in disciples. This is too much. Many disciples of the academy who had come looked at Xiang and Hua Fenglu, and their eyes seemed to be sparkling with fire. Hua Fenglu and Xiang always had a low profile in the academy and would not take in disciples. Now it seemed that they just thought the other students were not talented enough. I am used to being quiet and no longer have such a desire. Hua Fenglu smiled and shook his head. All right, it's all up to you. I will disturb you no longer. You can continue to take a good stroll in the academy. The elder smiled and said. Then he left the area. The two genius juniors of the cottage were both disciples taught by the trainers in their academy. It would definitely help the Zhenwu Academy to gain some reputation outside. After the elder left, Trainer Han and Train Mo still looked at Hua Fenglu. Holier than thou? They were the masters of Yifutian and Yusheng. Even if they behaved in a holier-than-thou manner, what could anyone else say? Beside them, the look of the girl Yuqing was somewhat dim. Trainer Hua's disciple was Yifutian. It was no wonder that he was unwilling to take her on as a disciple. Let's go, Hua Fenglu said softly. The group turned around and left, continuing to stroll in the academy. Hua Fenglu said to Yifutian, are you pleased now? No. Master, sometimes I am really envious of you, Yifutian said, as if he was deep in thought. Envious of me? Hua Fenglu looked at him. Yes. Yifutian nodded and smiled at Hua Fenglu. I am envious that you have such an outstanding disciple. Hua Fenglu looked at Yifutian and said, did you come back because you could no longer muddle along on the mountain? How could that be? The brothers and sisters have been very nice to me, Yifutian said. It's all right. Even if you were chased away from the mountain, I will keep you here, Hua Fenglu said earnestly. Yifutian's face turned black. Master, I know that you love me the most. Yifutian could feel his face wet with tears. Was I muddling along that badly? Yifutian spent a few days with his master. Then, he left the academy and returned to the cottage to cultivate. There would be a great fight at the start of the next year which would stir up the entire Eastern Barren territory. Although with his current level there was nothing that he could decide, he still wanted to do something. He had already entered the 5th level Dharma plane at the moment, but it was still too low. Apart from raising his level, there were also a lot of things he needed to learn. Therefore, he should really quieten down and focus for a period of time. The days in the cottage were always so peaceful and harmonious, and there were no disputes here. The second sister could decide on everything, so who dared to quarrel? Of course, Yifutian's status in the cottage was making the rest of the brothers more and more jealous of him. The second sister was really too good to him. As for the third brother, the second sister was still cold and indifferent towards him. This was the business between the second sister and the third brother, and nobody dared to say anything about it, unless they wanted to get a beating. Days passed by one just like this. Without realizing it, it was already close to the end of the year. The atmosphere of the entire vast Eastern Barren territory seemed to change. A major event that would stir up the Eastern Barren territory was about to happen. All the top forces were preparing for it. At the eastern region of the Eastern Barren territory, where the mountains pierced into the sky, there were 7 summits towering into the clouds, as if they wanted to connect with the heaven. This was where the Fuyun Sword Clan was located at. On the 7th summit of the Fuyun Sword Clan, a one-armed figure stood above the cloud sea, his eyes closed firmly. On top of the cloud sea, 9 powerful cultivators were standing in various directions, each holding a sword. Sword wills flew all over the place, and even the cloud sea seemed to be splitting apart as ear-piercing noises spread continuously. Before a cliff, an elder stood quietly and looked at the many figures above the cloud sea in front of him. An eagle seemed to whiz over in the sky and give a long twitch. At the same moment, sword wills erupted suddenly and fiercely. In just an instant, the terrifying sword wills flooded everything. It was as if countless beams of sword light struck towards the figure who was standing quietly above the cloud sea. The 9 figures moved simultaneously and cast various sword techniques from 9 different directions. The afterimages of sword filled the sky as if they had turned into a frightening sword matrix. There were no loopholes and no way out. It seemed that just this one strike would kill the person in the middle. They struck out their swords at an incredible speed, and their sword wills were extremely fierce. Clearly, they showed no mercy at all. Even though the one-armed swordsman was a personal disciple of the Summit Lord, since he had chosen to challenge the 9 execution sword matrix, he would still die if he lost. This was the cruelest challenge on the 7th summit. In the past, many exceptionally talented swordsmen had died in the 9 execution sword matrix. Therefore, the 7th summit always had the least disciples in the Fuyun Sword Clan. The 9 execution sword matrix was undefeatable. The one-armed figure finally moved. He raised his head slightly and opened his eyes, glancing at everyone. At the same time, the sword held by his only arm also moved. In an instant, the 9 people seemed to notice 9 beams of sword light striking towards all of them. The 9 people changed their moves immediately in one go, sealing the 9 beams of light directly. The 9 execution sword matrix was the strongest battle sword matrix of the 7th summit. Could attack and defend, and there was no way out. However, just as they changed their actions, the 9 beams of light that they had seen seemed to disappear at once, as if they never existed in the first place. At the same moment, an extremely appalling sword appeared in their minds. Meanwhile, at weak points of their sword techniques, 9 beams of light seemed to strike out right beside their swords. Thud, thud, thud. 9 noises were heard. Streams of blood bloomed out one after another, and the swords slipped out of the 9 cultivators' hands directly. A blood mark appeared on the sword-yielding hand of each of them. The blood marks on the 9 people's hands were exactly the same, as if they were injured by the same beam of sword chi. The strongest sword matrix of the 7th summit was destroyed, but no frustration could be seen on their faces at all. Instead, their eyes sparkled as they said to the one-armed young man, "Congratulations, Junior. Your sword eyes have already opened." Apart from the Summit Lord of our 7th summit, finally another person managed to successfully cultivate the Heavenly Eyes sword technique. Someone folded his hand and congratulated. Wuxia had only been a part of the Fuyun Sword Clan for less than a year. It was a miracle that he could cultivate the sword eyes. However, according to the Summit Lord, Wuxia's talents were actually not that good. There were even people on the 7th summit itself who were more talented swordsmen than Wuxia. Still, the person who managed to cultivate the Heavenly Eyes sword technique was Wuxia. They knew that apart from cultivation talent, there was another kind of talent called faith and determination. In order to learn the technique, Wuxia had almost become blind, but in the end he succeeded. Just like what the Summit Lord had said, he was not the most talented swordsman, but he was the kind of person who was most suited to yield a sword. He was a swordsman at birth. "Thank you." Wuxia nodded and then turned, walking towards the cliff. The elder stared at Wuxia and said, "I have nothing else to teach you. From today onwards, you can do anything you want. Whatever you do will represent the will of the 7th summit." The hearts of the 9 people above the cloud sea trembled. They knew what the elder meant by that. From that day on, Wuxia would become the swordmaster of the 7th summit of the Fuyun Sword Clan. The position of the swordmaster, which countless people dreamed of obtaining, was given to Wuxia, who had only entered the 7th summit for less than a year just like this. "Yes, master," Wuxia responded directly without being modest at all. Then he said, "Send a sword post to the 1st summit. Wuxia from the 7th summit of the Fuyun Sword Clan, in the name of sword, invites Li Daoyun for a fight." The looks of the 9 people froze as they were somewhat shocked. Then they glanced at the elder standing near the cliff. However, at that moment, the elder turned around directly and left as if he did not hear what Yi Wuchen had said. This scene caused the eyes of the 9 people to flash. They had truly realized the meaning of the elder's words previously. From that day on, Yi Wuchen could do anything he wanted to. His will would be the will of the 7th summit of the Fuyun Sword Clan. This was the Sword Master. Yi Wuchen, a disciple of the 7th summit of the Fuyun Sword Clan, sent a sword post to the 1st summit, inviting Li Daoyun for a fight. The news immediately shocked the entire Fuyun Sword Clan. 1 year ago, several extremely talented people appeared in the ancient barren world. For people, in the name of Kangyi, each displayed at least 3 nobles on the Mirror Mountain stone wall. The various top forces of the ancient barren world went to the Kangyi kingdom in an attempt to take them in as disciples. Yi Futian and Yu Xing entered the cottage, Hua Jieyu entered the Moon Clan, while Yi Wuchen entered the 7th summit of the Fuyun Sword Clan. Over the year, Yi Wuchen seldom appeared before the disciples from the other summits of the Fuyun Sword Clan. There were only rumors claiming that he was exceptionally talented in sword skills and highly regarded by the Summit Lord of the 7th summit. Therefore, he had been cultivating with the Summit Lord all the time. The Summit Lord of the 7th summit had even brought him to many places in the year. Now he announced something in the Fuyun Sword Clan for the first time, which was to challenge Li Daoyun. Li Daoyun had already entered the Arcana Plane a few months ago. That time in the ancient barren world, one of his arms was burnt away. Due to this bitter experience, Li Daoyun cultivated even harder, and his left-hand sword was still extremely strong. Moreover, he had already entered the Arcana Plane. How could Yi Wuchen fight him? At the center of the 7 summits of the Fuyun Sword Clan, there was a lower summit. At the top of it, there was a huge battle platform around which there were 7 swords, each symbolizing one of the 7 sword summits. At the moment, a figure was standing in front of one of the swords. It was Li Daoyun. He stood there as if he was the sharpest sword in the world. His look was similarly extremely sharp, as if it was going to eliminate everything. Around the battle platform, there were many people, especially the ones from the 1st summit. Of course, there were also people from the other places who had come to watch the fight. Sending a sword post was a very serious way of challenging someone in the Fuyun Sword Clan. The person who received the sword post could choose not to answer to the battle. But Li Daoyun did. He sent the sword post back to the 7th summit. This meant that the 2 would fight in the name of sword, even if one of them might get killed. This battle would very likely be a life-and-death one. The people around the battle platform looked at Li Daoyun. Does Yi Wuchen not know that Li Daoyun has entered the Arcana Plane? They thought. Otherwise, why would he send the sword post so hastily? Even though there was some resentment between the 2, he still has time in the future, so why does he need to be so impatient? Li Daoyun's younger brother, Li Daoqing, was also among the crowd. His eyes were sparkling with coldness. He could not forget the events in the ancient barren world. Today, his brother Li Daoyun would offer Yi Wuchen's life to his sword. Here he comes. Suddenly, everyone raised their heads and looked into the distance. In the direction where the 7th summit was, a group of people was flying over on their swords. The person in front was Yi Wuchen. Sword chi whizzed over as the swords flew through the air. The disciples of the 7th summit stopped outside the battle platform, while Yi Wuchen walked onto the platform and stood in front of the sword, symbolizing the 7th summit. The way he looked at Li Daoyun appeared to be very calm. There were no anger, no killing intent, and it was not even fierce. It was as if he was looking at a mere stranger. I don't understand why you would send this sword post. Li Daoyun looked at Yi Wuchen and said, "Are you so impatient to take your revenge?" Yi Wuchen similarly stared at Li Daoyun. His look was still very calm. "What a pity!" Li Daoyun suddenly smiled and said, "From the moment you sent the sword post, your fate has already been decided. That day in the old Luolan kingdom, I cut off your arm and you escaped by luck. Today, where can you escape to?" Just as he finished speaking, a terrifying sword will erupted from his body. In this instant, sword chi whizzed in the sky and turned into a current which flew like the clouds. However, a frightening might could be felt from it. At this moment, it appeared as if even the entire space was going to be crushed by the sword will. This was the might of the Arcana Plane. Li Daoyun looked coldly at Yi Wuchen, waiting for him to show signs of fear. However, he did not see it. Yi Wuchen was calm as always, but being calm did not mean that he did not want to kill his opponent. That day in the old Luolan kingdom, Li Daoyun cut off one of his arms. He did not reveal any emotions, not because there was no hatred, but because he knew that no matter what he did at that time, it would be totally useless. Li Daoyun shouted at them that he was Li Daoyun from the Fuyun sword clan. His tone was extremely arrogant, as if he looked down on everything. That time, there was indeed nothing they could do against Li Daoyun. However, not talking about it did not mean that he had forgotten about it. The first thing that Yi Wuchen did after becoming the sword master of the 7th summit was sending a sword post and challenging Li Daoyun. A gust of sword will abruptly bloomed from Yi Wuchen's body and ascended into the sky. In just an instant, Yi Wuchen seemed to have turned into a sword himself. At the moment he released his aura, Li Daoyun moved. The sword will flowing in the sky turned into many sword rivers. In the void, many afterimages of Li Daoyun appeared, each merging into a sword river. The place where Yi Wuchen was at was the destination of all the sword rivers. Yi Wuchen glanced at the area before him. Immediately, an appalling sword will appeared in the eyes of all the afterimages. Accompanied by multiple popping sounds, the afterimages were all destroyed directly and only the real Li Daoyun was left, stepping in the air. He gave a cold roar and instantly, the sword will flowing wildly in the sky started to strike towards Yi Wuchen. Its powers seemed to be far beyond what a Dharma plane cultivator could resist. Yi Wuchen was enveloped in sword will. In this instant, he stepped towards the sword will flowing before him, as if he was a real sword himself. Immediately, he burst through the flowing sword rivers directly like a beam of light and struck towards the incoming Li Daoyun. Li Daoyun held the sword with his left hand. The endless sword will in the world surged wildly on his body as if his sword had merged with the heaven and earth to form a single body. This was a qualitative change. The attack from an Arcana plane cultivator was way stronger than one from a Dharma plane cultivator. Swish! Yi Wuchen struck out his sword before Li Daoyun did. He could naturally feel the difference between the levels of the two. There was a qualitative difference between the Dharma plane and the Arcana plane. Therefore, it would be difficult for him to win should he choose to fight Li Daoyun head-on. However, it did not mean that a person with a higher level and attack power would certainly beat his opponent. At the moment when Yi Wuchen struck his sword out, a sword appeared in the pupils of Li Daoyun. The sword was so sharp and direct. Heavenly Eye Sword Technique. Suddenly Li Daoyun felt his body tighten. Previously, he was already somewhat puzzled when his afterimages were destroyed immediately. However, when the sword appeared in his pupils, he knew that Yi Wuchen had cultivated the sword eyes. Although Li Daoyun could recognize the Heavenly Eye Sword Technique, he had never really fought with someone who had the sword eyes. This was his first time. Before Li Daoyun had any time to think, he struck out his sword towards the sword skill that had appeared in his pupils. Since he could recognize the Heavenly Eye Sword Technique, he knew that it was a real fatal blow and not an illusory one. Not good. Li Daoyun's body tightened. The fatal blow from the Heavenly Eye Sword Technique may be completely different from the one he could see. It could come from a totally different direction. Thinking about this, Li Daoyun gathered all the sword will and swung his sword in all directions around his body without hesitation. The sword finally came. Li Daoyun appeared and blocked Yi Wuchen's sword. However, at the same moment, a beam of sword light flashed out from Yi Wuchen's forehead and charged directly towards Li Daoyun's forehead at an incredible speed. The scene looked exactly the same as the fight in the old Luolan kingdom. During that time, Li Daoyun was injured by Yi Wuchen in this way, which therefore allowed Yi Wuchen to escape. Did Yi Wuchen think that he would lose to this again? The frightening sword will condensed into a sword and emerged from Li Daoyun's forehead, blocking the incoming small sword. However, the dazzling small sword was not even going for his forehead in the first place. At the same moment, it passed by Li Daoyun's sword and made a turn. Then, it penetrated Li Daoyun, charging into his temple above one of his ears and coming out the other side in the next moment. In this instant, the whole space seemed to turn quiet. The sword will was still there, but it was no longer violent. Instead, it suddenly turned silent and peaceful and then gradually dissipated. Li Daoyun and Yi Wuchen stood face to face. They were so close to each other. Li Daoyun widened his eyes as if he wanted to see the world clearly again. He indeed did not fail twice at the same spot. However, he seemed to forget that this time Yi Wuchen had cultivated the Heavenly Eyes sword technique. The seemingly familiar attack was now more refined and unstoppable. From now on, Li Daoyun will no longer exist in the world, Yi Wuchen said. He turned around and left. Blood flew out from the two sides of Li Daoyun's head down his ears. He stood in the spot like a statue and stared at Yi Wuchen's back. Back then, he shouted arrogantly at the ancient Luolan palace that he was Li Daoyun from the Fuyun sword clan. Today, Yi Wuchen returned a sentence back to him, that from then on, Li Daoyun would no longer exist in the world. Accompanied by a soft noise, Li Daoyun's body fell onto the battle platform. The genius from the first summit of the Fuyun sword clan was instantly killed by a lower-level disciple from the 7th summit just like this. The winner is Yi Wuchen, the swordmaster of the 7th summit of the Fuyun sword clan. A voice spread out. Many people around the battle platform trembled because of this. Yi Wuchen was already the swordmaster of the 7th summit. He had cultivated the sword eyes and slayed the arcana plane Li Daoyun. It was only less than a month away from the end of the year. Many people in the Eastern Barren Territory had already departed for Chaoga City. At the end of this particular year, Chaoga City would be the most lively place in the Eastern Barren Territory. Nobody doubted this, because all the top forces of the Eastern Barren Territory would gather at the Chaoga City for the new year. The various top forces had yet to depart. However, they were also doing some preparation for it. The Moon Clan was situated at the northern region of the Eastern Barren Territory. The clan was the top female clan in the Eastern Barren Territory. It had the techniques which were the most suitable ones for females to cultivate. At the moment, the Moon Clan was holding a grand event. In the Moon Clan, such an event would be held at the end of every year. Its purpose was to inspect how well the juniors had cultivated, and at the same time to choose the virgin. The virgin of the Moon Clan was not fixed. Instead, it may be changed every year. Precisely because of this, even the person who had become the virgin had to remain alert at all times and cultivate particularly hard. Otherwise, she would be defeated and the honor of being the virgin would be taken away. Even though it was a female clan, there was still a very intense competition. Furthermore, in the Eastern Barren Territory, the Moon Clan was especially known for its beauties. During cultivation, cultivators absorb the spiritual qi in the world. In the Moon Clan, the cultivation methods would allow its female members to become even prettier in terms of appearance and temperament. The Moon Clan was enveloped in fairyism, as if it was a real fairyland. At the moment, many beauties were gathered around the Moon platform. On the platform, some people were having friendly fights. On the viewing platforms around the Moon platform, apart from the many beautiful ladies, there was also a group of men. Furthermore, they were sitting close to the center. A young man was sitting beside the virgin Chu Yaoyao. The man was Qin Li, the grandson of the king of the Qin dynasty. Now, it is already the last round of the current trial. With your previous performance, nobody will be able to shake your position as the virgin still. Qin Li looked at Chu Yaoyao and smiled. A gentle smile appeared on Chu Yaoyao's face. On her charming face, there was still a lovely expression which would attract kindness from anyone. She was extremely feminine. In the Moon Clan, many outstanding disciples appear each year. This year is no exception. Before the final moment, nobody will know to whom the position of the virgin will go to, Chu Yaoyao replied. Qin Li said softly, you have such talent and such a beautiful appearance, and yet you are so humble. You are the most touching and unique lady I have seen. Your Highness, I am flattered by your praise. Chu Yaoyao said softly. Yaoyao, why are you treating me like an outsider? We are already friends. You can call me Qin Li. Qin Li gazed at Chu Yaoyao while Chu Yaoyao also looked at him. Seeming to have felt the heat from Qin Li's eyes, she turned her eyes slightly away, but her expression did not change much. You know my purpose of coming to the Moon Clan. Next year, I will enter the Dongqing College to cultivate. If possible, I hope that I can cultivate with you. If we can chat and discuss cultivation frequently, I will have no regrets in life. Qin Li's voice was very soft and gentle. The people around them were all looking at the Moon platform and nobody was paying attention to their conversation. Even if they did, they would not have any thoughts either. The fact that Qin Li visited the Moon Clan already revealed his thoughts. He wanted to chase Chu Yaoyao, the virgin of the Moon Clan. Many people knew this. However, the seniors in the Moon Clan needed to consider it more thoroughly. The Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan were allied through marriage. The two top forces of the Eastern Barren Territory teamed up and established the Dongqin College. Their intention was self-evident: to defeat the college. Now, Qin Li, the grandson of the king of Qin, came to the Moon Clan. They wanted to team up with the Moon Clan through marriage again. However, in case the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan really succeed and ruled the Eastern Barren Territory in the future, they would need to think carefully about what position the Moon Clan would be in by then. Right at that moment, an exclamation erupted from the crowd. Countless people stared at the battle platform. There was a stunningly charming figure. She was wearing a green, long dress, as if she was a fairy from heaven. Releasing her aura, she raised her hand and suppressed the person opposite her, defeating her opponent easily. "Senior, thank you." The lady stood on the moon platform and said, smiling, the pretty lady opposite her side. "Junior, your spiritual control abilities are becoming stronger and stronger. It's so hard to resist against it. In a few years' time, I think you will have the chance to compete for the position of the Virgin." Qinli and Chu Yaoyao, who had been chatting, raised their heads and looked at the figure dressed in green on the moon platform. The elf-like lady was like a fairy who had come to the mortal world. Even though Chu Yaoyao was honored as one of the top 3 beauties in the Eastern Barren Territory, she did not dare to say that her appearance was more outstanding than the lady on the moon platform. "Hua Jieyu." Qin Li similarly stared at the figure and said to himself. That time, the various top forces in the Eastern Barren Territory went to Kangyi. Yi Futian entered the cottage, and there were rumors that his girlfriend, Hua Jiyu, entered the Moon Clan. She was the shockingly beautiful lady in front. Hua Jiyu stood at her spot. Having cultivated in the Moon Clan for nearly a year, her temperament had changed slightly and was now more outstanding. The already pretty girl became even more feminine at that moment. If the beauties in the Eastern Barren Territory were ranked again, she would probably win the top 3 beauties. "Senior Chu, you are much stronger than me," Hua Jiyu said softly. The other lady did not say anything else. She folded her hands and left the moon platform. Hua Jiyu bowed slightly in the direction where the elders and seniors were at, after which she left the platform. Jiyu is indeed a distinguished talent. In the future, her achievements will be unmeasurable. An elder complimented. "Yao Yao, you need to work hard to cultivate. Otherwise, after a few years, you will really be surpassed by your junior." Someone looked at Chu Yaoyao and said. Chu Yaoyao turned her head and looked at the person. Smiling, she said, "It's naturally a good thing that Junior Jiyu can have such talents. Even if she can surpass me, it only means that the Moon Clan is becoming stronger." "That's right." That lady smiled and nodded. Chu Yaoyao stared at the charming figure who was walking down the moon platform. In the previous year, there was nobody in the Moon Clan who could threaten her position as the Virgin. However, at the moment, she had to admit that Hua Jiyu was indeed already qualified to do so. Hua Jiyu was no weaker than her in terms of talent. Even in terms of appearance, she, one of the top 3 beauties of the Eastern Barren Territory, could not beat Hua Jiyu. If one day Hua Jiyu did surpass her, she could similarly represent the Moon Clan and roam in the Eastern Barren Territory. Moreover, the man whom Hua Jiyu liked was in the cottage. Now, he was already famous in the Eastern Barren Territory. She even saw for herself how arrogant Yi Futian was in the Qin dynasty. He even made little of Chen Shanmu and Qin Mengrua. Also, a Donghua clan noble was disabled by the cottage for bullying him and Yu Shang. After a while, it was Chu Yaoyao's turn to fight. She displayed her strong cultivation talents as the Virgin, crushing her opponent. She was still elegant and gifted. Many people had the vague feeling that Hua Jiyu and Chu Yaoyao, the 2 absolute beauties, would definitely have a real battle in the future, the battle for the position of the Virgin. The event of the Moon Clan was over. With her particularly outstanding performance, Chu Yaoyao was still the Virgin of the Moon Clan. Nobody was able to shake her position. After this was announced, Qin Li walked up and folded his hands at the elders of the Moon Clan, after which he said, "The Dongqin College will be holding its open house soon. I have come to the Moon Clan just to send my invitation again. I hope that the people of the Moon Clan will join the event. You are too polite. Last time you have already invited us. Even if you do not come today, we will also go there." a pretty lady said. However, since you have come here personally, I will ask the disciples of the Moon Clan to go together. Thank you, Senior. Qinli folded his hands and smiled, not forgetting to glance in Chu Yaoyao's direction. He did not do so secretly, as if it was deliberate. Who is willing to go? The lady looked at the many disciples of the Moon Clan. Immediately, many people walked forward and bowed slightly. I am willing to go. This event had stirred up the Eastern Barren Territory, and all the top forces would gather at the Chowga city. Who would not want to go there and watch it? Do all of you want the entire Moon Clan to go there? The lady smiled and said. Yao Yao, among the Dharma Plane disciples who are willing to go there, choose some to go with you. All right. Chu Yaoyao smiled and nodded. Then, she chose a group of people whose talents and levels were rather high to go with her. Hua Jieyu was also in the crowd. But Chu Yaoyao did not choose her. She walked forward gently and said softly, Senior, I would like to go to the Chowga city as well. Chu Yaoyao turned and looked at Hua Jieyu. Smiling, she said, Junior, you are very talented, but your level is still too low. You should spend more time to cultivate and should not waste time because of this. I am still waiting for you to challenge me for the position of the Virgin in the future. I have no intention to compete with you for the position of the Virgin. However, I hope that you can agree to me going to Chowga City this time, Hua Jiyu said. A strange look flashed across Chu Yaoyao's eyes. No intention to compete for the position of the Virgin? Then why is she going against my decision now? Junior, you have only been in the Moon Clan for a short period of time. Cultivation is the most important thing to you. You should not get distracted. Chu Yaoyao's voice was still soft and gentle. Hua Jieyu stared at Chu Yaoyao and was somewhat puzzled. She did not understand why Chu Yaoyao did not allow her to go. However, she had not seen Yi Futian for nearly a year already. The Donghua clan challenged Gu Donglu from the cottage, so Yi Futian would surely head for Chowga City. Furthermore, they would cross into the new year in Chowga City. Of course, she had to go. In addition, Yi Futian would certainly know her thoughts and would want to meet her in Chowga City. Thinking about this, Hua Jieyu turned and walked towards the elders of the Moon Clan. She bowed and said, Seniors, I would like to go to Chowga City. This scene caused a strange expression to appear on the faces of all the disciples around her. Even the eyes of the elders sparkled with a weird look. Just not long ago, both Chu Yaoyao and Hua Jieyu had been speaking very appropriately and politely. However, in the blink of an eye, they disagreed with each other because of such a minor issue. The two both seemed to be very stubborn about their decisions. Such a scene caused many to have some additional thoughts. Chu Yaoyao was the virgin. Since the elders asked her to choose the people, she was naturally entitled to do so. However, Hua Jieyu requested to go, and it would only be reasonable for Chu Yaoyao to agree to her request, but she rejected it twice. Therefore, Hua Jieyu bypassed her and requested the elders directly. The elder of the Moon Clan was quiet too. Chu Yaoyao and Hua Jieyu were both rare geniuses of the clan. Chu Yaoyao was the virgin while Hua Jieyu was the one who could possibly challenge her position in the future. Having a conflict over something small like this, it was hard to say who was in the wrong. Perhaps they both had their own reason. But no matter who she sided with, the other would be upset. Besides Chu Yaoyao, Qinli watched this, eyes falling onto Hua Jiyu. Yaoyao, he said softly. How about you give in to your junior sister? Don't make it hard for the elders. As soon as he spoke, many of the Moon Clan looked to him. He seemed to be speaking up for Hua Jieyu, but there was another meaning. It was as if Hua Jieyu wasn't following the rules, making it hard for the elders. So he wanted Chu Yaoyao to take a step back. Junior sister, what do you think? A beautiful woman asked the one beside her. It was Hua Jieyu's teacher. Hua Jieyu's teacher gazed at Hua Jieyu and smiled. Jieyu, your senior sister is right too. Right now, cultivation is the most important for you and Yaoyao is thinking for you too. You won't go this time. Hua Jiyu looked to her teacher. Her teacher was extremely nice to her, so she naturally said this for a reason. Hua Jiyu felt down but still nodded. Okay. With that, the atmosphere recovered. Chu Yaoyao smiled and said, I wanted you to stay because I wish you will cultivate well, but didn't consider your feelings. I hope you will forgive my faults. It's okay, Hua Jiyu said, shaking her head. Then she walked towards the woman on the other side of her teacher. Senior sister, she called softly. Yes. The girl nodded. If Yi Futian comes to look for me at Chaoga City, Hua Jieyu said with a faint smile, tell him that I'm doing well in the clan and improved a lot. I didn't go this time so I can cultivate. Tell him not to worry. The senior sister nodded and smiled. All right. Anything else? Hua Jieyu's eyes sparkled. A shy expression emerged on her face. She lowered her voice and said, and tell him to remember that someone will always wait for him. Don't do anything bad. The woman's eyes flickered and she grinned at Hua Jieyu. These words were ambiguous. Hua Jieyu blushed. She was so beautiful that all the girls were jealous. Junior sister, don't worry. I'll definitely send the message without missing any word, the woman said, chuckling. Hua Jieyu nodded shyly and murmured, I'll go cultivate now. With that, she left. This girl. Hua Jieyu's teacher shook her head with mirth. Teacher, it seems that she's deeply in love. Why won't you let her go? The woman asked quietly. Give her some motivation to cultivate, Hua Jieyu's teacher said. The woman was thoughtful. She looked to Chu Yaoyao and vaguely understood the teacher, her junior sister, had a very chill personality. Other than working hard in cultivation, she didn't bother with anything else. She was really like a fairy from heaven who didn't have any wishes. She didn't even seem interested in the virgin's position. This kind of personality was likable, of course, but sometimes not competing for anything was bad too. Furthermore, even if she didn't compete, others still might have thoughts. People from the top forces and upper forces from all over the Eastern Barren Territory traveled towards Chaoga City. It had been a long time since the Eastern Barren Territory had such a grand occasion. Whether it was the opening of the Dongqing College or the wedding between the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan, they were both big events. More importantly, the top talents would challenge each other in the Chaoga City. How could anyone miss this? On the Book Mountain, the college had already chosen who would attend. The opening of the Dongqing College and Lu Nanshan's challenge towards Gu Donglu were all targeted at the college. The other forces might not care, but the college had to place higher importance on this than the others. This time, the college sent the best of the best from the strong cultivators of the noble plane to the younger ones in the Dharma plane. All the disciples of the cottage grouped together. The college had come to urge them to leave. The cottage and college would be together this time. They couldn't show any divisions when faced with the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan. The college actually wanted to leave a few days ago, but the cottage didn't seem to be in a hurry. The college couldn't do anything. They could just keep pressing them. Who wants to go? Gu Donglu asked everyone. Senior brother. My excitement from the last time hasn't ended, and I hope to teach the Dongqing College a lesson this time. I'll go with you, Shui said. Senior brother, I feel that the juniors want to go too. Should we go together? Luofan asked. He saw Yi Shaoshi look at him with bright eyes as if wanting to try something. Yi Futian sighed at this. They all felt cooped up on the mountain, but he didn't want to leave. His two senior sisters were so gentle and nice. But seeing as Jieyu might go to Chaoga City, he had to go too. Further, he naturally wanted to witness the fight between Gu Donglu and Donghua clan's Lu Nantian. You all don't want to stay on the mountain? Zhuge Hui smiled at everyone and they all shrunk back. Shui stood up straight and said righteously, the Donghua clan overestimated themselves and dared to challenge our third senior brother. I naturally have to see with my own eyes how he is defeated. If we miss this, it'll be a regret for life. Yes, how can we not go to third senior brother's battle? Even though we want to stay here, we also want to witness how he displays his mightiness. Luo Fan added. Shameless, Yi Futian thought. He didn't want to be associated with them. Giving them a look, he said, fourth and fifth senior brothers are right. Last time, third senior brother's fighting was extraordinary, but it's still not enough for us. We must go support him in the Chaoga City and witness his glory. Gu Donglu looked at them all and nodded lightly. That all makes sense. Since that is so, let us all go. Thank you, senior brother. Everyone looked excited. Yi Shaoshi was so touched that he almost cried. He could finally leave the mountain. Will you and Xinger go? Gu Donglu asked Zhuge Hui. You all go have fun. Xinger and I will remain at the cottage. Zhuge Hui said calmly before leaving. Beitang Xinger gazed at Gu Donglu and smiled. Third senior brother, I wish to see your fight with Lu Nantian, but since second senior sister won't go, I must accompany her. Oh, then accompany her well. Gu Donglu nodded. Zhuge Hui had pretty much raised Beitang Xinger. The teacher was so lazy that he tossed the girl to Zhuge Hui after bringing her back. Therefore, their relationship was very close. Though Zhuge Hui was the senior sister, she was more like a parent. I'll wait for your good news, Beitang Xinger said with a smile. Gu Donglu nodded. Then he told Yi Xiaoshi, tell the college to get ready. We'll leave now. Okay. Yi Xiaoshi ran away extremely excited. After a while, the square above Book Mountain's steps was filled with the people. The college was ready. At that time, a group appeared in the sky, traveling towards them. It was the cottage Gu Donglu, Shui Yi Luofan, Yi Xiaoshi, Yi Futian, and Yu Shang. The cottage had 8 people and 6 came out. This was probably the most cottage disciples who had left the mountain at once. The college's group was also very powerful. They had 3,000 disciples and this time, around 100 were prepared to leave. Other than some elders, it also contained some of the most talented in each plane. Yi Futian didn't know many people, but he'd seen some in the Dharma plane before. They included Xiao Wuji, Tang Yi, Su Muge, Tuoba Yun, Nangong Jiao, and Kuashan. The college also studied the disciples from the cottage. The lineup this time was very powerful. The 2 mountain elders, Zhong Su and Zhu Qing, a man and a woman, both had high planes. Other than them, there was also Bai Lishu, the first disciple of the college chief. He was one of the best in the college. His cultivation was equal to the mountain elders. His status in the college was like Gu Donglio's in the cottage. One could see from this lineup that the college placed high importance in this event. Gu Donglu and the cottage greets the mountain elders. Gu Donglu bowed to Zhong Su and Zhu Qing. He was proud, but that didn't mean he had no manners. The mountain elders had the same status as his teacher. As someone in a younger generation, he obviously had to be polite. Seeing him bow, the other disciples also bowed. Please rise. Gu Donglu, are you confident? Zhu Qing gazed at Gu Donglu. This battle was extremely important to the college. I've never met Lu Nantian, Gu Donglu replied. Zhu Qing nodded and didn't ask anything else. Gu Donglu had never even seen the man before. If he said he was confident, he was also being arrogant. It was too early to say anything before being clear what the opponent's abilities were like. Let's go, Zhong Su said. The group immediately started departing. At the foot of the mountain, the people who saw the strong cultivators in the sky were all shaken. The college's lineup was terrifying this time. Chaoga City had been the capital of the Qian dynasty. After the Qin dynasty took over the eastern barren territory, the Qian dynasty submitted to them. The former top city never recovered its glory. Even so, the ancient and majestic Chaoga City was still one of the top 10 cities in the eastern barren territory and flourished. There were many powerful forces there. Amongst them, the Yin family was the most powerful. They had been the royal family of the Qian dynasty. After submitting to the Qin dynasty, they stayed out of the spotlight. Other than that, the Chaoga City also had many ancient relics. For thousands of years, the marks left by the ancient people were still being discovered. Chaoga City was situated in the center of the eastern barren territory between the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan. It still belonged to the Qin dynasty. It was a very good choice for the Dongqing College to be located there. Today, this ancient city was filled with strong cultivators. Even noble figures were everywhere. It had been years since the city was this busy. It seemed to have recovered its past glory where everyone came to visit. Strong cultivators continuously arrived outside the city or landed with their demons. In the air amongst the crowd, a group of strong figures arrived. Everyone turned to look at them. Seeing them, someone yelped, "The college is here." Just like the other forces, the college had also come early. The people looked to the ones leading the group. They saw Zhong Su, Zhu Qing, Bai Lishu, and Gu Donglu. They had extraordinary temperaments and were top figures of the noble plane. They had unique auras. Yi Futian stood behind Gu Donglu. He studied the surrounding crowd and the ancient city below him. Chaoga was the place for talents now. He didn't know what would happen in this ancient city. He also wondered if the Moon Clan had arrived. Jieyu should be here. Thinking of her, Yi Futian smiled. He hadn't seen Jieyu since coming to the eastern barren territory. The group advanced. Someone had gone forward to explore the route and returned to guide them. After a while, they could make out a cluster of elegant buildings on the ground. The style was magnificent and sacred. Some of the buildings rose into the clouds as if trying to rule over the other buildings. That was the Dongqin College that the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan had built together. The college descended and chose an inn near the Dongqin College. Soon, news started spreading wildly throughout the city. The college was here, along with the disciples of the cottage. Gu Donglu had arrived early too. The inn that the college stayed in quickly became the focal point of Chaoga City. Everyone knew that the event of the first day of the next year was mainly targeted towards the college. Furthermore, there was that highly anticipated battle. After arriving, the college seemed very quiet. The few who ventured out were all young. No one saw Gu Donglu. With the battle approaching, even Gu Donglu was probably stressed. After all, his opponent this time was Lu Nantian, one of the most renowned figures of the Eastern Barren Territory. The next day, Yi Futian left the inn. As a student of the cottage, Yi Futian had become famous after the event in the Qin dynasty. All of his actions were seen by the people of the Chaoga city, attracting attention. News quickly spread that Yi Futian headed towards where the Moon clan was staying. He seemed to have gone to see one of those beauties. Many people were speechless. How could this guy still be in the mood for that? However, many also knew that Yi Futian's girlfriend had been invited to join the Moon clan. He must have gone to find his girlfriend. Other than him, there was also Yushang, the aggressive youth who had caused a commotion in the Qin dynasty. Yi Futian and Yushang arrived where the Moon clan was staying. Seeing a woman, Yi Futian bowed. "I am Yi Futian from the cottage. Greetings." The woman studied the two and smiled. "Greetings, Mr. Yi." She had heard before that Yi Futian and Hua Jiu were a couple. Hua Jiu was extremely beautiful, so they were all curious what kind of person Yi Futian was. Now, she saw that he was attractive and charismatic. He was also very polite. His looks matched Jiu. "Are you here to find junior sister Jiu?" "Yes." Yi Futian smiled and nodded. It seemed that the Moon clan all knew. Jiu was probably quite famous in the clan. He didn't find it strange. Disregarding talent, merely her looks would definitely make her well known. "I'm sorry to disappoint you. Junior sister Jiu didn't come," the woman replied softly. Yi Futian's eyes flashed. The Donghua clan's Lu Nantian challenged Gu Donglu. The source of this conflict was Yi Futian and Yushang. Jiu should know that he would come and should have come too. However, she had her senior sister send a message to you. "I will take you there now," the woman continued. "All right. Thank you, fairy." Yi Futian nodded. The Moon clan fairy brought Yi Futian to a courtyard, where a beautiful woman studied Yi Futian curiously after seeing him. Jiu had guessed that Yi Futian would come to find her, and she was right. "Greetings, I'm Yi Futian. Junior sister Jiu has great taste," the woman said with a smile. "She said that you would come to find her and had me send a message to you. She is doing well in the clan and has improved greatly. She didn't come because of her cultivation. There is no need to worry. She also said that she will always wait for you and told you to not do bad things." With that, she seemed to smile. What did bad things mean? Yi Futian made a face. That girl was so annoying. "Thank you, fairy," he replied. He could sense that she wasn't lying. Jiu was fine. As for the specific reason, he wouldn't know. "You're so sweet. No wonder junior sister is worried." The woman grinned at Yi Futian. Yi Futian smiled shyly. "Fairy, can you help send a message for me?" "Yes." The woman nodded. "Help me tell Jiu that I miss her. After I finish this, I'll go find her at the Moon clan," Yi Futian said with a smile. The woman gave a knowing smile. Did these two care about the messenger's feeling when showing off their love? "All right." The woman nodded. "Thank you, fairy. I'll leave now." Yi Futian bowed and left. Leaving the yard, there was a small trail in the verdure. Yusheng followed him quietly. Two figures were taking a walk before them. Seeing them, Yi Futian made a strange face. It was Qin Li, grandson of the king of Qin, and Chu Yaoyao of the Moon clan. It was hard to have thoughts when seeing them together. Did the Moon clan want to ally with the Qin dynasty? Yi Futian hoped this wasn't true since Hua Jiu was cultivating there. Qin Li and Chu Yaoyao naturally saw Yi Futian and Yu Shang as well. They stopped and Qin Li's eyes sharpened, falling on them. Yi Futian gazed at them and looked away. He planned to walk past them. He didn't like Qin Li, but he didn't know Chu Yaoyao and wasn't part of the Moon Clan. He had no right to get involved in anything. "Wait," Qin Li suddenly said. Yi Futian walked past him and then stopped, back to the man. "I heard that many people from the college came. The male disciples of the cottage all came," Qin Li said. His tone was strange. It seemed to be intentional with some faint disdain. Yi Futian began walking again. He ignored the meaningless words. "Have you thought about what it would be like if you joined the Qin dynasty?" Qin Li continued. "No. I'm not interested," Yi Futian replied without stopping. "There are no true second chances in the world." Qin Li seemed to mumble to himself. "These years, the cottage has already had a halo around it, but that's just exaggerated. The college created the most famous talents in the Eastern Barren Territory, and the cottage contains the essence and elites. It's normal to have some glorious achievements. Who of those famous figures hasn't had glory before? This time, the college faces the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan. It is also where the most successful are. I wonder if the college or cottage can bear all the gossip when the myth is proven wrong." Qin Li continued to say to himself, "The higher you are raised, the harder you fall, unless the cottage never loses. Otherwise, it would be a disaster. There has never been an undying legend in this world. There had been so many legendary people throughout history, but no one was immortal. Even the powerful Qian dynasty was now under the Qin dynasty and had to submit to them. The once undefeatable Qin dynasty had also fallen. The college and cottage would be the same. This time, the fight between Lu Nantian and Gu Donglu was not all they've prepared for the college." Yi Futian stopped. Qin Li's words made sense, just like his judgment from before. However, it didn't mean anything. Thinking of his senior brothers and sisters, Yi Futian smiled brilliantly. If one place in the Eastern Barren Territory could become a legend, it would be the cottage. A legend that can be proven wrong isn't a legend. It is called a legend because it will never die, Yi Futian said slowly. The cottage will become an undying legend. Really? Qin Li heard Yi Futian's arrogant words. "I'll wait and see." "Wait and see," Yi Futian replied and walked away. Walking out of the inn, Yi Futian looked up. He could see the towering building in the distance. It was the Dongqin College. The top forces all resided in the region near the Dongqin College. Going past them, he walked down the road. Many people seemed to be grouped there now, looking at something. Yi Futian glanced to the side. Two groups were facing each other. Faint sharpness radiated from them, the sword aura. The Fuyun sword clan? Yi Futian's eyes flashed. He walked over there, entering the crowd of spectators. He saw many familiar faces. There were people from the Fuyun sword clan, the Sword Saint Mountain, and Witch clan. Other than the college, all top forces had sent their disciples here. The 7 peaks of the Fuyun sword clan were independent of each other. All 7 had their own disciples here, but Yi Futian didn't see Yi Wuchen amongst them. The people facing off were from the Fuyun sword clan and Sword Saint Mountain. They had always been rivals. Yi Futian didn't know what had happened between them this time. More strong cultivators were hurrying over at this time. A pair of pretty eyes from the Witch clan fell on Yi Futian. The girl smiled. "Young Master Yi, long time no see. Your charisma is even stronger now. I truly miss you." It was the witch, Gu Biue. Her voice was soft and her eyes were alluring. She seemed to want to ingrain herself into the others' minds. She was so mesmerizing. "If that's so, why don't you come serve me?" Yi Futian said, smiling at the witch. Gu Biue smiled sweetly. "I wish I could, but I'm here with my senior brother this time. He's very strict. I can't trouble you." Their conversation attracted much attention. Many gazes fell upon Yi Futian. People had heard some things about how Yi Futian had taken Gu Biue as his servant in the ancient barren world. Trouble? Yi Futian remembered what Tang Yi had said back then. He knew that there was a powerful figure in the Witch clan, the witch's senior brother. He must have come to Chaoga City too. Li Daoqing was amongst the Fuyun sword clan group. He stared chillingly at Yu Futian, his eyes full of murderous intent. His brother, Li Daoyun, had first had his arm burned and then was killed in a challenge because of his conflicts with Yi Futian and Yi Wuqian's group. Li Daoqin would never forget this. At this time, another group arrived. Someone called Yi Futian. He turned around. Seeing Yi Wuqian, Lu Feiyong, and Lu Qinyu, he had an odd look. Smiling without really smiling, he looked at Yi Wuqian and Lu Qinyu. Seems like I'm not needed anymore. Lu Qinyu glared at him, but she was used to his teasing. We met on the road, Yi Wuqian said. Yi Futian noticed that many swordsmen in training from the Fuyun sword clan followed him. Yi Wuqian seemed to be the leader. Seeing this, Yi Futian understood that Yi Wuqian had some status in his clan. Yi Wuqian, remember your position, a cool voice said. It came from the people of the Fuyun sword clan's first summit that were facing off with the Sword Saint Mountain. The speaker was Luo Xiao. He was the leader of the younger generation of that summit and was extremely powerful. The Sword Saint had used the Fuyun sword clan to make a name for himself. He was absolute glory for the Sword Saint Mountain and cottage. But to the Fuyun sword clan, it was an unforgettable humiliation. Because of this, the Fuyun sword clan hated the cottage. Their attitude towards the Sword Saint Mountain went without saying. Yi Wuqian glanced at Luo Xiao. You should know that we were at Kangyi together before joining the Fuyun sword clan. Since you joined the clan, you must forget about the past, Luo Xiao said. His voice was calm, but his eyes were extremely sharp. Yi Wuqian had killed Li Daoyun in a test battle. This had already the first summit, but the battle had been hair. Li Daoyun had accepted it and was killed with the Arcana Plane. The first summit could say nothing. But now, Yi Wuqian was talking with someone from the cottage. I do not need your permission to act, Yi Wuqian said indifferently. Luo Xiao's gaze hardened. His eyes glinted and then he looked away. The surrounding people were shocked. The most famous of the Fuyun sword clan was the first and seventh summits. Now, the disciples from those two summits had clashed in public. It was interesting. As they spoke, another group appeared. The people from the Royal Shen Temple walked into the crowd. One gaze stared straight at Yi Futian. It was extremely cold and murderous. It was Luo Junlin. Beside him, Shiro's gaze was also cold. After returning from the Kangyi kingdom, she had been punished by her father. Luo Junlin had been punished too. Because of the event, her father had been humiliated as well. Shiro never cared about the barbaric Kangyi kingdom. But now Yi Futian joined the cottage and quickly became known throughout the Eastern Barren territory. Yi Futian naturally saw them too. His eyes turned cold. This crown prince of the Nanda kingdom had once wanted him to be a servant. He wondered what Luo Junlin felt after meeting again here. The two met eyes. Luo Junlin didn't disguise his murderous intent at all. Now, Yi Futian was truly a threat to him and the Nanda kingdom. If Yi Futian was allowed to progress into the noble plane, it would be the end of the Nanda kingdom. With the cottage there, not even the royal Xian temple could help him. It's so lively here, someone said at this time. Qinli, grandson of King Qin, had come too. He seemed to have hurried over because he heard of the commotion. Chu Yaoyao of the Moon Clan came with him. This scene made many people wonder. According to rumors, Qinli had gone to the Moon Clan earlier. The fairies had come to Chaoga with him. In a few days, it will be the wedding between my aunt and Shen Shanmu of the Donghua clan, Qinli said cheerily. It is also the opening ceremony of the Dongqing College. Everyone present is a success of the Eastern Barren territory. Why don't you all show off your talents on that day? The Dongqing College was a joint creation of the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan. Many of their prides would also announce that they would cultivate at the college on that day. Other than the challenge between Lu Nantian and Gu Donglu, there must be other events too. Otherwise, how could they show off how extraordinary the college was? Seems like they won't fight now, many spectators thought. The relationships between the clans were very complicated. However, Qinli seemed to want them all to take care of everything during the opening ceremony and use it to make news for their college. Let's go, Yi Futian said. He didn't want to be here. For some reason, he really didn't like Qinli. He wanted to beat the guy up. However, Gu Donglu said that the cottage was a place of reason. He couldn't pick fights. Thus, he would just walk away. His group turned to leave, but Luo Junlin's eyes were still on Yi Futian. In his eyes, only Yi Futian existed. Yi Futian's group stopped not too far away. In the near distance, there was a figure clad in black. His inky black hair fell down his shoulders. He was indescribably attractive. His eyes were extremely deep and black. People could drown in them. Though he didn't release his aura, he still gave off a threatening feeling just standing there. Yi Futian's group couldn't help but pause. Yi Wuqian's brows knitted. Sword intent snaked around him. He could sense extreme power from the man. Lu Feiyang and Lui Qinyu studied him. Lu Feiyang's eyes flickered. A figure appeared in his mind, but he wasn't sure. The figure clad in black looked up, gaze falling upon Yi Futian. His eyes seemed to suck one into them. "You're Yi Futian?" he asked indifferently. "What do you want?" Yi Futian glanced at him. He didn't know the man. As soon as he spoke, he seemed to see demonic fire flash through those black eyes and burn into his mind. At this moment, it felt like Yi Futian's spiritual energy was burning. It was as if he was on fire and the flames of darkness wrapped around him, trying to burn him down. "Be careful," Lu Feiyang warned Yi Futian, seemingly knowing the man's identity. When he saw dark fire rise in Yi Futian's eyes, his heart trembled. "Gu Zhiqiu, stop it!" Lu Feiyang roared. Yi Futian closed his eyes and rushed backward. The man's eyes had a terrifying power. His spiritual energy was in pain. When he retreated, the attack disappeared into the void and he stopped. His eyes opened and flashed as he focused on the man. It was Gu Zhiqiu, the warlock of the witch clan. He viewed Gu Biyue as his true sister. "In the future, I hope to never hear the word maid or servant from your mouth again. Even if you are from the cottage," Gu Zhiqiu said calmly. Then he walked away. He seemed peaceful, as if nothing had happened. Clearly, he was warning Yi Futian, disallowing him from calling Gu Biyue those names. Gu Biyue was like his sister. How could he let someone use those words to insult Gu Biyue? If Yi Futian hadn't joined the cottage, he would have done much more. Staring at the man's back, a strange look passed through Yi Futian's eyes. He'd heard of the witch clan's witch requiem. During that one glance, Gu Zhiqiu seemed to plant demon fire in Yi Futian's mind. This man's plane was much higher than his. His reputation as warlock of the witch clan was not unfounded. Was that a threat? Yi Futian mumbled. If Gu Zhiqiu dared to threaten him after what happened to the Donghua clan, he must be very powerful. This guy is just as domineering as rumored. Lu Feiyang watched as the man walked away. The witch clan always acted strangely without any rules. They'd all experienced the witch's personality. She was honestly a witch. The warlock was different. He was cold and direct. "Is the witch clan all good at spiritual sorcery?" Yi Futian asked. The attack from before had been activated by spiritual sorcery. The witch requiem is most suitable for spiritual sorcerers. They can plant their own print into someone's spiritual energy. "It's terrifying," Lu Feiyang said. "The cultivators of the witch clan are the rarest amongst the top forces, equal only to the Qianqiu temple. Of course, the cottage isn't included in this. But most of the witch clan have such strange powers. From the aspect of personal combat abilities, they aren't any weaker than the top 3 in the center of the Eastern Barren territory. Spiritual sorcerers were always the most dangerous. And if a spiritual sorcerer with eerie powers could merge other methods, he would become even more frightening." "What plane is he now?" Yi Futian asked. It was hard to determine the specific plane he was from the previous attack. Probably the Arcana plane. Lu Feiyang glanced at Yi Futian. "Your plane is lower. There will most likely be more unrest after the Dongqing College opens. You might not be able to participate because of your plane. It's unfortunate. With Yi Futian's talent, this should be his stage. However, he was restricted by his plane. It was hard to fight with the truly most powerful. These people had almost all reached the Arcana plane. Yi Futian was upset. He had been cultivating in isolation for all this time. Now, he'd entered the 6th level Dharma plane, but in the Eastern Barren territory, it was still not enough. Even the younger generation was higher than him. Many were in the Arcana plane. It seemed that he had to work harder. "Should we go back now?" Lu Feiyang asked. "Do you have any ideas?" Yi Futian looked at him. Chaoga was the capital of the Qian dynasty. The former royal family, the Yin family, was forced to become vassals and the dynasty shattered. During a battle, the ancient palace was destroyed, as well as many precious lands. However, some relics are still preserved. The most famous is Tripod Tower. "Are you interested?" "What is that?" Yi Futian asked. "It's the sacred land of the Qian dynasty," Lu Feiyang said. The demonic tripod is outside the tripod tower. It's rumored that this is a very powerful ritual implement. It's a national treasure that can anchor the country's fate. If it can anchor the country's fate, why was their dynasty defeated? Wuxian asked. He clearly didn't believe in the rumors. A country's fate depended on their cultivators. In the era that the Qin dynasty was defeated, no one could lift up the tripod, Lu Feiyang said, chuckling. Of course, no one knows if it's true, but the tripod can definitely help you cultivate by training your body physically. I'm sure many have already gone. Let's go look. Yifutian's eyes glimmered. Lu Feiyang nodded. The group changed direction and started walking. The tripod tower was not far from the Dongqing College. It was near the Yin family. Back then, the Qin dynasty had submitted to the Qin dynasty. The tripod tower was a relic from the Qin dynasty, and it still belonged to the Yin family. Of course, things were different now. The tripod tower had been a sacred land during the Qin dynasty. No one was allowed to approach it, but it had also been destroyed by the Qin dynasty. Adding the fact that the tripod had become a legend, it wasn't as guarded as before. Anyone could go to experience it. Right now, there were many strong cultivators around the tripod tower. People from the top forces were at the forefront. Since they came to Chaoga City, they naturally had to visit the tripod tower. When Yifutian arrived, he saw a huge tripod stand before the tripod tower. There were images on the tripod, seeming to jump into his eyes like godly images. It was terrifying. The tripod was copper and green, seemingly made of bronze. The air seemed to be filled with a powerful force. It could almost absorb the endless spiritual qi from the world. Sitting there, no one could move it. There seemed to be a powerful matrix around the tripod. Streams of mysterious aura wrapped around it. The golden lights looked extremely sacred. What a treasure! Yifutian uttered when he saw it. Since the Qin dynasty defeated the Qin dynasty, why is the tripod here? Why didn't they take it? There's a rumor that this was the most important ritual implement of the Qin dynasty. It can anchor the country's fate. Some call it the king tripod. Others call it the supreme tripod. Lu Feiyang. Look at the carvings, he continued. They're all demons. Of course, the name demonic tripod doesn't merely come from these images. Instead, it's because when the Qin dynasty defeated the Qin dynasty, an extremely talented crown prince came to take the tripod. However, the formerly undefeated crown prince was crushed by the tripod. He died while lifting it. Thus, demonic tripod became its name. The Qin dynasty thinks it is bad luck. Maybe it still anchors the Qin dynasty's last fate. After that, the Qin dynasty didn't touch it for years. Now, many of the younger generation no longer believe the superstition, but still, no one can lift it. The Yin family has completely submitted to the Qin dynasty too. So the strong cultivators of the Qin dynasty won't come to take it away. He continued casually. Furthermore, even if they want to, they might not be able to. The elders of the Qin dynasty naturally won't do something like this. Yifutian nodded. So, despite its powerful reputation, no one had actually used the demonic tripod. It had just guarded this place. At this place, a figure clad in black walked towards the demonic tripod. It's the Witch clan. Many people looked at the man. It was a strong cultivator from the Witch clan. Would he be able to lift the tripod? The man walked below the huge tripod. It stood on 3 legs. He grabbed 2 with his hands and bent forward. With a roar, his veins bulged and witch aura snaked around him. Frightening strength exploded from his arms. The matrix around the demonic tripod flashed. The demonic images were also moving. Golden light flashed around it and horrible power pressed down. The demonic tripod moved. The entire sky seemed to be shaking. With another roar, the strong cultivator lifted the tripod above the ground. But then he grunted, and with a huge boom, the demonic tripod hit the ground. The strong cultivator sprawled on the ground. He spat out blood, his face was pale. It's that powerful? Yifutian's eyes flashed. How can an ordinary member of the Witch clan lift the Qin dynasty's national treasure? Lu Feiyang said. If someone can lift it, they might be killed instantly like the crown prince of the Qin dynasty. It has happened a few times in history. A demonic tripod indeed, Yifutian said. This name really suited it. No wonder people used it. At that time, someone walked over and said, "Many people have tried it before you arrived. They all failed. At most, the tripod would be lifted a few inches. No one could raise it more than 1 foot." The speaker was Nangong Jiao. She had come with the people of the college. Behind her were the young disciples such as Tuobayun, Kuashan, and Tangyi. They'd come due to the tripod's reputation too. "Have you all tried?" Yu Futian asked. "Not yet. Kuashan wants to try though," Nangong Jiao said. Behind her, Kuashan's burly figure walked towards the demonic tripod. Yu Futian looked to him. Kuashan had entered the college with him at the beginning of the year. He was the most talented of the new students. Mountain Elder Zhong Su had accepted him as his own disciple. Kuashan walked to the demonic tripod. With a huge roar, his bones cracked and his body seemed to expand. He had to lower his head to stand there. Back to the tripod, he gripped its legs. With a roar and a burst of power, the air shook and the demonic tripod left the ground. All the muscles on his body were shaking. The tripod was lifted 1 inch, 2 inches. Gradually, under everyone's shocked scrutiny, it was 1 foot away from the ground. Even more terrifying pressure fell on him. The images on the demonic tripod seemed to come to life. Horrible demonic light shone. Kuashan roared again and he slowly set the tripod down. Finally, it landed steadily and he walked from under the tripod, his body still trembling. No one knew what he had experienced. "Wow, the college is indeed extraordinary. He doesn't seem famous, but he's still so powerful." Many people looked to Kuashan in respect. 1 foot was the best achievement yet today, but it was created by an unknown disciple of the college. This was how powerful the college was. Kuashan returned to the group. Tuobayun said to him, "Seems that your crude power is useful." Kuashan gazed at him coolly. Then Tuobayun's eyes moved to Yi Futian and Yusheng. "Will you all try too?" Tuobayun always thought highly of himself, but the cottage's reputation was far above the college. He wanted to see just how talented the legendary cottage disciples were. Yi Futian looked at him indifferently. He could see some competition in the other's eyes. Ignoring him, Yi Futian continued studying the demonic tripod. The demonic tripod was a national treasure. He wasn't that interested in lifting it. If he or Yusheng tried, they would obviously be better than Kuashan. However, his curiosity about the demonic tripod was more than just lifting it. With freedom meditation operating, he looked at the images. He wanted to see through them. As the freedom meditation operated, Yi Futian no longer saw simple images. Instead, he saw shocking demonic intent. The images seemed to come to life like various demons. They enveloped him and the horrible power descended. His mind was surrounded by demons. Boom! An extremely frightening demonic intent descended. It seemed that the stronger his intent was, the stronger the demonic intent released would be. Yi Futian grunted and retracted the freedom meditation. He couldn't continue. Everything went back to normal. The demonic tripod was still just the demonic tripod. What he had seen was like a hallucination, non-existent. But now he understood that no matter what plane someone was in, they would be unable to take the demonic tripod away. This demonic intent could overwhelm any strong cultivator. "What's wrong?" Yi Wuchen asked. Lu Feiyong and Lu Chenyu looked at Yi Futian too. The grunt had been soft, but they still heard it. "This demonic tripod truly is a precious and powerful treasure," Yi Futian said. He wanted to try himself, but just then, another person walked out of the crowd. He moved towards the tripod, attracting shocked cries. He was a monk. He wore clothes of plain cloth and cloth shoes, seemingly poor. However, his temperament was extraordinary. Looking at him made one feel at peace as if he was from another world. This monk was from the Xianxia temple. He had a string of Buddhist beads around his neck and in his hands. He chanted the name of the Buddha as well. Everyone already knew his identity. He was the Arhat of the Xianxia temple. In the Eastern Barren territory, extraordinary figures in the younger generation had titles. Kingdoms had the crown prince and princes. The Witch clan had the warlock and the Fuyun sword clan had the swordmaster. These were all symbols of status. The Xianxia temple then had the Arhat. The title of Arhat had a mysterious history too. It was especially scary. Whether you were from the college or Donghua clan, anyone who saw the Arhat would be unable to say they were better than him. Even the cottage was the same. The Arhat was mysterious and his power was undeniable. Now the Arhat walked from the Xianxia temple group towards the demonic tripod. Arhat, you wish to lift the tripod too? Someone walked to the Arhat and asked. This man wore an elegant robe and spoke politely. Everyone had to respect the Xianxia temple's Arhat. The speaker was a youth from the Yin family. This region belonged to them. The Arhat nodded lightly. The tripod has an evil reputation. Arhat, please be careful, the youth said before retreating. The Arhat walked to the tripod. Unlike the others, he didn't go under it. Instead, he stood before it. His eyes turned gold and a vertical light flashed between his eyebrows. It was like the eye of the Buddha. At that moment, gold light encased the demonic tripod. He chanted in Sanskrit, and the syllables spiraled up, floating to the demonic tripod. They transformed into various words that formed the Buddhist symbol of spirituality, Buddhist swastika. The words converged and enveloped the demonic tripod. He continued speaking. Gradually, more and more Buddhist swastikas appeared, practically covering the entire tripod. They released horrible power from above the tripod that swept through. A windstorm of the Buddha and demon appeared in the sky. So powerful, everyone's hearts trembled. This power wasn't because of how high his plane was. Instead, it was the power of Buddhist sorcery. At this time, Sanskrit words snaked into people's ears. The entire world seemed to be resonating with him, transforming into the power of Buddha. People kept coming from the distance. They were curious after hearing that the Arhat was lifting the tripod. Could the Arhat lift the demonic tripod? Many people from top figures appeared, staring at him. The Buddha's name resonated with the skies and land. Gold spiritual chi went wild. Buddhist swastika covered the entire tripod. Apparitions of Buddhas appeared around the tripod, towering over. The Buddhist swastikas flashed horribly. Then they lifted the demonic tripod. It rose bit by bit above the ground. The Arhat raised it with his sorcery rather than his physical power. 1 inch, 2 inches, 1 foot. Soon, the demonic tripod had surpassed what Quashan had done, and it was still going. Then horrible power fell upon the Arhat. Not only his own body, the Buddha apparitions around him also suffered the power from the tripod. The tripod spun as it rose, releasing shocking light that suppressed everything. It was now 2 feet in the air. Many people were impressed. As expected of the Arhat, he was so powerful. Even more terrifying, this didn't seem to be the limit. The demonic tripod was still rising. Even the strong cultivators of the Yin family were shaken. Many strong cultivators had come in the past, including those of the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan. 3 feet had been the limit. Now, the Arhat was about to go past that. Apparently, that powerful crown prince of Qin years back had been at the pinnacle of the noble plane when lifting the tripod 8 feet high. He had shaken the entire world and the skies changed, but he still didn't give up. He called himself the descendant of the heavens. When he lifted this national treasure, many had been impressed by his will. His abilities were also extremely powerful too. It was such a pity that he was killed. The demonic tripod rose 3 feet and the demonic images could no longer be repressed. They were about to burst free. The Arhat tried to use the Buddhist swastikas to seal the images, but then, one broke. It melted into gold light and disappeared. Sanskrit words filled the air. The tripod was still rotating and rising, however, Buddhist swastikas kept shattering. Gradually, they all disappeared. Beams of horrible light pressed down on those Buddha apparitions, killing them. At the same time, the horrible light charged towards the Arhat. He kept chanting the Buddha's name and a huge Buddhist swastika appeared behind him, spun wildly, forming a shield. Crack! The Buddhist swastika shattered and the Arhat was forced back. The demonic tripod landed heavily with a huge boom. Even the ground shook. Even so, everyone still looked to him in respect. For many of them, it was a miracle to raise the tripod more than 3 feet. It was practically impossible. The youth from the Yin family bowed. Arhat, you opened my eyes today. I'm afraid no one will be able to break this record in the near future. Strong cultivators from the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan had all tried. 3 feet had been the limit. It was difficult to break the record. The Arhat, though, had lifted it more than 3 feet. How high can it be lifted? Yu Futian asked curiously. In Mo's gaze landed on him. Looking at Lu Feiyang, Lu Qinyu, and Yu Shun beside him, Mo had a vague guess as to who he was. If he was this close to the prince and princess of the Lu kingdom, it must be him. Why are you asking? Mo asked. There was none of the respect shown to the Arhat. Yi Futian was from the cottage, but everyone knew the relationship between the cottage and the Qin dynasty. Since the Yin family was under the Qin dynasty, there was no need to be polite to Yi Futian. I'm just curious. How high do you have to raise it before you can take it away? Yi Futian asked. It was a waste to leave it here. Mo was confused. No one could do it through all these years. Why did he have such a laughable idea? Even if he was from the cottage, he had a low plane. He'd clearly overestimated himself if he spoke like that. I do not know. I heard that Yi Futian of the cottage broke many records at the ancient barren world. Why don't you try to break through the limit and take the demonic tripod away? Mo said, chuckling. His tone was slightly mocking. His family's treasured tripod couldn't be compared with those relics in the ancient barren world. I can take it? Yi Futian was surprised. If you can, then do it. Mo reached out in a welcoming gesture. He smiled happily as if he could give the tripod away at any time. No one in all these years could do it, but Yi Futian thought he could succeed in the Dharma plane? He wanted Yi Futian to try and have a very resilient intent. That way, he would die on the spot from the tripod's backlash. The crown prince of the Qin dynasty had been killed by it. It would be interesting if a cottage disciple died too. Even the cottage wouldn't be able to blame anyone. The Yin family is so generous, but I was just saying. I guess I can try too, Yi Futian said, pretending he couldn't tell the mockery. With that, he started walking towards the demonic tripod. Countless gazes from the surroundings fell on him. Other than those in the top forces, many didn't know his status. They only knew that he was Yi Futian from the cottage after Mo said so. He had come to lift the tripod too. Yi Futian walked under the demonic tripod. He didn't plan on using sorcery to lift the tripod like the Arhat. Buddhism was its own sect. It was mysterious and had endless power. He couldn't do it. Thus, he did what most people did. Activating his techniques, his body roared like a dragon. His body was like a true dragon. At the same time, a horrible apparition was released, transforming into a divine ape. Up! Yi Futian roared. The divine ape instantly released horrible power and lifted the demonic tripod. In a moment, terrible power fell upon his body. Spiritual qi went crazy around the demonic tripod. A gust of powerful weight fell upon Yi Futian's body. At that moment, Yi Futian's body was like a demon, a dragon or golden rock. He withstood the horrible weight. The divine ape straightened its back and pushed the demonic tripod up bit by bit. The higher it raised the tripod, the heavier the weight. After a moment, the tripod was 1 foot in the air. Many people stared at Yi Futian. He was indeed a disciple of the cottage. He could raise the demonic tripod to 1 foot at once. His body didn't even directly touch the demonic tripod. Instead, he used his dharma to create a demon that did it. Images on the tripod shone. Those demonic pictures flowed with horrible light, and formless power descended upon it, making it thousands of pounds heavy. It was about to collapse everything. At the same time, horrible demonic will rushed into Yi Futian's mind, transforming into invisible pressure. The pressure went from invisible to visible. The stronger he fought back, the stronger the pressure became. There was no limit to its pressure. Yi Futian's movements were slow, but they didn't stop. The demonic tripod continued rising. He didn't dare lift it all up at once. The fiercer his moves, the stronger the backlash was. If he suddenly hit the limit he could withstand, he would be dead. This tripod had an evil reputation and really had killed people. When the demonic tripod reached 2 feet, the pressure was even stronger. Various demonic images appeared in Yi Futian's mind. A burst of power pressed down on him uncontrollably. The national treasure of the Qian dynasty really could repress anything. Yi Futian felt this pressure. The strong will inside his mind fought against the demonic will that entered. He used the emperor's intent to protect his mind, and light flowed through his body. He was practically undefeatable. However, the demonic tripod stopped. Yi Futian didn't continue lifting it. The power coming from the tripod was already powerful enough. Even though he could continue raising it, he didn't. The powerful intent protected his own from extinguishing. At the same time, his spiritual intent bore the demonic tripod's power. The intent accidentally entered the demonic tripod. He seemed to enter a magical image. It was the devil's world. A moment later, Yifutian's intent retreated. He couldn't borrow the power from the emperor's intent. He couldn't fight against the devil's intent, but he could protect himself from extinguishing. Endless light fell upon his body. Powerful intent rushed into his mind. He actually activated the body-enhancing technique. Dragons seemed to crash around his body and a rock appeared. A divine ape roared. He used the outside force to challenge his body. Lu Feiyang was right. He could indeed use the demonic tripod to exercise his physical body. However, the average man would not do this. After all, who could survive for this long under the demonic tripod? Only the best of the best could do so. Yifutian maintained that posture without moving. The demonic tripod stayed at 2 feet in the air. He closed his eyes, letting the endless power wash over him. To outsiders, Yifutian was using a technique to resist the demonic tripod. He can only do 2 feet, someone muttered while looking at this scene. It would be impressive for someone else to do this, but this was Yifutian. 2 feet wasn't much to brag about. But upon more thought, Yifutian didn't have a high plane of cultivation. 2 feet was already very impressive. Their expectations for the cottage disciples were probably too high. But then they saw Yifutian stay there without moving. He seemed to be at a stalemate with the demonic tripod. He bore the pressure endlessly. What is he doing? Does he wish to continue trying? Just as people were discussing amongst themselves, Yifutian started moving. The demonic tripod rose a bit again. His body rumbled as if his blood was roaring. He was under such extreme pressure. It seems that he isn't satisfied, someone from the Donghua clan said, chuckling. So what if he wasn't satisfied? It will only get more and more difficult. It was hard for Yifutian to advance further. After another while, the divine ape above Yifutian rose up another inch. The pressure was even stronger. Yifutian squeezed his eyes shut. Sweat beaded on his body. Are disciples of the cottage this cautious? Inemo said indifferently as he watched. He wished Yifutian would try more fiercely. It would be hard to get killed if he was so cautious and tried bit by bit. Of course, if Yifutian wouldn't give up and suddenly couldn't withstand it, he could still die. Everyone had different thoughts and ideas, but Yifutian was completely focused. He was submerged in his own cultivation. Using the body-enhancing technique, he continuously exercised his body with the demonic tripod's pressure. Every now and then, he would push the tripod up a bit higher. This was adding more weight, so his cultivation was at the optimal state. Finally, when the tripod was 2.5 feet high, Yifutian's body seemed ready to burst. A horrible windstorm whipped against him and his body pulled taut. His muscles were at their limits. Invisible power rushed in reverse. Spiritual chi formed a terrible windstorm. Yifutian opened his eyes and looked up. The divine ape roared and raised its hands as if to lift up the sky. Endless physical strength exploded on Yifutian's body. The power hit against the tripod, making it shoot up. Seeing this, Inmo's eyes flashed scarily. He really anticipated a scene like this. However, the moment Yifutian's body erupted with boundless power, he flashed and walked out from the tripod like a rock. The horrible power from the demonic tripod almost crushed the air. The tripod fell heavily to the ground, shaking the ground like an earthquake. 3 feet. Everyone saw the distance of the last movement. Had Yifutian used all his power to lift it to this limit? In a way, Yifutian hadn't even done 3 feet because he'd escaped the moment he erupted with power. Previously, the top talents of the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan only lifted 3 feet as well, Inemo said. Hearing this, many people's eyes flashed. Yifutian's plane was low, but he was close to those people. And the Arhat was the most formidable. Yifutian glanced at Inemo and chuckled. He didn't say anything. At that moment, his body had reached its limit. He made a breakthrough in the technique and leveled up in martial arts cultivation. Right now, he felt so good. As for lifting the tripod, was there any meaning if he couldn't cultivate with it? So what if it 3 feet or 4? Someone as modest as him wouldn't care what the others thought of him. Right now, he stared at the demonic tripod with burning eyes. This was such a precious item. It was unfortunate he couldn't take it away. Do you all want to try? Yi Futian asked when he returned to his group. Yi Wuqian shook his head. He was a pure swordsman in training. There were no benefits in lifting the tripod. Yu Shang. Yi Futian's eyes fell on him. Yu Shang nodded. He clearly understood what Yi Futian meant. He walked towards the demonic tripod. This tripod also suited him. He could exercise his physical body. Yu Shang from the cottage. Many gazes fell upon him. Even though Yu Shang wasn't an official disciple, he'd called himself the firewood chopper of the cottage at the Qin dynasty. No one dared to overlook him. He walked under the demonic tripod. He was as muscular as Hua Shan and grabbed the two legs of the tripod. With a burst of strength, he lifted the tripod. Horrible pressure came from the demonic tripod. Yu Xing roared, but the tripod kept rising. It quickly reached 1 foot. Hua Shan's eyes hardened, feeling speechless. This guy was more powerful than him. Tuobayun also shut his mouth. He'd already shut his mouth when Yi Futian started lifting the tripod because he couldn't do it. When the pressure weighed down, Yu Xing's body glowed dark gold. He seemed to be covered in armor. Endless power crushed down. When the formless demonic intent descended, Yu Shang's eyes turned eerie and demonic. The powerful intent feared nothing, and he continued raising the tripod. Slowly, the tripod reached 2 feet. So terrifyingly powerful. Everyone watched Yu Shang. He glowed with demonic dark gold light. His body was about to explode. It was scary, but the tripod was still rising. Horrible demonic intent flooded into Yu Xing's intent. His own intent was frightening too. His eyes seemed to turn into demonic orbs, and whirlpools seemed to appear in his skin that swallowed the power pressing down. At the same time, his intent was absorbing the demonic intent and exercising himself. He pushed the tripod up. It reached 2 feet 1 inch, 2 inches. It approached 3 feet. Many people's hearts trembled. He was close to 3 feet and was stronger than Yi Futian. Oh! Yi Futian's eyes flashed, and there was a strange glint. He sensed something different. Using the freedom meditation, he saw something shocking. The demonic strength flowing through Yu Xing was resonating with the power produced by the demonic tripod. Yi Futian knew that Yu Shang's technique was suitable for lifting the tripod, but he didn't expect this. What kind of power did his godfather give Yu Shang to cultivate? He was even swallowing the power of the demonic tripod. Yu Shang's body was still rising. The demonic tripod had passed 3 feet and was still going. There wasn't any sign of slowing down. What's going on? The strong cultivators nearby were all shocked. Just then, there was a terrible flash behind Yu Shang. Then, huge wings appeared like the wings of a devil. They flapped powerfully as Yu Shang continued up. The demonic tripod became higher and higher. 3 feet, 4 feet, it didn't stop. He had already surpassed the Arhat, but didn't seem to have reached his limit yet. It also seemed that he had no limit. Yi Futian was intrigued. Could they take the demonic tripod away today? If so, he really had to thank the Yin family. A gust of dark power flowed from the demonic tripod to Yu Shang's body. The tripod spun without stop, as if resonating with Yu Shang's intent. The surroundings were affected too. He truly did cultivate the extremely domineering demonic method. It could activate the demonic images and in turn activate his techniques. Covered in armor, he was formidable and powerful now, like an ancient devil. Even so, the demonic tripod was still filled with powerful pressure. As it continued rising, there was strong power pressing down, even as it resonated with him. The two forces clashed against each other. Under the clashing, the demonic tripod continued rising. Yu Shang is so powerful. Everyone's hearts trembled. He had surpassed the Arhat. The power he displayed now was like a devil. The demonic tripod was now 5 feet high. His demonic wings were still flapping. This scene was extremely impressive. He was like a devil lifting the tripod. It was a powerful sight. Mo's eyes were frozen on him. Earlier, he had said that no one could surpass the Arhat's record in the near future, but Yu Sheng had done so. He had even surpassed him by so much. Even more frightening, this wasn't the end. Yu Sheng could continue. Where was his limit? Finally, Yu Sheng stopped at 5 feet. The demonic tripod was in the air. Strands of dark gold light flowed through Yu Sheng's body. Many people were intrigued by this sight. Was he absorbing the demonic tripod's power for cultivation? Yifutian hadn't been obvious, but Yushang was different. Other than repressing his power, the dark gold light seemed to get absorbed by his armor. Strands appeared between him and the demonic tripod. More and more people came over and were shocked by what they saw. This tripod is evil and contains demonic strength. Even the Buddhist techniques couldn't purify it. I felt strong backlash earlier, the Arhat said at that time. Many people turned to look at him. He continued, but he is cultivating with the tripod. His technique must be the powerful demonic method that resonates with the tripod. Hearing this, everyone nodded. They had felt something strange. The Arhat had the Dharmakaksu and could see more things clearly. Since he said so, he must be right. If he receives the tripod, it will be inauspicious, the Arhat said with his palms together in prayer. Everyone's eyes flashed and glinted. What did he mean? Was he saying that Yushang was inauspicious? Arhat, what do you mean? Someone from the Donghua clan asked. An inauspicious man will have bloody hands. He will be a sinner that brings retributions. The Arhat seemed to be a compassionate man. Yifutian's eyes flashed and he looked over coldly. It is not like a Buddhist to come to brash conclusions, Yifutian said coolly. How could the Arhat decide Yusheng would definitely bring retribution? The Arhat gazed at him. Since I said so, I definitely did not decide brashly. If you are so compassionate, why are you here instead of saving the world? Yifutian said sarcastically. He had come to lift the tripod but was now preaching to the audience. Yushang had a bad temper, but he wasn't a murderer. His anger was only created because of Yifutian. The Arhat shook his head but didn't continue. Yushang continued cultivating. The demonic tripod rose bit by bit. After a while, it was already 6 feet in the air. Inemo stared at this in shock. To him, this was like a miracle. The Yin family guarded the tripod tower, but no one had ever done this. Even the disciples of the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan could only reach 3 feet. The Arhat hadn't gone past 4 feet. Now, Yushang had completely broken the records. The crown prince of Qin had reached 8 feet. Could Yushang surpass that? He thought of the myths left behind by the ancestors. Thinking of how Yushang might surpass 8 feet, Yin Mo's expression changed. As the demonic tripod rose, the spiritual qi around it went wild. They seemed to be covered in dark light. Strands of air current flowed to a terrifying extreme. The sky changed color and the pressure even went towards the surroundings. This wasn't the limit either. As Yusheng cultivated, the demonic tripod continued rising. In the darkness, everyone felt a frightening aura. Even if they weren't the one lifting the tripod, they still felt the pressure. It seemed to come down from thin air. Some people retreated. The pressure was so strong. It felt that they were all lifting the tripod instead of just Yushang. The tripod was now at 7 feet. The sky and ground were completely black. Everyone kept retreating, and even people from far away could see this phenomenon. Some people hurried over. Inemo looked more and more uncomfortable. What would happen if Yusheng really could reach 9 feet? Was he supposed to let Yushang take the tripod? The demonic tripod was his family's treasure. Even if no one in the Yin family could use it now, it had still been there since the Qian dynasty. His family always hoped that a later descendant could accomplish it. If Yusheng from the cottage took it, it wouldn't belong to them anymore. Thinking of his earlier words, he started regretting. How could anyone imagine this? This was something not even the elders of the Yin family could accomplish. Who would have thought that someone in the Dharma plane could do it? Right now, he was praying Yusheng would get killed. Back then, the Qin crown prince had lifted the tripod 8 feet and wanted to continue to take the tripod away. That was when he was killed by the backlash. Inemo had never seen the scene, but Yushang couldn't be more powerful than a crown prince. Right? Behind Inemo, there was a tower that stood there, facing Yushang. The tripod tower wasn't just the demonic tripod. There was also this tower. It was also a relic from the Qian dynasty. A group walked out of the tower now. They seemed to sense some change and looked over. The leader was very extraordinary and stood out from the crowd. However, his expression was cold and proud. He was Yin Zhen, the youngest representative of the Yin family. Now he walked over and gazed at Yushang. "What is going on?" he asked Inemo. "Who is this?" Seeing Yin Zhen's arrival, Yin Mo's expression changed. "You Xing from the cottage." "You Xing." Yin Zhen's eyes flashed. He quickly thought of someone. Apparently, Gu Donglu had gone to the Qin dynasty because Yu Xing had been hurt by one of Donghua clan's nobles. He looked up towards Yu Shang. Yu Shang was using the demonic tripod to cultivate, and the tripod rose up bit by bit. It gradually approached the 8 feet mark. This was what the Crown Prince had done many years ago. The matrices around him kept getting activated. The demonic tripod released power crazily. It was like the end of the world. Finally, Yu Shang reached 8 feet. There were countless figures in the vast sky. They had all come from afar to watch Yu Shang. The scene before their eyes was extremely shocking. A devil was raising the tripod. Yin Mo opened his mouth to speak but then stopped. His eyes fell upon Yi Futian and said, "During the Qin dynasty, the Qin crown prince raised the tripod to 8 feet and wanted to continue. However, he suffered from the backlash and was killed. He is now at 8 feet. If he continues, it will be too dangerous. You should tell him to stop." Yi Futian gazed at Yin Mo. Yu Xin was now at 8 feet and was still cultivating. He was working steadily and rising bit by bit. He could resonate with the demonic tripod and fight back against the repressive force. Why should he stop? Yu Xing really wanted to take it away. Earlier, he'd asked Yin Mo how to take the tripod, but Yin Mo said he didn't know. Yin Mo's attitude hadn't been like this before. He'd hoped that they would raise the tripod and wished they would get killed. Now, he was worrying for Yu Xing's safety. Yi Futian didn't believe him. There was only one reason for him to say this. It was possible for Yu Shang to take the tripod, and Yin Mo knew the limit. Thinking of this, Yi Futian chuckled. Yu Shang knows his limits. If he really is lucky enough to take the demonic tripod, I'll have to thank the Yin family. Take it. Yin Zhen's eyes flashed at this. He said, "The demonic tripod is our family's, but is open to the public. Anyone can try to lift it, but who said you could take it?" Yi Futian frowned at this. Were they eating their words now? "I only know that someone from the Yin family said that if you can take it, then do as you please." Everyone here heard it, Yi Futian said indifferently. They had risked their lives to lift the tripod, but now the Yin family was joking with him? Impossible. It dawned on Yin Zhen. He gazed coldly at Yin Mo. The latter looked uncomfortable. Looking at Yi Futian, he said, "That was just a joke. Did you take it for real? Who's joking with you?" Yi Futian gazed coolly at him. Did Yin Mo really think he couldn't understand his attitude from before? Yin Mo had hoped the demonic tripod would kill them and egg them on. But now he said he had been joking? The people who heard this conversation were shocked. Would Yu Xing really be able to take the tripod? The Yin family seemed to regret it. Of course, they could see that when Yin Mo agreed earlier, he had been gleeful. He definitely didn't expect this result, so now he was panicking. Yin Zhen's expression was extremely cold. He looked from Yin Mo to Yi Futian and said, "Yin Mo cannot represent the Yin family. Do not take those words seriously." While he spoke, Yu Xin was still rising. He had gone past 8 feet, surpassing the Qin crown prince. Hearing Yin Zhen's words, Yi Futian looked up at Yu Shang in the sky. He knew it from the eyes of the Yin family. There was a great possibility for Yu Shang to take the demonic tripod. At this moment, both Yin Zhen and Yin Mo were a little bit nervous. Especially Yin Mo, who had spoken carelessly because he never predicted this situation. Were they going to take their words back? Since you belong to the Yin family and you have been the keeper of the demonic tripod for so many years, you can represent the Yin family. Your words count. Yi Futian looked at Yu Shang instead of Yin Zhen. At this moment, the scene was strange. The sky was dark and frightening. Since Yin Mo had said they could do whatever they wanted, they would definitely take this treasure away. Moreover, this demonic tripod was perfect for Yu Xing. Standing in the center of the storm, Yu Xing's life seemed to be at stake. Therefore, it was impossible for Yin Zhen to end things by saying that Yin Mo could not stand for the Yin family. Yin Zhen stepped forward to under the demonic tripod, followed by his other family members. He glanced at Yi Futian. He did not have much fear when facing a disciple of the cottage. The Yin family was low-key, but that didn't mean they were weak. As the former lord, they still dominated Chaoga City even though they had declined. Moreover, they were attached to the Qin dynasty. There was already a conflict between the Qin dynasty and the cottage, so he didn't have to fear the disciples of the cottage. Nemo didn't speak properly. He will get punished. However, if you, as a disciple of the cottage, purport to seize our treasure that has been passed down through generations, intending to bully us, the Yin family will not let you go. Jin stared at Yi Futian coldly. Now that the demonic tripod is lifted high enough, it's time for him to stop or he will be hurt. We don't wish to see someone from the cottage get hurt. He has never had such a worry. Yi Futian glanced at Jin and said, therefore, don't bother yourselves. People in the distance sensed the hostility growing between the two. They realized that it was very possible for Yushang to take the demonic tripod away. Obviously, the Yin family couldn't allow that. Zhan stared at Yi Futian, but Yi Futian didn't look at him. He still looked at the figure in the sky. The pressure on Yushang's body had reached a dreadful level. Endless dark lights flowed through him. The demonic tripod rose extremely slowly, but it was still rising. Every inch higher was enough to make the Yin family tense up. They desperately looked forward to seeing Yusheng be killed just like the former crown prince. A terrible storm was coming. The patterns on the demonic tripod seemed to be alive like devils. Just then, Yusheng roared. The magic lights were still flowing in him. His body continued ascending fiercely inch by inch, gradually approaching 9 feet. The sky changed. Those devils seemed to come to life. Beams of lights projected straight into the sky. The magic lights here were so dazzling, even going to the tower behind the tripod. Beams of light burst from the tripod tower like lights of the 5 elements and descended onto the demonic tripod. A voice was heard from the tower. Put it down. This voice fell on the demonic tripod like thunder. More pressure descended on it like a tyrannical will accompanying the lights of 5 elements. With a loud bang, the demonic tripod shook. Yushang spat out a mouthful of blood and fell down. The weight above the tripod pressed down to crush him. Yushang was going to be killed. There was a shocking roar and a devilish apparition appeared above Yushang. It pushed against the demonic tripod so that it couldn't kill Yushang on the spot. Everyone looked up to the tower. Who could it be? Acting at this critical time, the speaker intended to kill Yusheng. The scene was too thrilling. Yusheng had been pushed down to 3 feet. If he wasn't strong enough, he would have been killed. Though the power contained in that voice was not very strong, any slight force could be fatal to Yusheng when he was fighting against the power from the demonic tripod. Was it the Yin family's act? But by common sense, they should not be so bold. After all, Donghua clan had done a similar thing not long ago, and the result was that the noble was disabled. The Yin family was indeed attached to the Qin dynasty, but they did not belong to the top forces. They wouldn't dare bully the cottage, or the consequences could be disastrous. Yi Futian's expression changed. He looked up to the tower with extremely cold eyes. How could someone dare to intervene at this time? Yusheng had almost been killed. His extremely cold eyes fell on Injin. Even Injan's expression had changed a little. He knew what was going on, but that was not what he wanted to see. Yi Futian stepped out, but he was stopped by Injin. Injin persuaded, let him stop. We are sorry for what happened in the tower, but we didn't mean to do it. Move. Yi Futian looked at Injin coldly. They just denied what Inemo had promised. Now they wanted to shirk responsibility too. He would like to see who was in the tower. Yi Futian walked toward the tower, followed by Yi Wuchen. Lu Feiyong and Lu Qinyu were left to watch Injan's people. Yi Futian flew straight to the sky above the tower. He suddenly saw 2 figures standing in the corridor of the tower. The man's handsomeness was peerless, while the woman's beauty was matchless. People were all amazed at the sight of the two. They were Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengrua. Qian Shanmu was known as number 1 in rhythmic sorcery among the young generations. Qin Mengrua was the princess of the Qin dynasty. They were the bride and bridegroom who should be preparing for their wedding in Chaoga City. Why were they here? Clearly, the Yin family invited them here. However, Qian Shanmu shouldn't be the one who had spoken. There was something still unknown in that tower. Yi Futian stood before it. He was stopped by Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengrua. The entrance was behind them. Move! Yi Futian glanced at the two. Qin Mengrua frowned. Her eyes were proud. She didn't expect that Yi Futian would talk to her in such a rude way. This is the Yin family's land, Qian Shanmu said. It's inappropriate for you to come here. Yi Futian didn't care about them and just released his dharma. The moon and sun appeared at the same time. Xianxia frowned. You are my match yet. Sunlight and moonlight from Yi Futian's dharma came down at the same time, shooting toward Qian Shanmu and Qin Mamrua. Qian Shanmu took out his flute and began to play. Suddenly, a frenzied storm came and shrouded the area. The flute was sharp and harsh. When the dharma met the sound, it turned into spiritual qi and dissipated. Yi Futian stepped forward with an amazing speed. His body seemed to have transformed into flames. He released ancient words that burned towards Qian Shanmu. He also raised his hands and sent out a handprint that destroyed everything. Qian Shanmu's music turned into sharp swords and ripped Yi Futian's dharma apart. That terrible spirit contained in the sound seemed to turn into arrows. Spiritual qi went wild and the golden arrows, guided by the rhythmic sorcery, shot toward Yi Futian. Boom, boom, boom. Frantic power broke out. Arrows were burnt, but the handprint broke too. Yi Futian backed off, but the icy intent released by the dharma kept blooming. Countless arrows froze and fell down. So powerful. Yi Futian deserves to be a disciple of the cottage. But there is still a distance between him and Qian Shanmu, people commented. However, Yi Futian didn't intend to give up. He kept moving forward while his aura was growing more furious. Almost at the same time, a sword appeared. Yi Wuchen had acted. The sword went directly toward Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengrua. Go inside, Yi Wuchen told Yi Futian. His sword was stopped by Qian Shanmu. But the next moment, both Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengrua fell into his sword world. They saw countless fierce swords rushing toward them. Qian Shanmu's flute grew harsher. It was as if numerous spiritual arrows penetrated into Yi Wuchen's brain. However, his spiritual swords also penetrated into Qian Shanmu's brain. With countless swords sweeping over, Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengrua were forced to retreat. Who is he? Someone saw Yi Wuchen and asked. He is Yi Wuchen from the Kangyi Kingdom, another answered. He and Yi Futian became famous in the barren ancient world at the same time. He is now the disciple of the Fuyun sword clan. They didn't expect that Yi Wuchen to be strong enough to beat back Qian Shanmu. Yi Futian rushed into the tower with an extreme speed. There was another door in the tower. There were strong cultivators guarding outside the door of the Yin family. They stared at Yi Futian indifferently, blocking his path. Yi Futian looked inside coldly. Tell him to give up, one of them said indifferently. Judging from their auras, they were at the noble level. The guards were actually nobles. You've learned nothing, have you? A voice said from the outside. Then a figure rushed into the tower. It was Luofan. He looked at the two nobles beside the door and asked, Do you remember what happened at the Qin Palace? The two nobles frowned. They knew what happened outside, though they were always guarding here. They had heard about what happened in the Qin dynasty too. But we won't let the cottage rob the Yin family's treasure, one of the nobles responded coldly. Luofan stepped forward. The fire stick in his hand instantly turned red. Suddenly, Flame Dragon Whip appeared, dancing in the tower. Luofan did not say anything unnecessary. This was the second time. Previously, the Donghua clan had already done something similar. Now, even the dying dynasty dared to bully the cottage like this. The dragon whip charged out. Many fire dragons seemed to appear in the sky and swept towards the two nobles directly. The two emitted a violent aura. They retreated to the side and did not dare to release too much power in case it would cause the entire tower to collapse. Seeing an opening, Yi Futian flashed forward, stepping into the door. How dare you? The two nobles wanted to stop him, but the dragon whip lashed onto the space. Even the space seemed to be cut into two pieces by the flaming dragon whip, and they did not dare to resist it head-on. At the moment, many cultivators had arrived outside the tower. The people from the Qin dynasty, the Donghua clan, and the Yin family reached gradually, all wanting to enter the tower. However, on the eaves of the tower, a figure was standing quietly. It was Shuiyi, the fourth disciple of the cottage. Thousands of pages danced around him and flooded the entire space, blocking everyone outside. Does the cottage intend to cross the line? A cultivator from the Yin family said coldly, staring at Shuiyi. I have something to announce. Although Yuxing is not officially a cottage disciple yet, his status is equivalent to one. The Yin family should pray that he is fine at the moment. Otherwise, there will be no more Yin family in the Eastern Barren Territory, Shui said calmly and looked at the cultivator from the Yin family as if it was something very ordinary. Are you joking? A cultivator from the Qin dynasty said emotionlessly. The Yin family was a subsidiary force of the Qin dynasty. Scholars are all honest people. We don't joke, Shui said. The faces of the people from the Yin family turned extremely pale. The disciples of the cottage would always do what they had said. Even a noble from the Donghua clan was disabled by them just like that. Actually, the people from the Yin family naturally did not dare to deal with Yushang like that. Otherwise, if he really died, it would also be a disaster for the Yin family. However, the person who just shouted was not a current member of the Yin family but a being in the tower. Do scholars like to snatch what they like by force as well? A cultivator from the Donghua clan questioned. I can testify for this. Someone from the Yin family said himself that cottage disciples can take the demonic tripod away if they have the ability to do so. Lu Feiyang smiled and said, It's not just me. Many people here should have heard this as well. The looks from the cultivators of the Yin family were extremely cold as they stared at Yin Mo who was below them. At the moment Yin Mo's body was trembling. Clearly, he knew that his unintentional words had gotten them into much trouble. The people of my Yin family are not disciplined enough, an elder of the Yin family said. That's it? Not disciplined enough? Shui smiled. Furthermore, you almost killed my cottage disciple. The cottage wants to snatch the treasure of my Yin family and yet you sound so righteous. This is way too much. In the sky, another cultivator had arrived. It was the master of the Yin family. He had a terrifying aura around his body as if he was a ferocious beast. His burly body was filled with an extremely violent strength. The third brother once said that cottage disciples are reasonable. However, since we have met unreasonable people, we can only speak with our fists. Shui Yi looked at the master of the Yin family, and his voice suddenly turned dominating. We are bullying your Yin family. So what? Dong. The master of the Yin family took a step forward, and his might crushed everything beside him. Try it if you dare. Suddenly, a cold voice spread out. Many people looked in that direction and saw a lady standing proudly. The lady had a proud temperament and was standing with her body straight. Behind her, there were many other cultivators. A mountain elder from the college. Some people knew her identity. Zhu Qing, a mountain elder in the college. This time, it was not only the cottage which came from the college. 2 mountain elders went down the mountain as well. The mountain elders were preceded only by the college chief. Unlike the ordinary college disciples, they naturally knew what to do in this kind of situation. At the moment, another cultivator arrived at the place. He had a very sharp temperament and was carrying a blade behind his back. He was from the Sword Saint Mountain. After the event at the Qin dynasty, my master said that anyone who bullies his junior at the cottage will do so at his own risk, the person said emotionlessly. Immediately, the whole atmosphere became tense. When the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan teamed up, they were naturally a superpower in the Eastern Barren Territory. However, the cottage, the college, and the Sword Saint Mountain were no weaker when they joined up either. If a war really was to break out, the entire Eastern Barren Territory would be covered in blood. As for the Yin family, although it had a strong power in Chaoga City, it was really too weak when compared to such a force. The master of the Yin family stopped in his spot. The atmosphere immediately became extremely tense. The people from all the major forces had already arrived. Seeing the scene, a strange expression appeared on their faces. The event at the moment looked somewhat similar to the one at the Qin dynasty. However, in the last time, the cottage disciples appeared to be isolated and helpless. The issue was only solved after Gu Donglu went down the mountain. This time was different. After the last event, the Sword Saint had made his position directly and instructed his disciples on what to do. Therefore, today the Sword Saint Mountain stood out at once. Furthermore, there was also the college this time. The college had 9 mountains. Apart from the first mountain where the college chief resided and the cottage, there were still 7 mountains. All the 7 mountain elders were not simple. The situation went into a stalemate at this instant. Yushang was trying to lift the tripod again, and he was still as violent as before. The demonic tripod was emitting a whizzing sound and even caused the sky to darken. Along with the 2 parties facing each other in a stalemate, the atmosphere appeared to be extremely repressed. At the moment, Yi Futian stepped into the hall in the tower. The magnificent hall was emitting an ancient feeling. Yi Futian stared at the space in front of him directly. There was a matrix which was crafted from many brilliant symbols. Inside the matrix, there was an illusory figure formed by willpower which looked like an elder. Previously, when Yushang was attacked, Yi Futian already knew that it was a will attack. Now, when he saw the scene, he realized that the illusory figure was a person from the previous generation in the Yin family. His will did not dissipate and was kept by the matrix so that he could be worshipped at this place. Around the matrix, there were 5 rods. On each rod, a light of different color was flowing, and they represented the 5 elements respectively. The matrix was connected by the 5 illusory rods. It rotated continuously and repeatedly to absorb the power of the 5 elements in the world. The elder stared coldly at Yi Futian. He had clearly sensed the situation outside. His action of interrupting the person who was trying to lift the tripod seemed to have brought much trouble to the Yin family, which he did not expect to happen. He was worshipped at this place. Although he did know some of the things happening outside, his knowledge was very limited. Obviously, he did not know what happened in the Qin dynasty. Today, the younger generation of the Yin family had brought the 2 geniuses from the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan to the place in order to learn from him. He gave the 2 a lecture before the event regarding Yushang happened. Ancestor of the Yin family? Yi Futian glanced coldly at the figure. His roar almost caused the demonic tripod to kill Yu Xing on the spot. He walked forward and approached the matrix. Youngster, this is not where you are supposed to enter. Go out, the illusory figure said emotionlessly. The rods are not bad. Can you give them to me for free? Yi Futian neared the matrix and reached out his hand. Holding one of the rods installed in the place, he applied a gentle force and wanted to pull it out. Bang! A violent, invisible gust of spiritual qi erupted and enveloped him, pressuring his body. The illusory figure said coldly, "You think that I do not dare to kill you? You have already seen the situation outside. If anything happens to me, the Yin family will die with me." Yi Futian smiled as if he was not worried at all. He continued to exert force, attempting to take the rod away. The illusory figure looked frustrated. If the rods were taken away, the matrix would collapse and his existence could no longer be maintained. Are all the young people today so presumptuous? He stared at Yi Futian. In an instant, he turned into a frightening willpower and started to pressure Yi Futian. At this moment, Yi Futian only felt like he was standing against a top noble. The might wanted to crush his will. Do you want to leave yourself? Or do you need me to send you away? An emotionless voice erupted in Yi Futian's mind as if the illusory figure had charged into his mind directly. He sounded extremely arrogant. Idiot! A mocking smile appeared on Yi Futian's face. Then, water and flame intense exploded simultaneously and enveloped the illusory will directly. Yi Futian was actually waiting for him to launch a willpower attack. If it was a real top-level noble will, he would lose. However, the opposite party was trying to pressure him with a residue willpower only. You are overconfident, the elder said coldly and allowed the water and flame intense to approach himself. Is it? The 2 communicated through their wills. On Yi Futian's body an extremely dazzling light was flowing as if it was Emperor's light. The water and flame intense charged into the illusory will. A divine flame seemed to appear on the flame intent and turned into several ancient characters. Fire, flare, blaze. Every ancient character seemed to contain an emperor's imprint. The illusory figure gasped in horror as he could only feel his will starting to burn. At the same moment, the icy intent engulfed him as well. It was sufficient to freeze any willpower to death. Under the water and flame intense, the illusory figure cried in pain and roared angrily. Go away! The illusory figure turned extremely violent as he tried to break free and escape. You can go and really die now. Yi Futian's voice was very cold. The will of the elder was slowly eaten away. At the center of the matrix, the elderly figure trembled wildly and turned lighter and lighter. Help! He shouted loudly. Outside the tower, many people were astonished, especially those from the Yin family. Get out of the way, the master of the Yin family roared in anger and stepped forward, causing Shuiya's spells to erupt totally. At the same time, a dragon whip struck out and actually caused 2 nobles to be blown away. Then Luo Fan appeared at the place as well. Seeing Luo Fan's emergence, many people were momentarily stunned. Even Shui Yi had a strange expression on his face as he said, "It's not you. I think the little brother can settle it himself," Luo Fan said. "Quick!" The figure in the tower called for help again. In the matrix, the figure became more and more illusory. Gradually, it turned into nothingness and totally disappeared. Yifutian looked in front of him coldly. The matrix stopped slowly and the 5 illusory rods around it actually turned into 5 beams of light which flew towards the same spot. They converged together and turned into a single body. The rod was glittering with the light of 5 different colors. Yifutian was stunned for a while. It seemed that apart from the matrix, the power of the ritual implement was also used to seal the willpower of the ancestor of the Yin family at this place. He released his will and entered the rod. Immediately, a link was formed between Yifutian and the rod. Extending his arm, the rod flew into his hand. The spiritual qi of the 5 elements circled around the rod which could change its color depending on the element. 5-element rod. Yifutian's eyes sparkled and he controlled his willpower. Immediately, the rod turned flame red, as if it could burn everything in the world. Then, he controlled his will again and the rod turned green and extremely soft. He swung his hand and the rod started to extend. Could even bend like vines. Air! Yifutian blinked his eyes. The 5-element rod could actually change its form. It was indeed a treasure. It seemed that he really had to thank the Yin family. Raising his legs, Yifutian began to walk outside. At the moment, the atmosphere outside the tower was already extremely tense. The master of the Yin family wanted to enter by force, but Xu Qing appeared before him. The master of the Yin family knew that although the Yin family was a subsidiary force under the Qin dynasty, if a war really was to break out, the Yin family would suffer the most. Furthermore, it was still unknown whether the Qin dynasty would really start a war because of the Yin family in the first place. Yifutian walked out of the tower. At once, he was greeted by countless stares. Seeing the rod in Yifutian's hand, the face of the master of the Yin family instantly turned extremely cold as he stared firmly at Yifutian. "You destroyed the matrix?" "Yup." Yifutian nodded and was very calm. "You wanted to take away the demonic tripod of my Yin family. And now you have destroyed the will of my ancestor. This is really too much." The master of the Yin family roared in anger. "Don't pretend like you have been wronged." Xu Qing glanced at the master of the Yin family emotionlessly. "I already know what happened. You said that the words from the person who guards the demonic tripod cannot represent the attitude of the entire Yin family. Do you think the people from the college are all idiots? If it's just like that, we can ignore it. But when Yu Xin was about to break the binding and lift the tripod, you suppressed him by force directly. If Yu Xing is not a member of the college, I think that even if he was killed, you all would not even frown and hesitate a bit. Now, you want to act as if you are the pitiful person here." The people around were all speechless. This was, in fact, the reality. Power is above everything. If Yu Xin was not from the cottage, he would not dare to think about taking the demonic tripod away. Otherwise, he would not even know what killed him. The Yin family felt wronged because they could not do anything, and that in turn was because of their strength, because they were against the college. Just as they were talking, an extremely violent aura was released near the demonic tripod. Yu Xing seemed to have turned into a devil completely and broke the binding continuously. He lifted the tripod to 9 feet high and even the sky seemed to discolor. Following a loud roar, the endless power of the matrix dissipated and the repressive force vanished. Lifting the tripod, Yu Xing ascended into the air like an overpowering demon king. He did it. Everyone was shocked. Yu Xing caused the demonic tripod to break free from the binding of the matrix. The demonic tripod was still filled with a shocking demonic will, but the patterns and light on the tripod were disappearing slowly. In the next moment, the huge demonic tripod turned into a small tripod and landed in Yu Sheng's palm. The demonic forces in the sky dissipated. Yu Sheng had done what nobody could in thousands of years. The demonic tripod finally found its master. Amitba. The Arhat put his hands together and said softly, "Ominous sign." Everyone around looked at the Arhat. Previously, the Arhut already said that if Yuxing was to get the demonic tripod, something very evil would happen. Now Yuxing did it. Did it mean that in the future, he would really kill a lot of people just like what the Arhut had said? The tripod was left by the ancestors of my Yin family. The expression of the master of the Yin family froze. The demonic tripod was really lifted by Yushang. Clearly, he was planning to bring the tripod away. The demonic tripod has found its master and can finally release its radiance. The Yin family should be happy instead. Zhu Qing glanced at Yushang. The master of the Yin family looked extremely annoyed. In the tripod tower, both the demonic tripod and the will of their ancestor were actually indeed quite useless to the Yin family. However, they were the only remains from the previous generations. They were the proofs that the Yin family had once been glorious. The tripod tower zone was open to the public and anyone could come and try to lift the tripod. The purpose of this was so that other people in the world would not forget that the Yin family was once grand. However, because of the events today, the remains were all taken away. Furthermore, the Yin family had also lost all its face. As for the death of his ancestor, he was actually not very bothered. The ancestor had been worshipped for so many years and was already valueless long ago. Now, he even brought a disaster to the Yin family. The master of the Yin family also knew that if the ancestor did not attack and almost kill Yushang, the issue might still be alleviated. However, after he launched the attack, the conflict broke up completely. The Yin family was wrong in the first place. Since the cottage had all the reasons on their side, they would certainly be domineering. Everyone knew what kind of place the college cottage was. The atmosphere froze at this instant. The college and the cottage would not actively start a dispute. However, if they were provoked, they were not afraid to start a war. The others could choose whether to offend them or not. In fact, this kind of attitude would usually be the most difficult one to deal with. They were all major forces standing at the top of the pyramid in the Eastern Barren territory. Who would dare to start a war so easily? Even if they did and one of the forces won, the force would also just barely win and suffer a huge loss. Those forces watching the war in safety would then reap the spoils without any effort. I heard that you were threatened by Gu Zhiqiu not long ago? At the moment, among the people from the Qin dynasty, Qin Li suddenly looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled, and he stared at Qin Li. The people from the college and the cottage frowned. You disgraced his junior sister as a servant and were threatened. Then, you came to the Yin family and bullied them by taking advantage of your background. Only able to do those small tricks. Is that you, Yi Futian? Qin Li smiled mockingly. Since this is the case, Senior Yin, we will just give the treasure to the cottage for free. A few days later, we will have some friendly fights with the college disciples. How is that? Hearing Qin Li's words, the master of the Yin family knew that he could not do anything else. Clearly, the Qin dynasty was not willing to start a war because of the issue. As the grandson of the king of Qin, Qin Li's words were naturally impactful. What did the Yin family have to deal with the college? All right, we'll give it to the college for free. The master of the Yin family gritted his teeth and said. Many of the onlookers around felt somewhat disappointed. Do they not dare to start a war in the end? Onlookers who are watching for fun will never be afraid that the matter may get out of hand. Of course, they also knew that it was not easy for these kinds of forces to start a war. Please. Qin Li signaled everyone to give way. Immediately, all the people stepped aside to allow the people from the college to leave. He appeared to be very polite. He smiled and looked at Yi Futian, as if he was not the loser. Let's go, Zhu Qing said. The group stepped out and passed through the crowd. When Yi Futian passed by Qin Li, he stopped for a moment. Looking at Qin Li, he smiled, and then he left the place. Qin Li's eyes sparkled. The smile Yi Futian had before he left was very weird. What did he mean? Yushang, Yi Futian shouted. Yushang followed the group and they walked away. On the way, Luofan walked beside Yi Futian and asked, What did Gu Zhiqiu do to you? He warned me, but it's no big deal. Qin Li incited us deliberately. He probably hopes that we will fall out with the witch clan. Yi Futian smiled. He knew exactly what Qin Li was thinking. The Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan had teamed up. The two superpowers then established a college. Also, Qin Li went to the Moon Clan to chase the virgin Chu Yaoyao. Obviously, they wanted to ally with various forces and give the college a blow first by pulling it down from its sacred position. Since when did you have such a low profile? Luo Fan smiled and did not say anything else. Yu Futian and his team went back to their individual residences. The news quickly spread in Chaoga City. A cottage disciple actually snatched the treasure of the Yin family by force. Yi Futian was even described by Qin Li as someone who could only do small tricks. Furthermore, according to Qin Li, the warlock Gu Zhiqiu from the Witch clan threatened Yi Futian because of his junior Gu Biyue. Both the cottage and Yi Futian did not reply anything. Was it because they knew they were in the wrong? Anyhow, Yi Futian's own level was not high, but he had been creating trouble in many places by relying on the name of the cottage. It seemed that he was indeed a troublemaker and unworthy of his name. Yi Futian's reputation was ruined in such an odd way. However, he did not bother to pay attention to the rumors outside. Common people were always like this. Their thoughts were easily changed by the words of others. They believed that whatever everyone else was saying must be true. However, if one was really that outstanding, there would eventually be a day when everyone would know one's name and what kind of person one was. There was no need to explain or to deliberately prove anything. In the next few days, Yi Futian and Yuxing both kept a low profile. In the inn, Yuxing was quietly cultivating. At the moment, he was sitting inside the demonic tripod. The tripod had restored to its original size and was standing on the ground. Yuxing released his demonic art and drew the power of the demonic tripod. In an instant, the demon patterns on the tripod seemed to have come alive. A terrifying demonic light flew and gushed into Yu Sheng's body wildly. The entire scene was very appalling. A rumbling sound erupted forcefully from the demonic tripod. There seemed to be an extremely violent power that was perfecting Yu Sheng's physical body. After cultivating for quite a while, a fierce bang was suddenly heard. A beam of dark demonic light charged up towards the roof and crushed the room. Yuxing emerged on the spot. The demonic tripod turned into a small tripod which he held in his hand. A monstrous demonic light was flowing on his body. Yu Futian came to the place. Glancing at the room which had largely disappeared, he rolled his eyes. Can this guy not make such an exaggerated impact when he cultivates? You managed to break through? Yu Futian asked Yuxing. Yup, Yuxing nodded. I have entered the 7th level Dharma plane. Can't you be quieter? Yu Futian widened his eyes at Yuxing. I can't control it. Yuxing was somewhat innocent. Apart from enhancing the body and cultivating, what else can the demonic tripod do? Yu Futian asked. It's all demonic powers. Not suitable for you. Yuxing simpered at Yu Futian. You should use it to help you to cultivate, Yu Futian said. In these few days, the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan had been spreading malicious remarks about him, but they were still considered to have had a low profile. However, on the opening day of the Dongqing College, the two forces would probably not keep to such a low profile anymore. They had made the event so grand. The marriage between Chen Shanmu and Qin Mengrua was also meant to give publicity to the event. Furthermore, in the tripod tower, Qin Li tolerated his anger as well. How could it be that the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan did not plan anything special? It was just that at the moment, nobody knew exactly what kind of surprise they had planned for the college. It was the last day of the year 10002 of the Divine Prefecture calendar. The end of yet another year. The last day of every year was quite extraordinary and meaningful to the Divine Prefecture of the East. To the people of the Divine Prefecture, it was a day of reunion. The year was almost over and the next one was about to come. On the last day of this year, Chaoga City was particularly lively. At the moment, all the top forces had gathered in Chaoga. Apart from that, countless people had also come from the central area of the Eastern Barren Territory waiting to see the grand occasion on the next day. Many people would spend the year-end in Chaoga City. At night, the crescent moon hung high in the sky, embellished by many tiny stars. In the sky above Chaoga City, fireworks bloomed every now and then. The entire place looked very prosperous and spectacular. At the place where the cultivators from the Donghua clan were staying, there was a courtyard. At the moment, a lady was sitting there and playing her guqin. Under the night sky, she seemed extremely ethereal. Her elegant appearance and jasper-like purity made her look like a beauty who was not even from this world. She was Hua Qingxing, one of the top 3 beauties of the Eastern Barren Territory and the fairy in the minds of all the Donghua clan disciples. However, nobody in the Donghua clan dared to have any evil thoughts about her. A person would not think about disrespecting Hua Qingqing after merely seeing her face. Furthermore, everyone in the Donghua clan knew that only he was the Mr. Right for Hua Qingqing. Only he deserved a lady like Hua Qingqing. He was obviously the person who was honored by the leader of the Donghua clan as a genius that would only appear in the clan once every 100 years. He was also the future of the Donghua clan, one who could bring the Donghua clan to its peak. He was Lu Nantian, the most talented person in the Donghua clan. The phrase "one of" could be omitted. Even though Chen Shanmu was known as the best musician among the young generation, both his level and martial talents were weaker than Lu Nantian. Everyone in the Donghua clan knew clearly that Lu Nantian would be their next leader. It was even said that the current leader was already preparing to let him take over the Donghua clan and might give the clan to him at any time. Moreover, Hua Qingqing, the most beloved daughter of the leader, was also betrothed to Lu Nantian. Previously, Gu Donghua went to the Qin dynasty and disabled the noble from the Donghua clan. After the news spread to the Donghua clan, a challenge was sent to the cottage. It was said that Lu Nantian wanted to send the letter himself. He had already not battled for many years. To date, he had not lost any fight. In the upcoming battle, his opponent would be the third disciples of the cottage. To the people of the Donghua clan, it would be the last challenge Lu Nantian would have before becoming the leader. He would shock the world with his name by stepping on Gu Donglu and then slowly take over the Donghua clan. At the moment, Lu Nantian stood quietly beside Hua Qingqing and looked at her in silence. He enjoyed looking at her and listening to her music. She was so pure and innocent, just like a clear stream in the muddy world, never contaminated. As long as a person lived in the world, he would face constant conflicts and struggles. Even in the Donghua clan, people had mutual suspicion and deception. Only she had always been beautiful and innocent. Whenever Lu Nantian saw her, he would feel a rare sense of peace in his heart. He really liked her without any desire. He felt good just by seeing her. The melodious music slowly came to a stop. Hua Qingqing had beautifully tender hands and slender fingers. She put down her hands and then raised her head slightly with a clear look in her eyes. Staring at the figure standing before her, she said softly, "Tomorrow will be the day of the battle. Are you confident?" Smiling, Lu Nantian shook his head. "If you change my opponent to a person from another force, I will naturally be confident. However, my opponent is Gu Donglu, the third disciple of the cottage. Who dares to say that he would definitely win against Gu Donglu?" Lu Nantian smiled and said in a calm tone, "There were not many people in the Eastern Barren territory whom he would respect and view as worthy opponents. The first disciple and the third disciple of the cottage were, of course, such people. In addition, the cottage was indeed an honorable force as well." "Be careful then," Hua Qingqing said softly, and she was similarly very calm. It was as if the battle which had attracted much attention was not very important to them, or at least they were not bothered by it that much. "Okay." Lu Nantian smiled. Then he raised his head and gazed at the many stars in the sky. The countless stars in the sky were just like the cultivators in the world. However, there were only a few which could remain as the brightest ones. Most people, albeit talented, were only like a meteor. They would flash across the sky and then disappear, only being able to release a short-lived radiance. The cottage disciples were gathered together at the moment, enjoying the annual banquet. Yi Futian said, "Fifth brother, your cooking skills are amazing. It's all through practice." Although Luofan was praised, he did not seem to be proud at all. "I really envy you. You can become so skilled in cooking by practice." Yi Futian smiled gently. "The second sister is not here and nobody will protect you. Be careful of what you say." Luofan glanced at Yi Futian and warned, "Does this guy still think that he is on the mountain and protected by the sister? It's not like we're not going back." Hearing Luofan's threat, Yi Futian smiled and looked at him. Immediately, Luofan's face darkened and he widened his eyes fiercely at Yi Futian. If Yi Futian really was to complain about him after going back, he would have a hard time in the future. As a senior, I was actually bullied by the little brother. It feels really weird without the second sister and sister Xinga this year, Shuiyi said softly. As he spoke, he even glanced at Gu Donglu. "Just eat. There are still things to do tomorrow," Gu Donglu said emotionlessly. "Third brother, how confident are you about the fight with Lu Nantian tomorrow?" Luo Fan asked curiously. Nobody knew exactly what the third brother was thinking. I don't know, Gu Donglu replied. Lu Nantian became famous before he did and had many glorious victories. Subsequently, he seldom battled at all and nobody knew how strong he was now. However, nobody dared to doubt his power either. Even the cottage would not look down on a person like Lu Nantian. Is Lu Nantian very strong? Yifutian asked. Even a person as strong as the third brother was actually not confident about defeating Lu Nantian. He is the most talented person in the Donghua clan. Clearly, he is not ordinary, Gu Donglu said. Yifutian nodded lightly. The Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan were both the very top forces in the Eastern Barren territory. Since Lu Nantian could be honored as the most talented person in the Donghua clan, he was undoubtedly very strong. Nevertheless, Yifutian obviously hoped that the third brother would win. The fight was very important to both the Donghua clan and the college. After you all finish eating, get an early rest. Gu Donglu stood up and left. Everyone stared at the back of the leaving Gu Donglu. Luo Fan then said softly, "It seems like there will really be a tough fight tomorrow. Have a good sleep today and be energized for tomorrow," Shui muttered. "I wonder where the master is now," Xianxia mumbled. "He is certainly trying to deceive a child somewhere," Luo Fan whispered. Then he secretly peeked in the direction where the third brother left. "If the third brother hears that, you will be in serious trouble," Xianxia said, smiling. Yifutian looked at the other few in doubt. Seeing his puzzled look, Luo Fan patted on his shoulder and said sincerely, "Little brother, you need to remember that as a cottage disciple, the most important thing is to respect the master, just like me." After speaking, he stood up and left. Yifutian was somewhat stunned. "Do not say anything bad about the master in front of the third brother," Xianxia reminded Yifutian. Then he left as well. Yifutian blinked his eyes and understood everything instantly. However, he was also not very bothered by the words. There were not many disciples in the world who were as respectful towards their master as him, so he did not need to worry about this kind of problem at all. This was clear by looking at his father-in-law, who had always been very proud of him. The few brothers went to their individual rooms and Yushang also went back to cultivate. Yifutian went to the roof alone and lied down, staring at the crescent moon and countless stars in the sky. Under the moonlight, a charming, elf-like figure seemed to appear faintly before him. It had yet been another year. Since that particular year, he had spent every year-end with Jieyu. This year, however, Jieyu was not beside him and he really missed her. She actually dares to stay in the Moon Clan and did not come and see me. Next time I see her, I must teach her a good lesson to raise my position. This is ridiculous. As Yifutian was thinking, the image of his father also came to his mind. I wonder where that old bastard is hiding right now. And mother, aunt, and Yi-Qin. I wonder how they are doing now. Where exactly did the godfather bring them to? Where is the godfather himself? Thinking about this, Yifutian closed his eyes and actually fell asleep without knowing it. He just slept on the roof of the building. In his dream, he seemed to have returned to the year when he was 15, when he just got to know Jieyu and they fell in love. In his dream, he also saw a picture in his memory. On Mount Tianyao, the snow ape shattered the sky with the 9 heavenly attacks and died bravely. He saw those divine generals and the all-powerful Princess Donghuang. In his dream, he seemed to have another dream, in which he saw an extremely burly and majestic figure who looked like a real emperor of the world. However, his face was somewhat blurred and could not be seen clearly. When the sky finally turned slightly bright and the year 10003 of the Divine Prefecture calendar had arrived, Yifutian opened his eyes. Bathed in the cool wind, his look was clear and focused. Another year was gone. Time really flies. Chaoga City started to turn lively. Just as the sky turned bright, countless people started to head for the Dongqin College. Today was destined to be a day which would be recorded in history. Qian Shanmu and Qin Mamruo were going to be married, and the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan would ally through this. The Dongqin College would officially open, and Lu Nantian and Gu Donglu were going to have a battle. Any one of these things was already sufficient to attract the attention of everyone in the world. The marriage between Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengruo was scheduled to take place at the Dongqin College. On the first day of the new year, countless cultivators in Xianxia City headed towards the same place at the same time, forming an endless stream of people which filled the entire sky and all the streets. The people from various top forces had been staying near the Dongqing College. When they left their places, the whole region was already filled with people who were all going to the college. Outside the Dongqing College, there was already a sea of people at the moment. However, there was a path at the center of the crowd. Only members of the top-tier forces of the Eastern Barren Territory were allowed to enter. Yi Futian arrived at the place with the others from the cottage and the people from the college. However, the third brother Gu Donglu and the two mountain elders from the college were nowhere to be seen. Due to their status, there was no need for them to observe the marriage between the two juniors. Similarly, they did not need to give the opposite party any face. It was not just the college. The leaders of all the top forces did not come personally. Instead, they had only sent someone to represent their force. When Yi Futian and his team arrived, many other cultivators had similarly just reached the place. He saw the members of the Moon Clan who were led by a few seniors. Chu Yaoyao was also among the crowd. The group of charming beauties attracted much attention. "Fairy sister, hello?" Yi Futian shouted at one of the ladies in the crowd. She was the lady whom he met when he went to find Jieyu. The lady smiled at him, and many disciples of the Moon Clan stared curiously at Yi Futian one after another. Is this Yi Futian, the man whom Hua Jiu loves? Recently, there have been malicious rumors about him in Xianxia City. From the look of it, his behavior does seem to be somewhat frivolous. Many people glanced at Chu Yaoyao. Lately, she had been very close to Qin Li. On the previous day, which was the last day of the previous year, they had even gone out on a date. It was still unclear whether they would be together in the future. On the other hand, the relationship between Qin Li and Yi Futian was somewhat subtle. Together with the conflict between Hua Jiu and Chu Yaoyao in the Moon Clan, many disciples of the Moon Clan developed an intriguing thought. Entering the Dongqing College, they were guided along the way, which eventually led them to a ceremony platform. Whenever the members of various top forces arrived, they would occupy the positions around the ceremony platform and start to look at the platform before them. Qin Li, the grandson of the king of Qin, was there commanding the various matters. Noticing the arrival of the Moon Clan disciples, Qin Li stopped what he was doing and walked towards Chu Yaoyao. This scene caused a strange expression to appear on the faces of many. Below the ceremony platform, many major forces from the Eastern Barren Territory and Xianxia City arrived. They looked at the many figures around the platform and were somewhat fascinated. Today, every single top force in the Eastern Barren Territory was here. Such a grand event was indeed extremely rare. Gu Donglu is not here. Someone noticed the arrival of the college, and Gu Donglu was not among the group. Of course, Lu Nantian did not show up so quickly either. The Arhat and the Warlock are both here. Someone looked in the direction where the people from the Xianxia Temple and the Witch Clan were at. Fewer people had come from these two forces as compared to the others because there were fewer disciples in the Xianxia Temple and the Witch Clan in the first place. However, precisely because of this, everyone else did not dare to look down on the disciples of these two forces. It was just like the cottage, it only had 8 disciples but was still famous in the whole world. The Arhat and the Warlock were two legendary geniuses. They naturally attracted the attention of many. It was said that the Arhat lifted the demonic tripod 4 feet high before Yushang's attempt, surpassing many. When Yushang was lifting the tripod, he claimed that Yushang would become a person that would bring ill fortune. On the other hand, the Warlock Gu Zhiqiu spoke out for the witch Gu Biyue and warned Yi Futian. Apart from them, Zhisong and Qi Ao from the Fuyun Sword Clan, Ji Kong from the Ji family, and a few people from the Royal Xian Temple and the Sword Saint Mountain had also attracted much attention. Today, there were too many outstanding cultivators here, whom one would hardly see on an ordinary occasion. Just looking at the college, there were people like the leader by Li Shu and the junior Xiao Wuji who were very famous, not to mention the cottage. At the sides of the ceremony platform, people from the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan appeared one after another. Seeing the emergence of the people from these two forces, everyone knew clearly what was going on. The marriage between Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengrua actually carried a special meaning. It was not held at the Qin dynasty or the Donghua clan, but rather at the Dongqing College. The marriage would signify that the two top forces of the Eastern Barren Territory were allied officially. Together, they established the Dongqing College. Time passed by slowly. As people arrived gradually, ceremonial music and the roars of various demons started to spread in the Dongqing College. In the sky above the college, phoenixes appeared and danced in the air. Many beams of light sprinkled down, forming an auspicious scene. Just at this moment, two figures descended from the sky. They held the hand of the other and then landed on the divine birds moving down slowly. The two were elegant in their formal attire and looked stunningly bright. They were obviously Qian Shanmu and Qin Mamrua. So beautiful. Countless people stared at Qin Mamrua, who was in the sky. Wearing a red ceremonial robe, she looked extremely charming, as if she was a goddess. Many people looked at Qian Shanmu in envy. Even if he was a top genius in the Donghua clan, he would surely be satisfied with such a wife. The two descended from the sky and landed at the center of the ceremonial platform. They had been holding the hand of the other all the time and faced the crowd. The king of Qin was not here, and the leader of the Donghua clan also did not come. There seemed to be something missing in the wedding ceremony. However, everyone knew that this wedding held at the Dongqing College was merely symbolic. The cultivators from the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan walked behind the two one after another, their faces filled with smiles. Qin Yu took a step forward and stood beside Qian Shanmu. Looking at the people before him, he said, "Today is a grand event between the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan. The best forces of the Eastern Barren Territory have all sent someone here as a representative, and we are indeed very honored. The new couple shall use this opportunity to announce the opening of the Dongqing College." After speaking, he backed away. A mighty aura was emitted from Qian Shanmu and Qin Mamrua. Immediately, their clothes started to dance in the air and a violent aura surrounded the ceremonial platform. Even the ceremonial platform was vibrating. The eyes of all the people around the ceremonial platform sparkled as they looked at the two, puzzled. Then, a terrifying storm slowly tore the ceremonial platform apart. Following a loud bang, the ceremonial platform collapsed. Red light filled the entire place. Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengrua started to descend. It was not just them. Behind them, the people from the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan also started to descend. Everyone's eyes sparkled and they looked behind those people. There, a huge stone monument appeared. A few large characters were engraved on the stone monument, Dongqing College. Seeing the people from the two forces standing together before the stone monument, everyone knew clearly what this meant. The disciples of the college stared at the stone monument and their eyes were glittering with sharpness. The establishment of the Dongqing College was obviously against the Eastern Barren College. From this moment on, whenever the word college was mentioned in the Eastern Barren Territory, people would no longer just think of the Eastern Barren College. Today, the Dongqing College opens officially. We invite all the nobles of the top forces in the Eastern Barren Territory to come here and teach. The people from various forces can also come here and cultivate. Apart from that, we already have almost 1,000 disciples in the Dongqing College. Furthermore, in the next 3 months, the college will be selecting outstanding cultivators to come here and cultivate. Qin Yu looked at the massive crowd in front of him and said, "Next, I will bring all of you to visit a place." After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked into the Dongqing College. The people from the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan beside him followed him one after another. The people from the various forces also stepped forward and followed him. Where was Qin Yu bringing them? After a while, the crowd came to an open space. Before them, there was a huge battle platform. Many enormous stone pillars stood at various places around the battle platform, while the ground was carved with symbols which connected the stone pillars. Suddenly, an endless amount of spiritual chi sparkled and converged into a frightening light curtain, enveloping the entire battle platform. This was a huge battle platform covered by a matrix. This is the martial arts platform of the Dongqing College. From today on, every battle that happens on the martial arts platform will be recorded into the history of the Dongqing College. Qin Yu pointed in front and said, "The wedding between Qian Shanmu and Mengrua has unveiled the opening of the Dongqing College. And now, the first battle on the martial arts platform will be unveiled by the two of them." Just as he finished speaking, everyone could feel their hearts tremble. They clearly knew whom Qin Yu was referring to. Building such a special martial arts platform could indeed encourage the disciples of the Dongqing College to cultivate harder. Furthermore, the battle that was about to happen would make the martial arts platform even more sacred. At the moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. He seemed to have appeared out of thin air in the sky above the martial arts platform and landed on a towering stone pillar. There was no aura released from the figure at all. He just stood there quietly. The wind blew on his robe and his black long hair was similarly blown up, revealing a delicate and handsome face. He gave everyone a feeling that he was very calm and cool-headed. No arrogance could be felt from him, and there were not even many emotions on his calm face. However, when he stood there, he gave everyone a feeling that he was superior. Lu Nantian, who was honored as the most talented genius in the Donghua clan in hundreds of years, had arrived. He appeared on the martial arts platform silently. He did not say anything, and only stood there quietly, waiting. Everyone knew that since he had reached, his opponent would be here very quickly as well. Indeed, before long, a path was split among the crowd. Countless people looked in that direction. There, a figure in white clothing was walking over slowly, and he was similarly very calm as if he was a simple scholar. He walked towards the martial arts platform step by step. Although he looked like a scholar, unlike Lu Nantian, there was a sense of determination from the scholar. It was the determination of a student. Gu Donglu is here. Looking at the figure who was walking towards the martial arts platform, everyone actually could not help holding their breaths. On the stone pillar of the martial arts platform, Lu Nantian looked below him. Gu Donglu raised his head and their looks collided with each other. In this instant, an invisible intent of battle filled the entire sky. He is finally here. Among the three major events in Chaoga City, this battle was the most anticipated one because nobody could predict the outcome. These two people would represent the Donghua clan and the college in this top-level battle. It had an extraordinary meaning. At this moment, many people appeared among the crowd one after another. The leaders of various forces had also arrived quietly to watch the battle. Gu Donglu walked onto the martial arts platform. Around the enormous battle platform, the light curtain started to flow and the matrix was activated, covering the platform. Clearly, it was to prevent the two from injuring the spectators should the battle become too violent. Lu Nantian was still standing on the stone pillar. The two stood at different heights and stared at each other as if their opponent was the only thing left in their eyes. Everything outside had nothing to do with them at all. Everyone held their breaths and gazed at the martial arts platform. There was no sound at all and the whole place was extremely quiet. The disciples of the Donghua clan clenched their fists tightly as they stared at the legendary figure of the Donghua clan. He will certainly win this fight even if his opponent is Gu Donglu. Even the cottage disciples did not seem to be relaxed. On the previous day, the third brother had already said that he was not certain if he would win. Apart from the top forces, the people from the other major forces were also very nervous as they gazed at the two figures on the martial arts platform. The battle between the two would really be a top-level duel in their generation. Suddenly, on the martial arts platform, Lu Nantian stepped forward from the stone pillar and stood in the air. A trace of flame current spread from his body. In an instant, the flame burnt the sky and his surrounding became completely red as if it had turned into a world of flames. In the flame-filled sky, an enormous bird appeared. It was a divine bird, the three-legged golden raven. This was Lu Nantian's life spirit. With his life spirit as the center, an endless stream of scorching flames converged wildly behind him, forming many suns which hung in the sky. Gradually, a total of 9 suns were formed. In every sun, there was an illusory golden raven. The 9 scorching suns hung high in the sky. This was Lu Nantian's dharma. 9 suns in the sky. As a top-tier noble, both his life spirit and dharma had already evolved to a shocking degree. The sky above the martial arts platform was filled with flowing flame currents. Even the light curtains surrounding the martial arts platform turned red. Lu Nantian was a grade 1 noble. The noble plane was divided into 9 grades, with grade 1 being the highest. He was literally a top-level noble. His entire body was filled with noble will. An extremely dazzling stream of flame charged towards Gu Donglu. On its way, It condensed and turned into a three-legged golden raven which crashed down towards him directly. There was no elemental spiritual qi flowing around Gu Donglu. However, there seemed to be an invisible aura around him. When he stood there, he looked like an invincible king. Noticing the incoming divine bird, Gu Donglu glanced at it with a very sharp look. From his pupils, an extremely frightening eye sorcery seemed to be cast and penetrated through the illusory three-legged golden raven directly. In the next instant, the illusory divine bird was crushed and turned into spiritual qi which soon dissipated. Everyone watched attentively. Any random attack from Lu Nantian was already very powerful. But his opponent was Gu Donglu. It was obviously not possible for him to defeat Gu Donglu so easily. The battle had just begun. The sky above the martial arts platform had turned into a flaming world completely. Flames blotted out the sky and the entire place was carved with the imprint of fire. In the 9 suns, many solar divine birds appeared and hovered at various spots. Then, they started to engulf the fire elemental spiritual qi in the world wildly. Their bodies became increasingly real and large, and they soon enveloped the battle platform. Is Lu Nantian purely a fire elemental sorcerer? Yifutian asked softly. He had the sun spirit and the sun dharma himself. However, Lu Nantian's life spirit was the divine bird, while his dharma was the 9 suns. Clearly, his dharma had evolved. Of course not, Luofan said. Having the divine bird, the three-legged golden raven, as his life spirit, Lu Nantian would certainly not become a pure fire elemental sorcerer. Apart from the element of fire, the three-legged golden raven life spirit had also given Lu Nantian the elements of metal and wind. At the same time, it had given him a strong martial arts talent. After all, it was an extremely violent divine bird. Of course, apart from those abilities, Lu Nantian was still very powerful just with his flame spells. For example, at the moment, the martial arts platform was already totally controlled by his flame. Where's the brother? Yifutian asked, looking at the martial arts platform. Previously, Gu Donglu had only displayed a small fraction of his abilities outside the Qin Imperial Palace. Yifutian could only tell that Gu Donglu was a very strong spirit elemental mandate sorcerer. He did not even really use all his powers during that battle. Just watch. Lu Nantian is a grade 1 noble and is also very famous. He should be able to force the brother to use all his powers. Luofan's eyes sparkled as he stared at the martial arts platform. This battle was worth watching and learning from even for nobles. Yifutian nodded gently. On the martial arts platform, many illusory golden ravens were born from the flaming world, and they all charged towards Gu Donglu. At this instant, it seemed as if the battle was in Lu Nantian's total control. He wanted to burn Gu Donglu to death. Gu Donglu's hands formed a seal. Immediately, a terrifying might erupted from his body. Even the space around him seemed to resonate with his body. His pupils looked extremely frightening and vaguely the outline of a monstrous figure appeared in his eyes. The outlined figure actually started to condense wildly from spiritual qi in front of him. Soon, a blurry figure slowly turned real. That was a war godlike figure. He stood in front of Gu Donglu with the shocking elan of a soldier. When the huge golden raven arrived, the war godlike figure punched out directly and crushed the golden raven. Conjurer. Yifutian's eyes sparkled. The third brother was actually a powerful conjurer and summoned an illusory war god to fight for him. Furthermore, his conjuring ability was far superior to Zhou Mu, the disciple of the art saint. He completed the conjuring with eye sorcery and used his imagination to form the war god. Then, he finished summoning the war god which started to protect him. He did not need to draw anything. The conjured war god stood in front of Gu Donglu. Many faint characters and ancient seals appeared on his body. As they erupted, the aura around him became extremely appalling. He slapped out with his palms and the illusory divine birds were eliminated directly. However, in the sky, countless divine birds charged towards Gu Donglu from different directions. Gu Donglu was not bothered by the attack at all. He looked at another direction, and one more illusory war god formed and started to battle directly. Then, under the astonished stare of everyone, Gu Donglu summoned 9 different war gods. They guarded around him and no attacks could even go near him. The ancient characters and seals that appeared on the 9 terrifying war gods were all different, and their attacks were different as well. However, all of them were extremely powerful. Countless divine birds charged towards Gu Donglu like moths flying into fire. They were killed quickly by the war gods. Lu Nantian watched the scene calmly. Although they had not talked at all, he would be very disappointed if Gu Donglu was too weak. The 9 suns hung high in the sky and their radiance shot towards Gu Donglu. Then, a river of fire appeared in the sky, connecting the space between Lu Nantian and Gu Donglu. River sunset. The eyes of the people from the Donghua clan sparkled. They felt lucky that they could see Lu Nantian cast the river sunset themselves. One of the suns fell and descended along the long river, charging towards Gu Donglu. At the same time, countless golden ravens flew out from it. Apart from containing a terrifying flame breath, they also had an extremely sharp metallic aura that would tear everything apart. Gu Donglu raised his head and saw the river sunset pressing towards him. A sun was hanging above him. Standing there, he felt that even his body was going to burn into nothingness. Gu Donglio's hands continued to form seals, and many handprints flew into the 9 war gods. Then, the 9 war gods resonated and roared simultaneously. The sound tore the sky apart, and the incoming golden ravens were actually crushed in the horrifying vocal storm. However, the sun continued to fall and its power became stronger and stronger. A war god dashed out and stepped into the river of fire directly. He raised his palms into the sky and held the falling sun with his hands directly, covering the entire sky. The terrifying light from the sun and the illusory golden ravens collided onto him, but he did not move at all. A very bright radiance erupted from his body, and it was as if he would never be defeated. Another sun fell down and charged towards Gu Donglu along the river. During the river sunset, the 9 suns would descend continuously and their powers would keep increasing. When the 9 suns fell together, they would be powerful enough to burn everything in the world. In the past, Lu Nantian had used the spell to defeat a very strong noble who was 2 grades above him. Now he was already a grade 1 noble and cast the river sunset. Its frightening powers could thus be well imagined. There were probably not many people in the Eastern Barren Territory who could block this spell. Even among all the top forces, there were also only a few people who could deal with the spell. Could Gu Donglu take the spell? The disciples of the Donghua clan held their breaths and gazed at the battlefield. Their eyes were glittering with fanaticism. This was the most talented person of the Donghua clan, Lu Nantian. Everyone from the college stared at the martial arts platform as well. Many disciples were even worried about Gu Donglu, as Lu Nantian seemed way too overpowering. Although the martial arts platform was sealed and they could not feel how strong the attack was exactly, they could already feel how violent it was just by looking at the scene. Gu Donglu is a grade 2 noble. His level is slightly lower, Zhu Qing said, but his combat ability is definitely among the top. The river sunset is very famous, but if Gu Donglu cannot even take the spell, then he would not be Gu Donglu anymore, the other mountain elder Zhongsu said. Although the college had opinions towards the cottage, they still recognized how strong the cottage disciples were. Bai Li Shu, if you are in the battlefield instead, can you take the spell? Zhu Qing looked at and asked Bai Li Shu, the first disciple of the college chief. I did not feel its true power, so I can't say for sure, Bai Li Shu replied. Zhu Qing nodded. She was even thinking that if she was the one fighting, what the outcome would be. Yi Futian stared at the two battling. The river sunset was a long river of fire that connected the sky with the ground. The sun fell down and golden ravens continuously poured out. The entire martial arts podium turned into a world of flames. This was the ability of a top noble. If it wasn't for the matrix that sealed the martial arts podium, a noble that wanted to kill could destroy everything. He couldn't be defeated by number. Yi Futian vaguely remembered the worries that Emperor Yi and Emperor Luo had. They were afraid of truly going to war. This spell matches the abilities of Lu Nantian. He probably didn't get it merely from cultivation, Yi Futian murmured. Of course, Luo Fan said, nodding. It's clear this is a modified spell. It matches Lu Nantian's talent, which is why he can release such mighty power. He created it. There are thousands upon thousands of spells in the world. However, they were all created by our predecessors. They can be used directly for cultivation, but they might not suit everyone. A genius can create their own spells and martial arts methods that suit themselves. Wuxia nodded. His senior brother was teaching him without meaning to. On the martial arts podium, a second sun fell. It was even more powerful. Gu Donglu still stood calmly. Before him, 9 summoned war gods stood before him in a formation. After that, Gu Donglu created a madra. 9 large ancient words burst from his hands and fell upon the 9 war gods. Horrible power came from them. These 9 words were the Kujian, the 9 seals of spiritual power. Together, they meant, "May the presiders over warriors be my vanguard." Horrible power swept through. The Kujian continuously appeared within the 9 war gods. They created the madras together and resonated with the sky and earth. Spiritual chi went wild. Every madra was different. Various suns pressed down. The pressure kept building but couldn't break through the defense of the 9 war gods. Third senior brother must have cultivated many martial arts madras, Yi Futian murmured. The 9 war gods formed different madras and were clearly controlled by Gu Donglu. He was using his cultivation through the war gods to fight against the Sunset River. It's still early. I don't even know how many abilities he has, Luofan said, chuckling. Who in the cottage could rival the third senior brother? The ones who had tried before had all been beaten up and became obedient. As for his abilities, probably only first senior brother knew. Apparently, Gu Donglu had gone to the Sword Saint Mountain many times for friendly challenges with first senior brother and to practice martial arts. This was probably what the experts are lonely meant. He rarely had any competitors. Now Lunantian of the Donghua clan was one. Of course, the one who could restrict Gu Donglu was also in the cottage. It was second senior sister. 9 suns descended along the flaming river. At this moment, the 9 suns of the Sunset River were about to burn the heavens. They wrapped the entire sky in the flames. Gu Donglu and the 9 war gods were at the heart of the storm. 9 golden ravens flew out. The deep and dark red was shocking. At almost the same time, the 9 words on the 9 war gods burst violently. The madra shot forward. The 9 war gods each pounced towards a sun. Simultaneously, they seemed to transform into one body. The sky and earth resonated, and a burst of invisible power shattered everything. Everyone saw that area go wild. It was like a lawless battle. The 9 war gods walked towards the sun, tearing apart the golden ravens and charging at the sun. The 9 suns and war gods shone with horrible light at the same time and shot out in all directions. The horribly powerful light shot into the light screen above the martial arts platform. It shook and the entire platform shook. The matrix was very unstable and was about to collapse. The matrix had been created by the top talents of the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan. It was practically unmovable. However, the battle between these two could shake even the matrix. One could imagine how mighty the fighting was. Next, everyone's hearts shook as they focused on the platform. The Sunset River had disappeared, the sun extinguishing. The war gods summoned by Gu Donglu had disappeared too. In the fiery world, Gu Donglu stood steadfast as if nothing could move him. Even Lu Nanshan's world-breaking Sunset River couldn't humiliate him at all. Lu Nantian rose in the air arrogantly. He was like a sun god. His Sunset River had been blocked, but he didn't look taken aback. The third disciple of the cottage lived up to his reputation. Behind him, blades made of golden fire shot out from the sun dharma. They transformed into sun rain that poured down to Gu Donglu. It was so fast it looked like a rain of sun swords. If it was a group of nobles facing him instead of Gu Donglu, Lu Nantian could probably kill them all. Gu Donglu stood calmly. A frightening aura burst from his body and ancient words glowed faintly on him. Shocking spiritual energy wrapped around him. When the sun swords rained down, they stopped abruptly before him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With extremely piercing sounds, the sun swords rained down, shaking with invisible power. Gu Donglu stepped forward. His white clothing flapped in the wind and his sharp eyes stared at the endless rain of swords. With a cold voice, he uttered, "Break." His voice was like an avenue. As soon as he spoke, the endless rain crumbled. A path opened up wherever his voice passed. When the sword rain was destroyed, a true golden raven descended suddenly. It was so fast that it broke through the Gu Donglio's formless spiritual energy shield. This terrifying raven gripped the sun god in its claws and shot towards Gu Donglu. The sword was so powerful it could kill anyone before it. A white shadow flashed by. The extremely fast golden raven whistled past, but the sword was met with air. Gu Donglu appeared elsewhere, still standing on the martial arts platform. So fast, everyone trembled inwardly. The three-legged golden raven's speed was at the extreme. But just as it arrived, Gu Donglu seemed to have teleported. It was hard to see with one's naked eye. Lu Nanian still stood there. The golden raven was his dharma. It had now evolved to the level of a top demon king. Where's Gu Donglio's dharma? The people finally realized that Gu Donglu still hadn't released his life spirit or dharma. This confused many people. Was the man still hiding his abilities now? Others might overlook this, but Lu Nantian obviously wouldn't. He'd noticed earlier that Gu Donglu still hadn't released his life spirit or dharma. However, he was still calm. The sun swords rained down towards Gu Donglu. At the same time, the golden raven with the holy sword continued towards him. Lu Nantian wanted to see how far Gu Donglu could go without using his dharma. Gu Donglu disappeared again and moved as fast as lightning. Shocking sharpness emanated from him. He seemed to turn into the most terrible ritual implement or soldier in the world. He grasped the law in his hands. Frightening sword intent whistled through the air as Gu Donglu pointed forward. He pointed at the ground and a sword matrix appeared. It seemed to be formed by ancient words. The matrix spun wildly and ancient words flashed. When the golden raven and sun swords arrived, he pressed that finger down. Everything was in turmoil suddenly. The sun god's sword collided with the sword matrix and then returned to Lu Nanshan's side. As for the sun sword rain, it couldn't get close to Gu Donglu at all. Third senior brother has too many tricks. Yifutian was shaken. There were many mandate sorcerers in the world who practiced both martial arts and sorcery. They were skilled in every element. However, geniuses like Gu Donglu were different. He could summon war gods for battles and he could use the Kujian words to release his mightiness. He was skilled in all types of laws and his spiritual attacks were of the same level. Now he could also use sword matrices. They were vastly different skills, but he was amazing at all of them. Read more. Shuiyi glanced at Yifutian and chuckled. Do you want to transcribe books with me? You can do it alone. Yifutian shuddered. He wouldn't do that even if his life depended on it. Hey, I'll suggest it to second senior sister and third senior brother, Shuiyi said. Third senior brother said that people with many talents should read more. For a genius like you, transcribing books is the best way method of cultivation. Fourth senior brother, I'll definitely suggest to second senior sister to let you down the mountain more in the future, Yifutian said. Shuiyi's eyes brightened and he quickly smiled. In that case, the best way of cultivation for you is to do whatever you wish. Can't you two be more serious? Luo Fan gave them a look. No matter how we act, third senior brother is going to win, Shuiyi said nonchalantly. He had absolute confidence in Gu Donglu. Countless people in the space around the martial arts platform stared at the battlefield. They were shaken by the two's power. Gu Donglu had been reputable before, but very few witnessed his skills with their own eyes. They knew he was powerful but didn't know exactly how powerful. Now, they finally had the chance to see the third disciple of the cottage battle. The two figures on the martial arts platform stood separately in the air and on the ground. They stared at each other and stopped attacking. Gu Donglu looked up at Lu Nantian. Sharpness exuded from his scholarly aura. Then he uttered his first sentence to Lu Nantian. My turn. With that, he picked up his feet and walked forward. The next moment, he disappeared. He reappeared before Lu Nantian. A horrible and invisible spiritual storm invaded instantly. Lu Nantian seemed to drown in a pair of frightening eyes. Then Gu Donglu pointed forward, releasing his sword. His action was like lightning. The Qin dynasty and Donghua clan saw this and understood that Gu Donglu hadn't gone all out when he went to the Qin palace last time. No wonder a mere step from him would scare the Donghua clan into submission. Now, Gu Donglu finally showed his abilities. The frightening spiritual attack and swords arrived at once, about to overwhelm Lu Nantian. However, Lu Nantian was equal to Gu Donglu. He wouldn't be defeated so easily. The 9 suns filled the sky and the 3-footed golden raven entered the Dharma. After that, his body also gradually entered the Dharma, becoming one. The 9 suns became one. The golden raven shone dazzlingly inside the sun. Lu Nantian fused with the sun god's image. The golden raven transformed into illusory light that shone over his body. The sun's fire surged into him. Right now, Lu Nantian was like the sun god. The next moment, Lu Nantian raised his hand. A humongous golden raven's apparition appeared. The sun's flames melded into its body. It opened its mouth and spat out endless sun swords. It collided with the incoming sword technique. At that moment, sword aura streaked across the martial arts platform. The matrix shook. The unbelievable mightiness was like a battle between gods rather than nobles. The sword technique collapsed with the golden raven. Gu Donglu disappeared again. He teleported and then everyone saw various afterimages of him. With Lu Nantian as the center, the sword technique exploded and a handprint covered the sky. Boundless power tried to kill him. Lu Nantian was as brilliant as a god, but he couldn't bear the spiritual attack. He seemed to fall into Gu Donglio's world of eye sorcery. He looked like a god to the outsiders, but only he knew what kind of state he was in. Spells and martial arts techniques flew forward with the ancient words. He used all his power to fight back, but Gu Donglio's attacks still hit the sun. The sun shook violently and was about to collapse. Boom! A violent flame burned the sky and earth. Lu Nantian finally moved. He seemed to transform into the sacred bird and actually changed his position while dodging the attack. He appeared right before Gu Donglio's afterimage. A horrible attack formed in his hand and turned into a golden raven that could rip everything apart. Gu Donglu didn't fear this at all. The two actually started fighting move for move. Under everyone's shocked eyes, the two fought in close distance. The martial arts were unsettling and the entire platform shook. The matrix was unsteady. They have no weaknesses. Everyone who witnessed this was shaken inside. Both martial arts and sorcery were the best of the best. They even combined the two well and both attack and defense were perfect. It would be difficult to top this match in the future. Gu Donglu has the upper hand. The nobles had keen eyes and could see the situation clearly. Gu Donglu had a lower plane, but he was skilled in spiritual sorcery. During the battle, Lu Nantian had to withstand attacks to his mind and was at a disadvantage. His rhythm wasn't as smooth as Gu Donglio's. He had to defend while attacking. Gu Donglu only had to attack. Boom! Just then, there was a huge sound. The martial arts platform shook and everyone's eyes were glued there. Lu Nantian had been hit. A moment ago, Gu Donglu had broken through the defense and his attack rushed into the sunlight. He hit Lu Nantian, forcing him back. The Donghua clan's eyes were frozen. Some couldn't believe that the man they believed in, the once-in-a-century talent, would lose. The Qin dynasty also frowned. The Donghua clan had told the king of Qin that they would definitely win. But now, Lu Nantian had no advantage at all. Lu Nantian looked at his chest. Blood seeped from it. Countless eyes stared at that point. The blood seemed to be boiling in the fire, dissipating like smoke. At that time, a figure appeared quietly in the crowd. She was so beautiful and flawless that she didn't seem to be from this world. But despite her beauty, no one noticed her now. Everyone was staring at the battleground. However, Lu Nantian looked over. Seeing the flawless and calm features, he became calm. As if noticing his eyes, many people followed his gaze and saw that quiet yet purely beautiful figure. They guessed her identity. She was Hua Qingqing, the daughter of the leader of the Donghua clan. She was also Lu Nanshan's fiancée. She was a different type of beauty than Qin Mengrua and Chu Yaoyao. She was pure and clean. She wasn't as elegant as Qin Mengrua or as moving as Chu Yaoyao. She was just pure beauty as if untainted by the world. Looking at someone like her was easy on the eyes. Was she here to support Lu Nantian? Lu Nanshan's gaze returned to Gu Donglu. He didn't attack again after forcing Lu Nantian back. They were both clear that if Lu Nantian was only at this level, the winner would be obvious already. There would be no need to fight anymore. Of course, Gu Donglu wouldn't underestimate his opponent. especially someone known to be a once-in-a-century talent of the Donghua clan. Lu Nanshan's eyes were extremely calm. Then sunlight shone from his body. The halo kept expanding and a world-burning fire arrived. With Lu Nantian as the heart, this world was about to turn into a world of sunlight and burn-up. Firelight arrived at the vast battleground on martial arts platform. The battleground was lit as flames grew. Finally, the entire ground started burning. Whistles came from the world of fire. Everyone stared at this scene in shock. What had happened? A dazzling sunlight halo appeared around Lu Nantian. He'd become the physical incarnate of the sun. A true god. Every shred of light and will on him could turn into a fire that burned the world. The flames burned the matrix too. Then fire reached out from the light shield on the platform. The vast matrix was ignited. It was impressive. Everyone's hearts were shaking crazily. The matrix had been burned. Lu Nanshan's fire was so powerful that it surpassed the matrix. It had been created in a joint effort by nobles of two top forces. What did it mean for it to be destroyed now? The fire broke free from the matrix's restraint. Endless flame spiritual qi went towards Lu Nantian. Gu Donglu looked so lonely in this world of fire. The flames finally stopped spreading, but the matrix was already broken. The spectators could feel the heat. The flames danced wildly, and right now Lu Nantian was God. The hearts of the top nobles shook as they felt the spreading heat. The power gave them heart palpitations. Was this the legendary intent power? Crown Prince Qin Yu's eyes were extremely sharp as he looked to the battleground. Was this why the Donghua clan leader was so confident? No wonder he thought Lu Nantian would definitely win. Lu Nantian is known as a once-in-a-century talent of the Donghua clan. Now, it seems that it's not just the Donghua clan. No one in the entire Eastern Barren territory will be comparable to him in a few centuries. The leader of the Moon clan lamented. The disciples trembled inwardly. Virgin Chu Yaoyao looked to the elder. Uncle Master, what kind of power is this? The Eastern Barren territory belongs to the younger generation. Lu Nantian and Gu Donglio's powers are enough to defeat the leaders of the top forces, the elder said. In addition to the Moon clan, everyone present understood what this top match meant. Before, the first disciple of the cottage came down to challenge the clan leader of the Fuyun Sword clan. Now, did the third disciple of the cottage and Lu Nantian of the Donghua clan have the same abilities? Yi Futian naturally felt the intent power in the heat as well. It felt familiar. Senior brother, is this sage intent? Yu Futian asked, gazing at the battlefield. Yes. Luo Fan nodded. It indeed was sage intent. The sage plane was above the noble plane. Lu Nantian had perceived a bit of a sage's abilities now. How many sages were there in the Eastern Barren territory? Some said that there were none. Others thought that some hid their abilities. Perhaps there truly was a sage. But no matter what, sages were the undisputable top in the Eastern Barren territory. Now Lu Nantian released a bit of sage intent. Of course it would shake many hearts. This was why the Moon clan claimed that even in the entire Eastern Barren territory, no one could surpass him in a few centuries. A sage could create a spell with a thought. Lu Nantian wasn't a sage, but he already had some of the ability. At this time, Lu Nantian shone brilliantly. The spiritual qi resonated with him and endless flames burned towards Gudong Lu. The fire transformed into golden raves, rain of sun swords, and world-burning flames. Gudong Liu's body flashed. He was almost supersonically fast. However, the world laws existed. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't be faster than Lu Nanshan's thoughts. Boom, boom. Gudong Lu was hit and forced back. His body started burning. His white clothing was bathed in fire. Was the powerful cottage disciple going to lose like this? A legend was about to end in the Dongqing College. Was Lu Nantian about to step on the cottage and become an undefeatable legend? Gudong Lu gazed at Lu Nantian. Fire danced wildly on his robe. Suddenly, unbelievably bright light blasted from him. Lin, he uttered. As soon as he spoke, a huge ancient world transformed into light and descended behind him. Bin, do, zhe, jie, shen, lai, qian, xing. He uttered the Kujian 9 seals of spiritual power. The world resonated with him, and incredible light burst from his body. The next moment, An extremely brilliant apparition appeared behind him. It was like his shadow. The 9 words spun around like something sacred. The shadow descended like a god. Everyone was shocked by Gu Donglio's changes. Was this his dharma? A frightening image appeared behind him. The 9 ancient words spiraled. In that instant, spiritual qi resonated with Gu Donglio's body. Frightening power radiated from him. All the fire spells that came at him were destroyed. Clearly, he had fused his life spirit with his dharma, but what was his life spirit? Was it that image or those ancient words? The terrible flames burned towards him, but the 9 words flashed. A 9-word light shield appeared around Gu Donglu. They swirled around him and the flames couldn't get through. At the same time, spiritual qi seemed to reverberate, resonating with the 9 words. Above Lu Nantian, the sage intent enveloped the boundless space. Various golden ravens appeared with the sun god sword. They flew towards Gu Donglu at the same time. This was much more powerful than the sunset river that Lu Nantian had released. Every attack contained some sage intent. Gu Donglu seemed to not see it. He stepped forward in the air. The surroundings all shook. Thousands upon thousands of ancient words wrapped around him and transformed into a huge palm. It kept slamming down on the incoming attacks. In a moment, shocking currents burst forth and spread around the martial arts platform. Many strong cultivators walked forward, releasing powerful auras. They stood at the front to block the aftershocks. Zhu Qing from the college stepped out too. A formless water spell was released and transformed into a mirror-like shield. It blocked the wild power that swept over. However, her eyes were glued to the platform. Even as the mountain elder, she was still shocked by this battle. Both Lu Nantian and Gu Donglu were too powerful. Right now, Lu Nantian could create a spell with a thought. His spells filled the sky and destroyed everything. Thousands of ancient words wrapped around Gu Donglu and resonated with the world. He seemed to contain unstoppable mightiness. The words circled, and the image behind Gu Donglu was like a spirit. The 9 words transformed into 9 beams of light. Bathing in the holy light, Gu Donglio's temperament became even more extraordinary. His white robe fluttered magnificently. He stepped forward. The spells in his path were all destroyed. No spells could approach him. So what if Lu Nantian had a sage's power? Fight him. Gu Donglio's hands moved together. Instantly, endless ancient words whistled past him and gradually formed a madra. With this, the entire world seemed to shake. Gu Donglu was now like the ruler of the world. Behind him, various images flew out onto the madra, strengthening it. Junlin Madra, Gu Donglu uttered. The madra flew out, destroying everything in its path towards Lu Nantian. When Lu Nantian saw this, his previously calm eyes finally looked uncharacteristically serious. He knew that the final battle had come. The opponent before him now was the most powerful Gu Donglu. The world of fire went wild. Endless fire moved towards Lu Nantian. Metal and wind elemental power went to him too. Right now, Lu Nantian seemed to be really burning. His power shot up, about to surpass the noble plane. The will released from his eyes was enough to kill a noble. With the golden raven, Lu Nantian was like the sun god. He gripped the sun god's sword and tore at the incoming ancient words. There was a huge boom and the ancient madra shook, cracked, and was about to extinguish. Combat madra. Endless ancient words flew over, transforming into an extremely terrifying madra. It was filled with combat power and flew towards Lu Nantian. He stared forward. His body was extremely powerful and the golden raven rushed out, collided with the madra and the world shook. Destruction madra. Heavenly soldiers roared and transformed into an indestructible madra. Iron madra. Murderous madra. Gu Donglu continued speaking. 9 madras appeared in the sky. Endless ancient words hovered in the air, fighting against the sage ability. 9 huge madras were formed out of thin air and flew towards Lu Nantian. The crowd could only see Lu Nantian wildly fight against the madras. The 9 seals hovered around him. Thousands upon thousands of words dropped from them endlessly. The spectators seemed to stop breathing. They'd never expected a battle so fierce. Despite Lu Nantian and Gu Donglu being the opponents, they were too powerful. The battle between the Sword Saint and Fuyun Sword Clan were probably just at this level too. Lu Nantian had released Sage Intent. Everyone had thought that he would definitely win and there would be no surprises. But then Gu Donglu seemed unwilling to let the cottage's legend die. His abilities evolved again and he transformed into an undefeatable king. Who could defeat a Gu Donglu like this? The Donghua clan were no longer so confident. Right now, Gu Donglu was too dazzling. He had landed before Lu Nantian. The 9 words circled him and the godlike Dharma behind him was undefeatable. When he landed, the heavy words became even stronger. They seemed to transform into a matrix and madras streamed endlessly towards Lu Nantian. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Nantian stood there as endless madras flew to him. Power kept shaking around him. The sun that enveloped him trembled too. Staring at Gu Donglu, toughness flashed past his eyes. This was not just his battle. It represented the entire Donghua clan. Fire descended from the vast sky. Endless birds melded into his body as he released his will. He instantly entered a focused state. His body suddenly disappeared and became illusory. At the same time, his figure appeared in another space. The ancient words around him started burning. Next, multiple images of him appeared in the sky. Each figure possessed the power to destroy everything. They only had one target, Gu Donglu. Gu Donglu's long hair fluttered. He felt the omnipresent threat and his expression was as sharp as before. The Dharma behind him released horrible power and the 9 words spun violently. He created a madra and uttered 9 seals to 1. Kill. Then everyone saw an unbelievable scene. Endless copies of Lu Nantian charged towards Gu Donglu at once. At the same time, countless ancient words and madras grouped around Gu Donglu. Instantly, the sky and earth shook and rumbled without end. Everyone saw the various copies of Lu Nantian get destroyed. They also saw Gu Donglu suffer a horrible attack, but he still stood there like an undying figure. His body released a horrible aura. Like a god, all the power in the world seemed to be his. The next moment, they saw a sun with Gu Donglu as the heart. It stretched out and the sky seemed to be close to burning. Careful. Elders of each top force felt the extreme power. Many high-level nobles walked forward at once to release their energy and create a defense spell. Countless light shields rose up around the martial arts platform, stopping those horrible shockwaves. Cracks kept sounding as many spells were broken. And this was just the shockwaves. What kind of pressure did the 2 fighters withstand? Everyone stared forward. They could no longer see Lu Nantian and Gu Donglu anymore as they were at the heart of the storm. The shockwaves lasted for a while before the destructive force dissipated. At the same time, many people vaguely saw the 2 amongst the flames and light. They stood quietly, staring at each other. Time seemed to stop. Everyone canceled their spells as they stared at the 2. Who won? Many held their breaths, especially those from the Donghua clan and college. Finally, under everyone's scrutiny, Lu Nantian fell over. Senior brother. Nantian. The Donghua clan's hearts shook as if their belief had caved in. Many people charged towards the martial arts platform to help Lu Nantian up. But he raised his hand and stopped them. Blood kept flowing from his mouth. This top figure looked so pathetic now. However, he still tried to pick himself up. No one supported him. Glancing at Gu Donglu, he turned with difficulty and walked away while swaying. Right now, he was bent over and his steps were unsteady. He was clearly badly injured. Lu Nantian had lost. But could anyone say he wasn't strong? Could the Donghua clan blame him? Seeing that swaying figure, everyone was moved. In the cultivation world, losing was always humiliating, but no one thought Lu Nantian's loss was embarrassing. He lost but was still a hero. His abilities were enough to be at the uppermost level of the Eastern Barren territory. No one had the right to mock him. How many people could defeat him? They could only lament why the cottage existed when there was someone like Lu Nantian. The cottage had Gu Donglu. Countless eyes fell on him. The past was the past and Gu Donglu was now number 1 in the Eastern Barren territory. Disabling the Donghua clan noble outside the Qin Palace had told everyone how proud he was. Today, they finally truly understood that the 3rd disciple of the cottage was at the same level as those big figures of the Eastern Barren territory. He was also someone at the peak now. Lu Nantian had been the most monstrously talented in centuries in the Eastern Barren territory. He was so powerful that he even possessed some sage abilities. But even so, he still lost. The winner between the Donghua clan and cottage was still the cottage. The myth was not proved wrong and the legend was still a legend. The Qin dynasty and Donghua clan wanted to kill the legend, but even with Lu Nanshan's unconventional power, they still failed. What kind of place was the cottage? The first disciple of the cottage was given the title of Sword Saint. After today's battle, third disciple Gu Donglu could be made into a saint too. No one knew what the cottage was like. Other than the cottage disciples, no one, even college disciples, had stayed there before. This mysterious place was the sacred land for many talents in the Eastern Barren territory. Gu Donglu turned around. He was still standing straight even though his clothes were messy and had some burn marks. But so what? Everyone only had respect and admiration for him, even those not from the college. Someone like him was worthy of respect. Lu Nantian, who had lost, was the same. If he hadn't faced Gu Donglu, Lu Nantian would be the one turned into a saint today. Senior brother, Shuiyi, Luofan, and the others walked forward. "Let's go," Gu Donglu said. With that, he started walking away. Shuiyi and the others seemed to perceive something. They all followed him. Yu Futian also felt something. He and Yushin followed Gu Donglu out. "Yi Futian," a voice suddenly called out, shattering the silence. Yi Futian looked over to the speaker. Beside the Qin dynasty group, he saw Yin Zhen from the Yin family looking over. "Earlier, you stole our 5-element rod and demonic tripod. Today, I wish to see the cottage's abilities as well. You don't qualify." Yi Futian gazed coolly at the man and continued following Gu Donglu. Yin Zhen's eyes hardened. He stared coldly at Yi Futian's back. "The cottage seems like a varied mix." "He's hurt," Qin Yu said while looking at Gu Donglio's leaving backside. Everyone looked at Qin Yu, agreeing inwardly with him. Gu Donglu was probably hurt. The last hit had been too powerful. If someone as strong as Lu Nantian could fall, Gu Donglu couldn't be unharmed. However, he was still standing. Standing meant victory. He had left with his back straight too, even though he was hurt. He was such a proud fellow. Of course, he had the right to be proud. Not many in the entire Eastern Barren territory was more qualified than him to be proud. Gu Donglu was indeed injured. When they walked out of the Dongqing College, there was a massive crowd waiting outside. Seeing Gu Donglu, they became excited. Someone asked straightforwardly who won. "Shuiyi," Gu Donglu called. Shuiyi understood and went to support Gu Donglio's arm. Then they soared into the air and left. Seeing this, the crowd rustled with noise. Gu Donglu had Shuiyi help him fly? He must be badly hurt, many people guessed. Everyone was talking. If Gu Donglu lost, did it mean the cottage lost? Otherwise, why did they all leave? But the Dongqing College was silent. No one came out other than the people of the cottage, and they didn't know the result. They were all anxious, wishing they could go in immediately and ask, who won this record-breaking top match? The place that the cottage disciples resided in wasn't far from the Dongqing College. They quickly returned. As soon as they landed, Gu Donglu spat out blood. His pallor became pasty and his aura wilted. "Senior brother!" everyone exclaimed. Extremely nervous, they helped him sit down. "It's all right," Gu Donglu said, waving his hand while sitting there. "I'm better now. Lu Nantian is an opponent that deserves to be respected." Everyone agreed. Anyone who could fight with their third senior brother to that extent deserved to be respected. Senior brother Lu Nantian has already fallen. So what if they see your injuries? Why did you hide it? Shuiyi asked. He knew that keeping it down was very bad for the injury. The people of the cottage cannot fall. Gu Donglu looked at Shuiyi, Luofan, and the others and said, "This has nothing to do with pride. The cottage is too brilliant now. The eyes of the entire Eastern Barren territory is on us. This is why we can only continue being powerful. Otherwise, it will be a disaster." Hearing his words, everyone grew thoughtful. They vaguely understood him. Where did the reputation of the cottage come from? The two brilliant battles from before were what gave the cottage the almighty status. This was also why countless eyes were on them. Why did the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan partner up to target the college and cottage? Wasn't it because they were too successful? Last time, they had worked together to defeat Yifutian. Yusheng had almost died. It was a test for the cottage, so Gu Donglu had gone directly to the palace to disable the Donghua clan's noble. This wasn't only due to the cottage's pride. It was also to show the world that the cottage couldn't be bullied. Thus, Gu Donglu couldn't fall. As long as he and the Sword Saint didn't fall, no one would dare to harm the cottage. On the other hand, if a legend fell, the cottage would no longer be the cottage. They only had 8 disciples. They couldn't take any losses. Anyone's loss was a disaster to the cottage. Shui Yi Luo Fan, Gu Donglu said, looking at them. The cottage will only be firmly anchored in the Eastern Barren territory when you two reach my plane. Shui Yi and Luo Fan nodded. Their eyes had never been this serious before. They all knew the responsibility the third senior brother bore. It was the glory of the cottage. Thus, he kept going even with the grave injury. Lu Nantian of the Donghua clan was that strong. Could the clan leader be any weaker? Further, with the Donghua clan's heritage, they must have some extremely powerful old guys too. Xiaoshi, Futian, Yusheng, you all need to work hard too. Gu Donglu turned to Yi Xiaoshi and Yi Futian. There was a rare smile on his face. At this moment, he didn't look like the strict third senior brother anymore. He looked more like a warm elder who protected their growth. Yi Futian finally realized that even the powerful cottage had such pressure. Third senior brother, don't worry. When I get to your level, the cottage will become immortal. Yi Futian smiled brightly as he looked at Gu Donglu. You should rest well right now. Yes. Gu Donglu looked at him and nodded seriously. Those who know me will understand my arrogance. Those who do not can be abandoned without worry. I believe you can do it. I will work hard. Yi Futian nodded with a smile. The teacher has said that he wishes for the cottage to become the true sacred ground of the Eastern Barren territory. The cottage's disciples all work hard towards this. Gu Donglu's eyes glinted brilliantly. Yi Futian looked at him. Was this the teacher's goal? What did the true sacred ground mean? In the Dongqing College, everyone watched as Gu Donglu left with unsettled hearts. They agreed with Qin Yu's words. Gu Donglu was injured, but this didn't stop him from being the legend of this generation. Everyone present came from a top force of the Eastern Barren territory, and there were many important figures here. However, no one had the confidence to win against Gu Donglu. Seeing this battle made the trip worth it. Qin Yu surveyed the crowd and said, Today is the first battle of the Dongqing College. The martial arts platform displayed 2 monstrously talented figures. Both were injured. This will be known as a legendary battle for centuries. Everyone's eyes flashed. Qin Yu was tricky too. He only noted that both were injured and didn't mention who had won. This result must have ruined his plan. However, no one refuted him. Everyone had seen the result and knew it clearly. Qin Yu wasn't wrong either. This truly was a legendary battle. No one would put Lu Nantian down. With this precedent and the fact that everyone has come from afar to group here, as well as the top forces who have come to support this event, the Dongqing College will not disappoint you all, Qin Yu said slowly. Starting tomorrow, we will erect a battle platform outside the college. The students of the Dongqing College are willing to challenge anyone from the Eastern Barren territory. I hope that, at that time, we will be able to witness everyone's brilliance. With that, he gazed at the college and continued, especially from the Eastern Barren College. I wonder if there is anyone else like Gu Donglu. I believe the Eastern Barren College will not disappoint us. Everyone's eyes flickered. As expected, the defeated Dongqing College wouldn't stop here. They prepared to continue calling the forces of the Eastern Barren territory to fight. Most importantly, they would challenge the Eastern Barren College. The people of the Eastern Barren College looked to Qin Yu. Lu Nantian had lost, so now they wanted to win back their reputation with the college? Zhu Qing's eyes flashed coldly. She wanted to see what surprises they'd prepared other than Lu Nantian. The Dongqing College called everyone from the Eastern Barren territory here, so we hope you all will not be disappointed. Bai Lishu said while looking at Qin Yu. He seemed confrontational. People of the various forces were a bit excited. What would happen tomorrow? Furthermore, Qin Yu had said that this was a battle of the Eastern Barren territory. Any one of the forces could participate. Many people wanted to try and compare themselves to the top talents. Soon after, people began leaving. Outside the Dongqing College, the massive crowd was still waiting. When they saw the people from the top forces come out, they grew lively. People started asking for the result of the battle they'd witnessed. However, the top forces went straight into the air and left. They didn't seem to be in the mood. Even the college left directly. This shocked many people. Did Gu Donglu of the cottage really lose? Senior Mu, how was the battle? Someone asked a senior of a big force in Chaoga City. Clearly, they knew each other. Both sides were hurt, but Lu Nantian fell down. An elder replied. As soon as he spoke, everyone looked over. Both sides had been hurt, but Lu Nantian had fallen. The result was clear. Gu Donglu of the cottage had won. I didn't think that Lu Nantian, someone known as a once-in-a-century talent, would lose. Seems like the Donghua clan brags too much, someone muttered. No. The elder shook his head. Lu Nantian lives up to that title. Everyone's eyes glinted. They saw the respect that flashed through the elder's eyes. Xiao Mu said, not many in the Eastern Barren Territory can perceive the abilities of a sage. With Lu Nanshan's present abilities, he is comparable to those true big figures. He was just unlucky to face the third disciple of the cottage. With that, he sighed and walked away. He sympathized for Lu Nantian but also lamented Gu Donglio's power. As soon as he finished, everyone gaped. Lu Nantian had perceived the abilities of a sage and was comparable to those big figures. They suddenly wished immensely to witness that battle that they had missed. The news quickly spread, rushing towards Chaoga City. The city was shaken. Storms erupted in countless hearts. They all regretted that they couldn't have witnessed it. This battle that was like the one between the Sword Saint and Fuyun Sword Clan's clan leader had happened so close to them. It had been right in the Dongqing College. However, hearing that there would be more battles tomorrow, everyone felt better. Finally, they could witness something. They couldn't miss it. The Dongqing College invited all forces of the Eastern Barren Territory for a challenge. It must be another great event. The cottage didn't care about the discussions of the outer world. Their third senior brother was hurt, so they didn't feel any joy at the victory. This battle was enough to make Gu Donglu a saint, but to them, his health was most important. Luo Fan helped Gu Donglu leave that night, returning to the cottage. Shui Yi and the others remained in Chaoga City. This matter wasn't over. Gu Donglu had defeated Lu Nantian. The Donghua clan and Qin dynasty naturally were upset. Other than them, some others were upset too. For example, Shiro and Luo Junlin of the Royal Shen Temple. They had witnessed the entire battle too. Gu Donglu was so powerful, and the more powerful he was, the more uncomfortable Luo Junlin was. This meant it was more difficult to kill Yi Futian. They were clear that if Gu Donglu had lost, it would be entirely different. But Gu Donglu had won. Thus, anybody, even the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan together, had to think carefully before doing something to the cottage, let alone him. Luo Junlin felt depressed. He realized that if this kept developing, it would get more and more difficult to kill Yi Futian. After all, Yi Futian was growing too. With his talent and a place like the cottage, he would sooner or later turn into someone like Gu Donglu. At that time, even the Royal Shen Temple wouldn't be able to touch Yi Futian. The next morning, people crowded outside the Dongqing College. There was a battle platform outside the Dongqing College and a vast space around it. Only those from the top forces could be there. The other spectators could only watch from afar. Otherwise, they couldn't fit at all. It was unclear how many people were in the city now. Even the air around this place was filled with a sea of people. People from the top forces arrived gradually and took up a portion. The college is here. Everyone looked over. They saw Zhu Qing, Zhong Su, and Bai Lishu leading the students. Today, the Dongqing College's target was the college, so everyone obviously paid most attention to them. The cottage hasn't appeared. Many noticed that the cottage disciples weren't there. I heard that someone saw Luo Fan and Gu Donglu leave the inn yesterday. They must have gone back to the cottage to recover, someone commented. Even so, the other disciples should be here. However, they heard that Yin Zhen of the Yin family had challenged Yi Futian yesterday and was rejected. Yi Futian said Yin Zhen wasn't good enough. Were they afraid of being targeted by the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan? As the top forces arrived, The Qin dynasty and Donghua clan alliance walked out of the Dongqing College to the center front of the platform. They were in charge today. Countless eyes looked to them. Qian Shanmu and Qing Mengrua, standing together, attracted many eyes. They were too attractive and had just wedded yesterday. They naturally attracted much attention. Qing Mengrua was still as beautiful as before. The pure and elegant girl was now someone's wife. She seemed more like a woman but was still mesmerizing. One of the top 3 beauties of the Eastern Barren Territory, the young princess of the Qin dynasty, was the first to marry. Hua Qingqing was engaged to Lu Nantian too. Only Chu Yaoyao was left. It was rumored that Qin Li of the Qin dynasty was pursuing her. Qin Yu walked forward and said to the crowd, "Yesterday was the opening of the Dongqing College. Using this chance, we invite all top forces for a friendly match. There are no rules today. Anyone who wishes to come up can challenge at will. Anything is fine as long as the other accepts. If anyone who performs well wishes to enter the Dongqing College, be my guest." Finishing, he gazed into the crowd. There wasn't much action. Clearly, they were all waiting. Today was mainly for the Dongqing College and Eastern Barren College. The others were mostly here for the show. Of course, if they get interested, they might go try. Seeing no responses, Qin Yu said, "Today, the Dongqing College is the host. Then, I guess we will go first while saving the best for last." With that, Qin Yu retreated. Some people behind him walked out at the same time. Seeing 2 of them, the spectators were intrigued. Qian Shanmu and Qing Mengrua had walked out at the same time. They had wedded yesterday. Would they start the first battle today? Then everyone realized that other than them, there were 4 more people. The 6 of them stepped onto the platform. Is this a group battle? Everyone was interested. Would the first battle be a group one? Other than Qian Shanmu and Qing Mengrua, the 4 weren't very familiar. However, the 6 had stepped forward as disciples of the Dongqing College. "The 6 of us are all in the lower arcana plane," Qian Shanmu said. "We would like to challenge Xiao Wuji, Yu Qingshan, Su Muge, Jiang Tang, Tang Yi, and Han Feng from the Eastern Barren College." As soon as he spoke, the crowd went wild. The 6 that Qian Shanmu had named were all familiar to them. Of the young generation of the college, Xiao Wuji and Yu Qingshan were definitely well known. The other 4 were a little less skilled, but they were still geniuses of the college. Last year, the weakest of them were already at the top of the Dharma plane. Now, they should probably all be in the lower arcana plane. The Dongqing College wished to make up for their loss with this first battle. However, could Qian Shanmu win with this lineup? The eyes of the college all flashed. He was so ambitious. Did he want to take all the accomplished disciples in the lower arcana plane in one fell swoop? Xiao Wuji walked forward. He hadn't proved himself with a battle since being invited by Tang Yi in the ancient barren world last year. Though his reputation there had already spread through the forces, he'd also displayed extraordinary talent in the college. However, he hadn't displayed his true skills before everyone like the first disciple and Gu Donglu of the cottage had. Today, Qian Shanmu gave him this chance. Yu Qingshan also walked forward. Before Xiao Wuji's arrival, he'd already been renowned amongst the college disciples. He was one of those monstrous people. With him, Xiao Wuji, Su Muge, and the others, how could Qian Shanmu's group dare to challenge them? The 6 from the college stepped forward together. Without speaking, they went to the battle platform. Qian Shanmu didn't take advantage of them. They weren't any lower in plane or reputation. This way, there was no reason to avoid the challenge. They could only welcome it. The 12 stepped onto the platform. Countless eyes fell on them. Qian Shanmu's group of 6 instantly went into position. Husband and wife, Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengrua, stood on either side. The other 4 stood behind them. Clearly, Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengrua were prepared to use rhythmic sorcery to aid the battle. It was highly possible they had already prepared for this battle. Amongst the Qin dynasty crowd, Qin Li looked at this and his lips curled into a smirk. He couldn't blame Lu Nanshan's loss yesterday. Not even his father could. However, everyone would truly see the Dongqing College's glory today. The era of the Eastern Barren College was over. Xiao Wuji's group of 6 spread out as well. Yu Qingshan warned them, "Be careful." Though the 6 people were all top talents of the Eastern Barren College, the Qin dynasty was also well prepared with 6 people chosen just for them. Yesterday, Lu Nantian was defeated. This time was another chance for the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan to gain back their reputation. They would not accept another failure. Therefore, this would be a fierce battle. The Eastern Baron College and people here all knew what they would face. However, the 6 people selected to be adversaries were all famous geniuses of the college. Thus, there was no possibility of a refusal even though the other side must be well prepared. Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengrua sat cross-legged in a line. What appeared before Qin Mengrua was a guqin. Instead of a flute, Qian Shanmu had a zither. People were surprised by their instruments. Since ancient times, the guqin and zither played together had alluded to conjugal intimacy. This time, this couple was going to fight with guqin and zither. The guqin and zither sounded at the same time. The guqin sounded gentle like a flowing spring, while the zither was majestic, like the roar of a crane or dragon. In an instant, the sound turned into an invisible aura, directly falling down on the 4 figures in front. Their auras instantly strengthened. Power in the world resonated with the music. Some terrible forces grew in their bodies and seemed ready to erupt at any time. Dragons appeared, hovering and soaring behind the 4 people. The golden dragons were extremely scary for they seemed to be becoming real. More frightening was that the 4 people's temperaments appeared to be fused together by the music, forming a stronger airflow. Xiao Wuji's group had already acted. The power of ice shot out, going to freeze the 4 people. Suddenly, a dragon's roar was heard. The earth quaked fiercely as if a real dragon was born. The sonorous roar shattered the spell. Many of the spectators were caught off guard. They felt like their eardrums had been shattered. The weaker groaned for their mentality was almost crushed by the roar. Xiao Wuji's group was obviously confronted with even stronger power. Their bodies trembled. Clearly, they didn't anticipate the roar could contain such terrible power. Even worse, the dragons punched while roaring. The punch broke through the air and the dragons above the 4 cultivators combined into one. A horrible golden dragon appeared, ferocious and enormous, soaring to the sky and rushing toward Tang Yi and another disciple of the Eastern Baron College. The 2 had just suffered that roar. When the ferocious golden dragon crushed toward them, the 2's faces changed. There was no time for them to escape. They could only release their dharma to resist with all their might. At this moment, a terrible rhythm penetrated their brains. Then the large dragon arrived. Bang! There was the terrible sound of a collision. The 2 people were thrown into the sky. They spat out blood in the air and fell down below the platform. They were defeated by just a blow. It's a joint attack. People all stared at the 4 on the platform. It was not just a joint attack. Their attack, assisted by the instruments of Qin Mengrua and Chen Shanmu, could erupt in an instant and shatter the world. It's the Imperial Dragon spell. What the top forces saw was not Tang Ye's defeat but the abilities of the 4. The 4 had transformed their spiritual qi into dragons. This was not difficult for many strong cultivators, but it was special because the strength was coupled with the support from Qin dynasty. They knew that this was definitely the Imperial Dragon spell of the Qin dynasty. The Imperial Dragon spell was passed down the generations in the Qin dynasty, known as Imperial spell. Reaching the extreme, the Imperial cultivator could ride dragons. Even at the elementary level, the cultivator could have a body with dragon strength and shape. The 4 strong cultivators all practiced the spell. What did it mean? Were they all the descendants of the Qin dynasty royalty? Or did the Qin dynasty pass the spell to the disciples of the Dongqin College? If so, it was even more terrifying. The Qin dynasty had taken a very shocking step. Boom! 4 figures stepped out, moving like thunder, surrounded by indistinct dragons. They went straight towards Su Muge and Jiang Teng with amazing speed. Their strategy was very clear: defeat the weak first. Xiao Wuji and Yu Qingshan were the strongest who couldn't be defeated at the first. They would deal with the strongest 2 only after defeating the others. The 4 people were very strong, as if they had no opponents. Su Muge's face changed slightly. It might be very difficult for him to contend with the 4 strong cultivators, especially when the 4 were assisted by 2 rhythmic sorcerers. Boom! Right at that moment, a figure descended from the sky like a god. A terrible force followed, crushing down. A mountain appeared and fell toward the 4. The 4 raised their hands and dragons soared toward the mountain. However, Xiao Wuji stood before them, stopping them. A powerful gravity spell subjected the four to extremely strong pressure while dragon vines appeared, rolling over toward the four. But at the time of the spell's release, a terrible sound wave came and the dragon-shaped vines were cut off and shattered. Simultaneously, that melody turned into light, bathing the four people as resistance to the oppression of gravity. Even the spell of wind came upon their bodies. Bang! The four stepped forward simultaneously, shaking the platform. Xiao Wuji said, "Go take care of the two behind them. I will stop the four." Yu Qingshan, Su Muge, and Jiang Teng nodded and acted. Yu Qingshan moved straight toward Qian Shanmu while Su Muge and Jiang Teng went to Qin Mengrua. They had obvious targets. Qian Shanmu just ignored them. He played the 25-string zither with an incredible speed, constantly releasing majestic melodies. Su Muge and Jiang Teng, moving toward Qin Mengrua, felt their brain get penetrated by countless arrows. Their face turned pale. Soon, the Guqin spell played by Qin Mengrua also came, transformed into dragons and crushing toward the two. Su Muge and Jiang Teng were thrown away. How? People's hearts trembled. In this intense battle, for people from the Eastern Baron College had been defeated. It was clear that the 6 from Dongqing College acted as one while the 6 from the college were too scattered. 2 were wounded at the beginning. Then Su Muge and Jiang Teng, who couldn't be matches of Qian Shanmu at all, were also defeated. The 2 strongest cultivators in Dongqing College were Lu Nantian and Qian Shanmu. The latter was known as number 1 in rhythmic sorcery. Su Muge just couldn't take even one shot from him. Xiao Wuji was strong. However, he was faced with 4 strong cultivators who were good at joint attack and the Imperial Dragon spell. In this battle, the Eastern Baron College would definitely be the loser. In Xiao Wuji's battlefield, the 4 strong cultivators were attacking fiercely. Every punch they threw out would bring enormous dragon figures out. However, Xiao Wuji's pace was assisted with the wind spell, which helped him escape from the attack. The Dharma behind him kept absorbing spiritual qi. It was an illusory figure which was very similar to Gu Dongliu's. 7 sacred wheels rotated crazily with dazzling lights. The 7 wheels represented all 7 attributes. Seeing the 4 coming, Xiao Wuji's illusory figure shone with horrible illusory light. A spiritual attack rushed toward the 4, however, the 4's minds were united as one. Qin Mengrua's Guqin spell had also arrived. The spiritual attack could do nothing to them. Behind Xiao Wuji, the 7 sacred wheels burst out with bright light, releasing spells of 7 attributes in an instant and crushing toward the 4 strong cultivators. Xiao Wuji is really strong. People kept looking at the battlefield. If the 4 were not good at joint attack and were instead separated, they would have been defeated by Xiao Wuji immediately. Facing the horrible spell attacks, the 4 stood together and the dragon figures on their bodies soared into the sky and crisscrossed as a dragon-shaped curtain to block the attacks. Then they retreated. They stopped fighting with Xiao Wuji and went to Qian Shanmu. At this moment, Qian Shanmu was fighting with Yu Qingshan. Yu Qingshan was trapped by his rhythmic attack. "Watch out," Xiao Wuji warned. Yu Qingshan tried to retreat, but Qian Shanmu's rhythmic attacks became more violent. Everything was locked, seeming to immobilize him. At this time, the 4 went toward Yu Qingshan and attacked. Yu Qingshan wanted to resist, but Qian Shanmu didn't allow it. Notes kept exploding in his brain. His mentality was going to break down. Bang! With a loud noise, Yu Qingshan was shot down. His body fell down to the platform. Boom! 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 Xiao Wuji came too late. He attacked the 4 cultivators with his spell and finally separated them. 2 of the 4 were wounded. But then, notes kept descending on him. Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengrua were free since only Xiao Wuji was left now. Xiao Wuji's eyes became very cold. He stepped forward with a violent aura, ready to fight alone. "Junior Xiao, it's enough," Bai Lishu shouted. Xiao Wuji stopped in hesitation. He reluctantly turned around and stepped down from the platform with Yu Qingshan. Su Muge and Tang Yi were very indignant. They lost the battle too miserably. This is a well-prepared strategy. Is this fun? Zhu Qing glanced at the Dongqing College. Qin Yu laughed and said, This battle is just for mutual learning. The result doesn't matter. Moreover, the 4 disciples of Dongqing College are all geniuses from top family forces and chose the Dongqing College to cultivate in. They are talented in martial arts, so we taught them the Imperial Dragon spell. Today was like a test for them. People all looked at Qinyu. The result didn't matter? Naturally, whatever the winner said was right, since the loser was the humiliated one. But people were more surprised by Qinyu's last sentence. People realized that the significance of this battle was not just to defeat the Eastern Baron College, but to tell the world what the Dongqing College could bring to its disciples. The people of the Eastern Baron territory were not very shocked. The Eastern Baron College had lost pretty badly, but upon closer thought, wouldn't the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan prepare well before creating the college and calling everyone to Chaoga City? They naturally wouldn't underestimate the college or cottage. Similarly, they were also at the same level as the college. This victory was a well-planned result. It was just that Gu Donglio's powerful performance yesterday destroyed their preparations. They must have been absolutely confident in Lu Nantian. If Lu Nantian had won, the Dongqing College would completely steal the Eastern Baron College's spotlight. The college understood this too. Yu Qing, Zhongsu, and Bai Lishu were all clear. The 2 forces partnered up to create the Dongqing College just to replace them. They could see from this arrangement. It was definite. To be honest, they could have left after yesterday. However, the Dongqing College had sent out the challenge. If they had left, it would be the same as avoiding the battle. Qinyu gazed at everyone and continued speaking. All strong cultivators of the Eastern Baron territory have gathered here. Today, anyone who wishes to try can do so. As mentioned before, the Dongqing College will enroll students during the next 3 months. This is the examination stage. In addition, 1 battle platform doesn't seem to be enough. Thus, I would like to divide the platform into 4. Martial arts, sorcery, rhythmic sorcery, and free fighting. Mixed battles are allowed. This way, we can see the talents more clearly, and having multiple people challenging simultaneously will be more efficient. Everyone admired Qin Yu's plan. He was using the other forces to hype up the Dongqing College and also using the stage to find students. It was a great tactic. As soon as he finished, people went up. A matrix lit up on the platform, dividing it into 4 battle platforms. In the Eastern Baron College group below, Xiao Wuji said, "I will challenge again." The earlier defeat was a group one. He was not satisfied. If you wish to challenge, your opponent can only be Qian Shanmu. Are you confident? Bai Lishu asked. Xiao Wuji stared at the man on the other side. He was confident in his own abilities, but he didn't know if he could beat Qian Shanmu. He'd already experienced the rhythmic sorcery, but it was only the tip of the iceberg. Qinyu purposely made a separate platform for rhythmic sorcery, Bai Lishu said. Why? Who can beat Qian Shanmu and the Donghua clan in that aspect? I heard that Hua Qingqing's musical sorcery isn't any weaker than Qian Shanmu's. The Donghua clan leader's wife used to have the title of #1 musical sorcerer in the Eastern Baron territory, Zhu Qing said from the side. Her students will definitely be skilled. Though it was the era of the younger generation, as a strong cultivator from the older generation, she naturally knew who the clan leader's wife was. Once the most beautiful in the Eastern Baron territory, she had both looks and talent. Back then, her fame wasn't any less than the 3 beauties of today. Hua Qingqing apparently had inherited 90% of her skills. Su Yan, you should go, Zhu Qing said. Behind her, a pretty girl nodded. Yes, master. With that, she walked towards the free fighting platform. Bai Lishu glanced at Su Yan. She was in mid-arcana plane and was one of Zhu Qing's favorites. She wasn't well known but was very powerful. Su Yan didn't say who she wanted to challenge. She just announced her name and plane. Then the Qin dynasty sent someone from the same plane to fight her. In this battle, Su Yan easily crushed the opponent. Everyone understood that the college was still the college. Even though the Dongqing College could shake the Eastern Baron College's status, it couldn't completely crush them. It was impossible. In the end, they would probably just tie. But even so, the Dongqing College still won. If they could be even to the Eastern Baron College and pass down techniques like Imperial Dragon Spell, it would show their stance. The Dongqing College would become a powerful force in the future. Their disciples would also continuously join the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan. In the Eastern Barren Territory, the college was the most attractive place for geniuses. There was no competition. This was probably why the two forces joined together to create the Dongqing College. Next, the other forces gradually opened up and went up to the platform to fight. The atmosphere intensified. Disciples from even those top forces wanted to go up and witness the abilities of the best. The fights between the two colleges were most interesting. They both had losses and wins and were very exciting. The Dongqing College had geniuses good at every type of skill. The Qin dynasty was better at martial arts while the Donghua clan was better at spells. Though many geniuses studied both, they still leaned towards one. Yu Shang, Yi Wuqian, and Hua Jieyu were the best examples. However, the one platform where the Dongqing College never lost was for rhythmic sorcery. Many geniuses, even Gu Biyue from the Witch clan, went to try and were defeated. The battles were getting more and more exciting. The atmosphere grew hot as well. However, some people noticed that the cottage still hadn't arrived. Right now, they were at the inn. Fourth senior brother, why aren't we going today? Yu Futian asked Shuiyi. Today is the glorious day for the Dongqing College. Why should we go? Shuiyi asked. To push them down, Yi Futian said. The Dongqing College already lost a critical battle yesterday. Do you think they'll give the cottage a chance today? Shuiyi said indifferently. They'll definitely try to threaten us with rules. For example, you're in the Dharma plane. If they make a battle of the Arcana plane, you won't be able to participate. Even if you can win some rounds, so what? How many disciples does the cottage have? How many rounds can we win? The Dongqing College prepared for a whole year for today. They will definitely do well. A little depressed, Yi Futian muttered, yes, but I still don't like it. Last year, the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan had defeated Yuxing at the Qin palace. The nobles' one hit had injured Yuxing gravely. Now, they were targeting the college and cottage again, challenging third senior brother. Though the cottage had won, Yi Futian was still annoyed. That's right. Shuiyi chuckled. Junior, what can you do if you go up? Yi Futian blinked. What do you mean? Regular victories in this competition are meaningless. You win one round and they can win one too. We're the only ones left in the cottage. Either we don't fight or we completely squash them. Understand? Shuiyi chuckled. And when they're all proud, stomp them down. Wow, you're so old and wise. Yi Futian stared at his fourth senior brother. He was still too inexperienced. Shuiyi glared at Yi Futian. He was so handsome. He wasn't old. Can you do it? Shuiyi asked. Yi Futian's brows smoothed and he smiled brightly. I'll try. Rest well today. Shuiyi patted Yi Futian's shoulders. Okay. Yi Futian nodded and then said, Senior brother, are all scholars so simple-minded? Fuck off. Shuiyi muttered after a pause. Evil. I'm going to turn bad because of you. Yi Futian left while laughing and said, Yu Shang. Get ready. Shuiyi watched Yi Futian's back. This guy didn't need to learn to be bad. They were all the same. Yi Futian had the second senior sister wrapped around his finger. The others couldn't do that. Just as Shuiyi had predicted, today indeed was the Dongqing College's day. Their disciples were able to display extraordinary talent on either of the 4 battle platforms, especially for rhythmic sorcery. Hua Qingqing had gone once and defeated a powerful person from the Witch clan. This told everyone that not one of the top 3 beauties used only their looks. They were all extremely powerful. On this day, talents from all over stepped onto the battle platforms in hopes of joining the Dongqing College. It could be predicted that, in the coming days, there might be a wave of people coming to register here. This was now an alternate choice to the Eastern Barren College. Many people debated over the cottage's absence. Everyone already knew that the 3rd and 5th disciple had left. 4th disciple Shuiyi probably wouldn't do anything. That left Xianxia and Yi Futian. Not many knew Xianxia. Just as everyone thought, Yi Futian's plane was too low. He didn't have much use. This was probably why they weren't here. The college had complaints about this. They'd been beaten today, but the cottage wouldn't show up. This pissed off a lot of them. However, the cottage didn't care about these guesses and talk. They didn't care about anyone's thoughts or complaints. They acted how they wanted. The college was unable to disturb them either. This was why they had a strange relationship. Even the important figures of the college couldn't influence the cottage's decisions. The next morning, a crowd had already gathered outside the Dongqing College. They'd all come to take up a spot with a better view of the battles. Of course, some also wanted to get the Dongqing College's recognition so they could join. Yesterday's battles had become topics of discussion too. They wondered what kind of great fights would take place today. Other than the two colleges, would the amazing fighters amongst them fight too? The spring sun brought some warmth as it shone over Xianxia City. More and more people grouped in the center of the city. There were more strong cultivators here than yesterday. The top forces hadn't left yet. Even if they didn't participate, they could see the levels of the others. They could compare themselves and see what level they were at. The battles continued. People gradually moved onto the battle platforms, challenging those from the other forces. Many from Xianxia City targeted the Eastern Baron College. These people naturally wanted to join the Dongqing College. They were from Xianxia families. It would be great if they could join the Dongqing College and be under the Qin dynasty. But even if they were geniuses, it was difficult to defeat the college. Most battles ended in failures. Someone in the college crowd suddenly exclaimed in shock. Many people looked over and saw that the cottage had arrived. They were standing to the side quietly. Seeing them, a lot from the college frowned. Feeling upset, Tang Yi asked directly, "Were you in the inn the entire day yesterday?" Yesterday, the Dongqing College had challenged the college. It was extremely important, but the cottage had vanished. The consequence was that they were completely repressed by the Dongqing College. The first loss especially had humiliated him. Tang Yi had been forced down with one hit. How he felt went without speaking. Shui Yi looked forward, ignoring him. Yi Xiaoshi looked at Tang Yi and smiled. "Yeah, you." Tang Yi was frustrated with Yi Xiaoshi's indifference, but couldn't say anything. He had no right to order the cottage around. Not even the elders could influence the cottage. No matter how upset he was, he couldn't do anything. Those bastards. The cottage has arrived. Many eyes looked over at Yi Futian and the others. 2 days ago, Gu Donglio's epic battle had raised the cottage's status once again. Paired with the fact that they didn't show up yesterday, today's appearance attracted much attention. "Young Master Yi is here." From the distance, Gu Biyue smiled at Yi Futian. Her eyes were mesmerizing. As soon as she spoke, everyone saw Yi Futian and the cottage group. Beside her, Gu Shiqiu glanced at his junior sister. He couldn't do anything. This was just how she was. Yi Futian chuckled. "Do you want to serve me?" Gu Shiqiu's eyes flashed with a sharp glint, staring daggers at him. Did he not care about that warning from before? Yi Futian felt Gu Shiqiu's eyes but ignored him. People of the other forces were intrigued. Xinli had purposely spread news of Gu Shiqiu teaching Yi Futian a lesson, and many knew about it. But was Yi Futian teasing the witch again? Did he not learn his lesson? Or maybe he had his cottage brothers with him, so he was more confident. Gu Shiqiu couldn't do anything to him. "No. But I wish to see you display your radiance like in the ancient barren world." The witch's smile was very mesmerizing. Yi Futian had been extremely brilliant that day at the Mirror Mountain. Everyone present had been impressed. With the phrase, "You are not qualified to understand my world. Those who know me understand my arrogance," was still shocking to think back on. But even though Yi Futian had made a commotion at the Qin dynasty, his reputation was still mostly due to being part of the cottage. He smiled and looked away. The girls of the Moon Clan looked at Yi Futian. The woman who had helped send Hua Jieyu's message smiled. This guy wasn't very obedient. He was publicly flirting with the witch. She would have to talk to Hua Jieyu. Chu Yaoyao also looked at Yi Futian. She was curious about the man Hua Jieyu loved. Yi Futian. Yin Zhen of the Yin family said coldly. He gazed at Yi Futian coolly. "I challenged you 2 days ago. Today I challenge you again. Will you take it?" He wanted to see if Yi Futian would avoid the challenge on an occasion like this. But Yi Futian seemed to not hear him. He gazed at the Dongqing College and smiled. He walked to a battle platform where the battle had just ended. It was the platform for free fighting. What is he doing? Everyone stared at him. Was he finally going to fight? A moment later, Yi Futian stood onto the platform. Countless eyes focused on him. He walked up as soon as he arrived. The cottage truly wasn't playing around. Disciples of the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan all looked at him, wondering who he would challenge. With his plane, who could he challenge? I heard that yesterday the Dongqing College set up a challenge to test the cultivation results of their disciples. Today, I would also like to do that. Yi Futian chuckled. 1 year ago, Yu Xin, Yi Wuchen, and I came from a small country. Our planes are still low, but we wish to test our cultivation from this year at an event like this. Some people had a strange look. They were all clear what had happened 1 year ago. The name of Kangi had become known throughout the ancient barren world. The various top forces had gone to the Kangi kingdom as well. Thinking back, their group had only come to cultivate at the eastern barren territory for 1 year. They just attracted attention because they joined the cottage. Hearing this, Yu Shang and Yi Wuchen understood. They walked to the battle platform too. We've cultivated here for 1 year and are probably at the same level as the new disciples of the Dongqing College. We are only at the Dharma plane as well. It's unfortunate. I would like to witness the brilliance of the Dongqing College disciples today. Please take care of me. Yi Futian was very polite as he spoke. Everyone was shocked. Since when was the cottage so humble? He was too humble. They were quite uncomfortable. Yi Futian was clearly from the cottage and extremely talented. But the way he said it, he was just a rookie who had only cultivated for 1 year. It made sense too. Many from the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan were annoyed. Did Yu Futian really want them to send rookies of the Dharma plane to fight against him? It was suicide. Disciples of the cottage aren't judged by their planes. Qinli said calmly, staring at Yi Futian. I have entered the cottage but have yet to prove myself. I don't have a glorious record and feel embarrassed. Today, I am nervous to challenge the geniuses of the Dongqing College too, Yi Futian said, smiling. Everyone gaped at him. Was this possible? However, it was Qinli who had said that Yi Futian hadn't proved himself yet. But when Yi Futian repeated those words so modestly, it felt kind of weird. Even Shui Yi and Yi Xiaoshi were dumbfounded. They'd underestimated how shameless their junior was. The senior sister from the Moon clan smirked. Jiayu's boy was so evil, but his eyes were so clear and honest. He was very convincing. In reality, even without a track record to prove himself, Yi Futian's hurried fight at the Qin dynasty was still unreachable for someone on the same plane. Yu Shun was the same. His combat ability was wild. Yi Wuchen was from the 7th peak of the Fuyun sword clan. Many had learned that Yi Wuchen had killed Li Daoyun from the Arcana plane. Did Yi Futian really want these three to fight with new disciples of the Dharma plane? It is even more of a sham for the cottage and Fuyun sword clan to be overly modest, Qinli said coldly. Will the Dongqing College accept the challenge? After Qinli spoke, Yi Futian's tone abruptly sharpened. Or are you only able to fight back with planned techniques? Qinli stared at him, livid. At this time, Qinyu said calmly, the Dongqing College does not have anyone in the Dharma plane at the same level as you. There is no need to fight this battle. We admit defeat. Everyone was shocked at this. The Dongqing College had been so successful yesterday but was forced to surrender at the start of today. It was quite difficult. But everyone knew that if they really fought, the result would be the same. Losing like that was giving in to Yi Futian's group. Surrendering without a fight prevented Yi Futian from showing off. Of course, if you wish to challenge personally, we can try. Qinyu continued. Yi Futian's plane shouldn't be too high. He probably wasn't even in the high-level Dharma plane. Since Yi Futian was from the cottage, losing to him wouldn't be too embarrassing, right? That's boring. Yi Futian shook his head and said, if I fight someone from another plane, can I use a ritual implement? If you challenge an arcana plane, then of course. Qinyu nodded. A noble ritual implement was powerful but also depended on one's abilities as a foundation. He couldn't improve by too much. Noble intent was the same. Of course, the talents of the top forces all had noble intent. Okay. Yi Futian nodded and shrugged. He glanced at Yi Wuchen and Yu Shang. It had ended without even starting. Of course, Yi Futian didn't want to end just like this. After Yi Wuchen and Yu Shang left, he walked towards another battle platform. There, a Donghua clan disciple who was skilled in rhythmic sorcery had just won. Seeing Yi Futian's arrival, many people looked over. Was he going to challenge this arcana plane rhythmic sorcerer? The man studied Yi Futian and smiled. You want to challenge me? Yi Futian shook his head. Everyone froze, confused. Then Yi Futian's gaze moved past the crowd to the Dongqing College. His eyes fell on Qian Shanmu. Following his gaze, everyone's eyes hardened. What did Yi Futian want? I don't know rhythmic sorcery, but I would still like to witness the brilliance of the best rhythmic sorcerer of our generation, Yi Futian said slowly. Yi Futian of the cottage would like to learn from you. This one utterance shocked everyone. Yi Futian, a disciple of the cottage, was going to challenge Qian Shanmu. Back when the Qin dynasty crowned the crown prince, a Guqin recital ensued at the Qin imperial palace. Yi Futian made a move then in the 4th level Dharma plane. It had only been a year. Even if he cultivated really quickly, how powerful could he have actually gotten? He very well may only be in the 6th level Dharma plane. If he had cultivated quickly enough, maybe he could be in the 7th level. Qian Shanmu was already in the Arcana plane. Of course, the people would not question the abilities of a disciple of the cottage. Even if he had never truly proven himself before, he was still extremely powerful. But who was his opponent right now? It was Qian Shanmu, also known as the #1 musical cultivator of the younger generation. Even opponents in the same plane would need to be wary in battle with a person like this. Forget about those in lower planes. Regardless of the distance between their planes, were ritual implements really going to make up for it? Yi Futian was too rash. In everyone's opinion, he should not have chosen Qian Shanmu as his opponent. This idiot. Among the group from the college, Tang Yi and others were dumbstruck. When they recovered, they cursed under their breath. When Yi Futian's trio stepped onto the battle platform and made Qin Yu admit defeat, the student disciples of the college felt great. But in the blink of an eye, the idiot challenged Qian Shanmu. Who did he think he was? This wasn't the top of Mirror Mountain. There were no statues or relics he could borrow power from. This was a battle platform. Gubiyue had a glint in her eye. The light smile on her face was captivating. This guy really won't give up until every word out of his mouth is enough to put people in shock. Even the people of the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan were stupefied. Qin Li then let out a strange smile. This Yi Futian guy could have picked anyone, and he chose to challenge Qian Shanmu? The disciples of the cottage were indeed so arrogant. It was ridiculous. In the crowd, Qian Shanmu's eyes fell on Yi Futian. Yi Futian claimed not to know about music. These were the words he had once said to Yi Futian. Now, these words were coming out of Yi Futian's mouth. Was he prepared to have an exchange with him using music? Just then, everyone watched Yi Futian take off the bag on his back and pull out a guqin. He had obviously come prepared. At this sight, everyone grew more interested. Does he know what he's doing? Su Muge frowned. Yi Futian was going to challenge Qian Shanmu using music? Music was Qian Shanmu's specialty. In the first battle, Qian Shanmu had used music as a supplement. Su Muge was completely unable to withstand his musical sorcery. Of all things, Yi Futian wanted to challenge Qian Shanmu with the thing he was best at. Did he have a death wish? Can you shut up? Yuxing said coldly, hearing the voice coming from the group beside him. His battle doesn't only affect him. Su Muge looked at Yuxing with cold eyes. Who didn't know of the cottage's status? What would the world think if Yi Futian got defeated? Was he sending himself right up to his opponent for humiliation? Should we let you go then? Yi Xiaoshir's eyes swept toward Su Muge. How noisy. If little brother chose to challenge him, he must have his reason. The fourth brother had already said, if a disciple of the cottage decided to battle, it must be a battle that would shock the world. If Yi Futian was able to win Qian Shanmu, that would be a given. On the musical battle platform, the figure standing opposite Yi Futian sneered as he glanced at Yi Futian. There were hints of mockery and disdain. Challenge Qian Shanmu? What a joke! Turning around, he stepped off the platform. The people of the Donghua clan let out looks of amusement. They had been extremely upset when Lu Nantian had lost to Gu Donglu. Now that Yi Futian of the cottage had asked for a challenge, it was the perfect time for cruel payback. Qian Shanmu walked onto the platform and stood opposite Yi Futian. Below the platform, arrogance was exuded from the eyes of his wife, Qin Mamrua. Her husband's skills and knowledge of music wasn't something Yi Futian could challenge. However, she did know that he was also good at music. Back at the Qin palace, Yi Futian had played the world for Gu Ming and caused him to fall to his knees, completely controlled by the music. That was Yi Futian's response to Qian Shanmu's insult about him not understanding music. Did he want to prove his musical abilities once more today? If so, then he was going to pay the price. Donghua clan, Qian Shanmu. Please, enlighten me, Qian Shanmu said, maintaining proper etiquette. He then sat down with crossed legs. Yi Futian did the same facing him. One on the guqin, one on the zither. However, there was not going to be any harmonization between the two instruments this time. It was going to be a battle. The sounds of both instruments rang out at the same time. The guqin sounded crisp while the zither was deep. These were two obviously different styles of music being played on the platform. The piece Qian Shanmu played sounded majestic and powerful. A formless energy formed in the space around. The sounds of the zither harmonized with the earth around, causing a flow of strong energy. Although there had yet to be a release of great power, it still gave people a feeling that once the music reached an explosive point, everything would be destroyed. There wasn't going to be any mystery about this battle. As the #1 musical cultivator of the younger generation, it was obvious that Qian Shanmu would be able to crush Yi Futian. Compared to the powerful energy associated with Qian Shanmu's piece, Yi Futian's music sounded ordinary and boring. There wasn't anything new. It was melodious and serene. His music sounded so ridiculously simple. This had many people confused. Was Yi Futian really going against Qian Shanmu with this piece? There were so many possibilities with music, but it was also something that required a lot of care. First of all, there needed to be a basic foundation of the piece. From there, all sorts of destructive spells could be released. With just one listen, Qian Shanmu's piece was able to exude power, while Yi Futian's sound was a joke. Could a piece like this take even one blow from Qian Shanmu? In the direction of the group from the Donghua clan, a girl stared at Yi Futian. Her beautiful, pure eyes had hints of curiosity. She was Xianxia. Her mother was well-versed in music, so she had grown up surrounded by it. Thus, she was naturally sensitive to anything having to do with music. She could feel something unordinary from Yi Futian's music. Simple, pure, and clean. It was a sound without any impurities, like the heart of a child. But would a musical piece like this actually be able to withstand the destructive spells Qian Shanmu was about to release? Her eyes hinted her curiosity. As the sound of his music changed, a powerful energy circled around Qian Shanmu. Suddenly, the 5 fingers on his right hand jumped around of the strings of the zither. It was loud like thunder. The ground shook and a terrifying spiritual storm morphed into tens of thousands of sharp swords, all charged for Yi Futian. In a split second, everyone could feel the murderous intent in his music. It was then that the people had the mistaken illusion that this might be the end of Yi Futian. What made everyone freeze in surprise was Yi Futian did not use musical sorcery to block off this attack. He was still playing the guqin quietly. It was almost as if everyone saw the swords all pierce into his mind. Would Yi Futian fall at just one attack? He seemed to have shivered lightly, but the music never stopped. He continued to play, and the attack seemed to already have dissipated into nothing. This had many people sighing in relief. Although they had a feeling that Yi Futian would definitely lose, they would be disappointed if a disciple of the cottage were to be defeated so easily. Naturally, Qian Shanmu knew how Yi Futian had managed that. He used noble will as a complement to his music. This formed a layer of protective spiritual energy. In Yi Futian's mind, he could almost feel the will transform into a dragon which circled around to protect his will. Qian Shanmu was still playing his attacks non-stop. A crazy rainstorm seemed to have appeared around Yi Futian. Endless spiritual swords pierced ferociously into Yi Futian's mind. However, his music and will were still there in the form of a dragon. From time to time, the dragon would roar, destroying any incoming destructive spiritual energy. The power of his spiritual defenses is quite strong. His noble will is working together with the noble ritual implement. Looks like Qian Shanmu won't be able to get rid of Yi Futian so quickly, everyone thought. But that was not the extent of Qian Shanmu's attacks. Besides the endless spiritual attacks, a frightening storm of spiritual qi appeared around him. The earth hummed in unison with the sounds of his instrument. A suffocating energy spread on the battle platform. It felt like something that could wipe out the earth. Energy built like this would definitely be incredibly powerful once it exploded. The rumbling of thunder exploded in the air. A horrifying flash of lightning struck down at Yi Futian. It was an easy task for Qian Shanmu to send out spells with his music. Yi Futian was still playing on his guqin with his head down. It was almost as if he didn't see a thing. When the lightning struck down, it was actually absorbed into the sound of music in the surroundings. The music transformed into spiritual qi that flowed in a circle around his body. However, an endless amount of spiritual qi gathered crazily in the air above his head. It formed faintly into a scary pattern. This pattern was able to absorb the spiritual qi of the world around him. It gave off a show-stealing seven-colored light, a blinding light. With the flow of spiritual qi, the pattern took shape. The never-ending sounds of music motivated the flow of spiritual qi. As everyone looked on in surprise, a spiritual qi matrix formed over Yi Futian's head. Everyone's heart raced. They watched a matrix form out of nowhere above Yi Futian. The pattern spun and the spiritual qi went wild, causing a matrix storm. A black hole appeared, absorbing all energy while giving off a destructive energy. What terrifying musical sorcery! This was no longer simply sorcery released by music. The music had formed a matrix. Its destructive energy was able to make people feel like it could destroy anything and everything. Although it hadn't been that long since Qian Shanmu stepped into the Arcana plane, with his gifts and his powerful noble will, just how powerful would a matrix him formed in midair be? Would Yi Futian be able to withstand his attack? The previous attacks were nothing. Qian Shanmu was only just getting started for real. If Yi Futian kept up with the challenge, he would definitely end up dead. Many people stared at Qian Shanmu. It seemed like even though Qian Shanmu kept up a calm face, he had a wild beast hidden inside. He must not have been happy about Lu Nanshan's loss to Gu Donglu. Now that he was making his move, he was bound to push Yi Futian into a dead end. Qian Shanmu was going to end him with thunder and lightning. Countless pairs of eyes then landed on Yi Futian. How is this guy going to withstand that kind of power? If he admitted defeat now, maybe he could be spared by Qian Shanmu's attack. Presently, Yi Futian remained seated quietly. He was handsome with an extraordinary aura. His long fingers danced over the chords of the guqin. The frightful scene in the sky had no effect on his performance. Right now he was serious and focused. Even if a mountain collapsed in front of his very eyes, he wouldn't blink an eye. Unaffected, he would continue to play. At this moment, the people seemed to have been brought into a mystical, artistic conception. Secretly, they began to sympathize Yi Futian, as if they were worried he would be swallowed by the torrent, ceasing to exist. Above Yi Futian's head, the strange sight grew increasingly terrifying. The matrix that continuously swallowed spiritual qi was like a ruthless beast, killing everything in sight. Finally, Qian Shanmu's fingers plucked the cords of the zither. A force of frightening spiritual energy wrapped around the storm over Yi Futian's head. Dark clouds covered the sky, causing the world to fall into darkness. It was like the birth of a demon. Thunder and lightning decorated the skies as the strong winds howled. Everything then came down on Yi Futian. Many people got nervous and stared closely at the scene ahead. It was too terrifying. Was that really something a cultivator in the Dharma plane could withstand? Not even prodigies in the lower Arcana plane could likely withstand such an attack. As the destructive storm approached, the Royal Shen Temple's Luo Junlin watched with cold eyes. His hands were clenched into tight fists. He wished Yi Futian would be destroyed and killed by this storm. Only that would take care of the danger in the Nandu nation. Otherwise, Yi Futian would come knocking to settle the score sooner or later. Over by those from the college, Tang Yi, Su Muge, and others watched without feeling any sympathy. If Yi Futian really died like this, it would be because he was stupid. Just when the storm reached the skies above Yi Futian, the sound waves radiating around him suddenly sounded sharply. A formless storm of spiritual energy brewed. As soon as any spells came for him, it would be destroyed. Then, it would be turned in spiritual qi and pulled in to revolved around Yi Futian. Just like that, the people witnessed a shocking sight. Spells with destructive powers strong enough to end life of Earth would be destroyed by the spiritual storm every time they got too close. As Yi Futian played, he had unknowingly created a defensive shield of spiritual energy around himself. It was able to destroy any attack spells. Sorcery was motivated by spiritual energy. Even spells from a matrix were the results of the release of spiritual energy. Powerful cultivators specializing in attacks with spiritual energy could also use it to destroy spells. The sound of the guqin became rapid. The matrix above Yifutian released attacks at him wildly, but his fingers began to fly across the chords even faster. His moves were fluid and fast like a running river, creating a beautiful piece of music. No matter how fast the storm was blowing or how strong the tides, nothing was not going to move. No force was powerful enough to shake him. At this moment, above that handsome figure, there was even a hint of the power of a noble. Such strong defense techniques. Everyone looked ahead. Although he was borrowing power from the noble ritual implement, it was obvious that Yifutian must have been very educated in music. When he said he didn't understand music, it was simply to mock Qian Shanmu. Qian Shanmu was also slightly shaken up now. Yifutian played the guqin. There was nothing special about it, yet he was still able to set up a defense. As a musical sorcerer, Yifutian knew all about the techniques of musical attacks. Direct spiritual attacks were the most lethal. Su Muge had fallen to this kind of attack, but Yifutian's defense was with spiritual energy. It was as if he had a dragon protecting his mind from spiritual attacks. There was no way to invade. The second type of attack was using music to initiate attack spells. Similarly, Yifutian had set up a defense. He gathered spiritual energy and formed a storm that destroyed any spells that got close. Nothing could get close to him. Not only did Yifutian know music, he was well-versed in the way of music. This was something that Qian Shanmu could not deny at this point. Of course, it was one thing to know. Yifutian was able to block his musical attacks. This was part of Yifutian's abilities. Even with the help of ritual implements, it was difficult for his musical attainments. Not even spells from a matrix could break through Yifutian's defense. This made Qian Shanmu understand it was practically impossible to defeat Yifutian using music to initiate spells. Then there was only one way to do it. It was also the way to test truly how knowledgeable a person was about music. That was to use music to create an artistic conception. Then came the interference of will, taking control of it or going for the kill. Back at the Qin Palace, this was what Yifutian did to Gu Ming. It made Gu Ming surrender and fall under the control of this music. Gu Ming was not able to withstand the artistic conception and actually kneeled down on the ground. There were no doubts about Qian Shanmu's knowledge of music. The movement of his fingers changed as he played the chords of the zither. Unknowingly, the sound changed slowly. As Qian Shanmu played, there was something holy about him. He glowed brightly and even showed up in a mystical image in many people's minds. Many rays of light shined from him. Then, many illusory images appeared in the scene in their minds, all of Qian Shanmu. Holy sound. Not many people present knew about this musical piece. However, it was obvious that Hua Qingqing was one of those who knew. This was an attack piece that had an extremely strong artistic conception. Qian Shanmu had actually played this piece in a battle of music with Yifutian. The same image appeared in Hua Qingqing's mind. Qian Shanmu shined brightly like a saint. The words he said were like those of a saint. His palm waved, and like the will of a saint, whistling swords and wild divine beasts appeared suddenly and charged at Yifutian. At this moment, the artistic conception Yifutian felt was the strongest because this piece was targeted at him. It was as if he saw Qian Shanmu turn into a saint. The light encapsulated him. The saint's words turned into sharp swords racing towards him. The saints will turned into dragons, phoenixes, and qilins. Right now he seemed so small he could collapse at any moment. At this moment, many people had a misconception that Yifutian seemed like a weak scholar. How could he go against a saint? One word could sentence him and one thought could take his life. But the weak student was still playing quietly. In the crazy wind and rain, he was still playing his very own music. With the sound of his music, the swords disappeared and the demon beasts destroyed. No matter how fierce the attack was, Yifutian was unmoved. From his body and from his music, the people could see the strength in his character. Gradually, the sounds elevated but were still stable. Little by little, it elevated and destroyed all the attacks meant for him. At the same time, he was able to maintain protection of his mind. His will remained untouched. As Yifutian's music pierced through the air, people could feel it. It seemed like the weak student had grown. In the midst of the crazy rainstorm, he had matured. Scholars had the knowledge and ambitions to rule the world. Noble will radiated from him. Yifutian had an outstanding aura that seemed to be changing without him knowing. But he was as resolute as ever. He had an incredible spirit that dripped from him. The weak student seemed to have grown after the storms. He was finally at the center stage, challenging a character that was high above everyone else. Some really powerful people were not affected by the music. Their thoughts flowed freely. From Yifutian's music, they could hear a story of experiencing the obstacles of life and growth. His music seemed to be a journey to maturity. It was a truly strange feeling, but it also felt very natural. The music was still elevated and getting more exciting. The notes had climbed a height that could break through into the heavens. In the minds of the crowd, they could see a young man stepping into the noble plan and then the growth of an emperor, overcoming all the obstacles without fear and taking control of the world. At this moment, the instrument-playing youth no longer seemed like a weak scholar. His back straightened and his body was like that of a dragon. There seemed to be the roaring of dragons in the music. The emperor's will broke out and took control. Yifutian's spiritual energy kept destroying all the attacks. The ever-climbing notes were like an emperor's trusty mount carrying him up. In the illusory scene, Xianxia and Yifutian were having a standoff like a saint and an emperor. What was music? Real music went along with an artistic conception and could bring them into the world of music. Xianxia said Yifutian did not know music. In respects of musical attacks and technique variation, Yifutian was indeed lacking compared to him. However, in this past year, he had a deeper comprehension of music. In terms of artistic conception, Yifutian was confident enough not to lose. A chaotic nation and the world combined for a peace. With his innate willpower, how was he going to lose? He immersed the imperial tactics into his music, making the artistic conception stronger. The people would just think that it was the conception brought on by the music. They wouldn't think that it was a special method. In the illusory scene, two large figures appeared. They looked as if they were ready to have the world beneath their feet. The will on the two figures grew stronger, but the saint's figure was like that from the beginning. And the emperor's figure seemed to be continuously growing until it was able to break into the skies and control the world. The vast surroundings were frozen. At this moment, everyone could feel the artistic conception hidden in the music. They felt like they were experiencing the standoff. Yifutian had actually gone up against Xianxia using pure music. That figure now stood straight. With the continuously climbing sounds of the instrument, his emperor intent grew even stronger. Finally, accompanying a vibration, the saint's figure collapsed. Xianxia felt a pressing force of will crushing down. Duong. The zither let out a sharp noise and everyone's gaze remained frozen on it. The cord had snapped. Xianxia's hands froze. Following a low moan, he spat blood, staining the zither red. The ancient barren world's #1 musical sorcerer of the younger generation had lost to Yifutian, a disciple of the cottage, in a battle of pure music. At this moment, Xianxia remembered the words he once said to Yifutian. "You don't know music." If he didn't understand music, who did? Yifutian was still playing the guqin. The elevated notes dropped back down and the emperor's will disappeared. Finally, with one last note, the music stopped. He lifted his head slowly and looked to Xianxia. Yifutian's clothes were white as snow, unstained by all filth. His eyes sparkled like the stars in the sky and his handsome face seemed brighter now than ever. "My time on earth has yet to end, yet my heart is in the skies. In times of storm and rain, I will turn into an emperor." As the music ended, the vast space fell into an extreme silence. Countless pairs of eyes froze on the two figures on the battle platform. Xianxia stared dumbfoundedly at the broken string on the zither, as if he still couldn't believe he had actually lost. The Donghua clan couldn't believe it either. They couldn't accept this. Qin Mengruo was pale. Her man had lost to Yifutian in music. Hua Qingqing's clear eyes stared at the handsome figure in white. From beginning to end, he never once used music to initiate an attack spell. What he did do was to use music to express an artistic conception. the unyielding growth of a young man into an emperor who controlled the world. The conception created by his music kept getting stronger until it completely crushed Qian Shanmu. Perhaps his musical attainments couldn't compare to Qian Shanmu, but the world he experienced through music was more expansive than that of Qian Shanmu. Even the people from the college were shocked at these results, especially those who had verbally insulted Yi Futian before. Tongye and Su Muge felt the gazes of their fellow schoolmates and felt a rush of heat to their faces. Yu Sheng, however, thought that this kind of result was a given. He was the only one who so blindly trusted Yi Futian. His eyes stared coldly at Tongye and said, "Was it not embarrassing enough back at the top of Mirror Mountain?" Tang Ye's gaze froze on Yu Sheng. His expression didn't look too good. "How can someone like you understand his world? You better keep your mouth shut in matters regarding him in the future," Yu Sheng said coldly. His wild eyes looked threatening. Tang Yi clenched his jaw. Yu Sheng was actually threatening him? But Yu Sheng actually didn't give a damn about his opinions. He looked away as soon as he finished saying what he had to say and completely ignored Tang Ye's existence. A whisper came from the large crowd. Qian Shanmu actually lost. Nobody knew who said that, but the entire crowd immediately erupted into conversation. Qian Shanmu, the so-called #1 musical cultivator of the younger generation in Eastern Barren Territory, had lost in a musical battle. Could he still be considered #1? The powerful cultivators of various top powers all turned their attention to Yi Futian. Although his level of cultivation was on the lower side, it would increase sooner or later. Another Gu Donglu was going to be born from the cottage. Two genius cultivators of the Donghua clan, Lu Nantian defeated by Gu Donglu and Qian Shanmu lost to the hands of Yi Futian. In their rivalry with the cottage, the Donghua clan had been thoroughly defeated. Yi Futian placed his guqin back into his bag. His movements were unrushed and he didn't make any attempts to insult Qian Shanmu on his loss. Winning him in a musical battle was already the best insult. There was no need for spoken words. "What was that piece you played?" Qian Shanmu lifted his head to ask Yi Futian. Qian Shanmu had played Holy Sound, the music of saints. It was an extremely difficult piece to play. It was even harder than normal to fully reveal its artistic conception, but he had done it. Despite all this, he had lost. Yi Futian returned a look at him before he said, "It was a spur-of-the-moment thing. I don't know what it was." After saying what he had to say, Yi Futian turned away and was ready to leave. Qian Shanmu's expression was frozen. It was obvious that he was at a loss. Yi Futian had actually said he defeated the music of saints simply with something he came up with on the top of his head. "You won, but you don't have to be so fake." Qian Shanmu had to admit that Yi Futian was very knowledgeable when it came to music, but for him to say that he won with a piece he casually came up with, wasn't Yi Futian just trying to humiliate him? Yi Futian stopped in his tracks with a smile. "What is music? Although it can be used to battle, that music is born from spiritual attacks. True music has to do with the tones themselves, pure and in harmony with the artistic conception. You said that I don't understand music, and you're right, I don't. But do you truly understand it?" He then continued on his way. Qian Shanmu was stunned. "Do you truly understand it?" At this moment, Qian Shanmu questioned himself. In deep thought, he lowered his head to look at the broken cord. He seemed to have taken a real hit. Just then, a beautiful figure walked up beside him. She could see that Qian Shanmu was struggling and questioning himself. This was her man. She didn't want to see him like this. "He's just trying to get to you and put you down," Qin Mengrua said to Qian Shanmu. "You're better than everyone when it comes to music. If he didn't have a ritual implement for defense, you would have won early on. He wouldn't have been able to withstand your musical attacks." Qian Shanmu looked up at his wife. Qin Mengrua was just as beautiful as always. She was gracious and beautiful, and her eyes were filled with her belief and trust in him. The two of them looked into each other's eyes, and slowly, Qian Shanmu began to recover a bit his confidence. As a prided member of the Donghua clan, it was obvious that he had something others didn't. Whether that something was willpower or outlook, he was incomparable. It was just that this battle took a huge blow on him. He had lost to Yi Futian, a mere Dharma-plane cultivator, in his specialty, music. On top of that, he presented the Donghua clan and Yi Futian, the cottage. Just when everyone thought Qian Shanmu would be able to destroy Yi Futian, he lost. This was not something he could easily get over. "Wait, A voice rang out just then. Yi Futian stopped once again and turned back to look over in the direction of those from the Dongqin College. The person who had spoken was Qin Li. Qian Shanmu's defeat had also greatly affected the Dongqin College. If they let Yi Futian leave victorious, they wouldn't be able to cover their losses no matter who they challenged next. If you're going to keep insisting that you don't understand music, then what are you good at? Qin Li asked. To win against Qian Shanmu in a musical battle and still claim not to understand music. How fake. If so, then Qin Li wanted to know what Yi Futian was actually good at. What are you trying to do? Chuckled Yi Futian. Martial arts. Are you good at that? Asked Qin Li. I'm okay, answered Yi Futian. Qin Mang. Qin Li called out, and a person appeared by his side immediately. This person was not as built as Yu Sheng, but standing there, people had a feeling that he was really strong. His bright and piercing eyes were trained on Yi Futian like a fearsome demon beast filled with wild energy. Qin Mang stepped onto the martial arts platform. He was a royal descendant of the Qin dynasty. Within his body were 5 dragon meridians. His gifts in martial arts were shocking. He was in the top-level Dharma plane. Qin Mang, Dharma plane, focusing in martial arts. Challenging you to a battle of martial arts. Do you accept? Qin Li asked, observing Yi Futian. Everyone was surprised. It was only natural that many of the top powers knew of the younger generation prodigies from the Qin dynasty. This Qin Mang was royal blood, had 5 dragon meridians within, and was extremely gifted in martial arts. Plus, he was in the Dharma plane. So, there wouldn't be any reason for Yi Futian to use ritual implements, right? Although it was obvious that Yi Futian's level of cultivation was still lower than that of Qin Mang, he was still a disciple of the cottage. He was the center of attention. Shouldn't it be normal for him to battle someone at a higher level? Qin Li used this point to his advantage and wanted to defeat Yi Futian through Qin Mang. It would also prove some things on his part. Are you sure you want to challenge me in martial arts? Yi Futian swept a quick glance at Qin Li. He saw the frivolous look in Yi Futian's eyes. Of course. Yi Futian smiled at him and returned to his friends from the cottage. He handed the bag with his guqin to Yu Sheng. Then, he turned back around and headed for the martial arts battle platform. Countless pairs of eyes followed Yi Futian as he moved. He was able to defeat Qian Shanmu in music. This meant that Yi Futian was a mandate sorcerer of the spirit element. But Qin Li chose to challenge him in martial arts. Qin Li claimed that Yi Futian had never proven himself. So how was he going to fare when it came to martial arts? Stepping onto the platform, Yi Futian looked at Qin Mang. Are you ready? He sounded nonchalant, frivolous. Qin Mang stared at him and answered coldly, yes. As soon as he said that, a wild energy was released from him. Very faintly, the images of dragons appeared. That's right, dragons. Not 1 but 5. In the blink of an eye, Qin Mang's aura became terrifying. The Imperial Dragon spell was in motion. 5 dragons revolved around him, roaring. He was already in the top-level Dharma plane. Now, he had opened the 5 dragon meridians. His combat skills were through the roof. Just then, a rod formed from spiritual qi appeared in Yi Futian's hand. He held it calmly and the air around him became different. His aura was growing stronger and more powerful. Boom! The battle platform shook with a single step from Qin Mang. The dragons protected him and their roars came and went. The 5 dragons continued to circle. At that moment, Qin Mang lifted into the air. He looked as if he could dominate the world when a dragon dharma seemed to have appeared behind him. It looked like a totem. Yi Futian moved. His body charged forward and flew up in the air. He danced and soared in the sky. His aura was still growing stronger as he headed straight for Qin Mang. Since this was a battle of martial arts, they needed to go at this head-to-head. Roar! The air vibrated at the loud roar of a dragon. Qin Mang came down at Yi Futian with his dragons. This made Yi Futian look weak and fragile. But instead, the energy around him was just getting stronger. Finally, the images of the dragons descended and headed right for Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian stopped moving and the long rod in his hand swung down on these images. The 9 heavenly attacks. First attack, Genesis. In a split second, an enormous image of a rod appeared and everyone watched as Yi Futian disappeared into the circle created by the images of the dragons. A loud noise followed. The dragon's image split from the middle and Yi Futian's rod landed directly on Qin Mang. In the next moment, Qin Mang's body flew in the direction of the group from the Dongqing College. With a loud crash, his body fell on the ground in front of Qin Li, weak and fragile. Yi Futian descended, his figure blown by the wind. The long rod had already disappeared from his grasp. He took one look at Qin Li and smiled. "Is this all you guys got? Geniuses of the Qin dynasty." Yi Futian's somewhat frivolous voice caused the entire place to turn completely silent once again. Qin Mang was at the peak of the Dharma plane. He had opened up 5 dragon meridians and his battle abilities were extraordinary. However, he was defeated by just one strike and was unable to fight back at all. He was blown directly backward and landed in front of Qin Li. How ironic was that? In particular, Qin Li had deliberately targeted Yi Futian a few times before and said a lot to belittle him. How about now? First, Yi Futian used a ritual implement and defeated Chen Shanmu with music. Then, he overpowered Qin Mang in just one hit. Did cottage disciples need to prove themselves? The crowd suddenly thought of the first and third disciples of the cottage. In the past, they similarly did not prove anything about themselves, but when they did, it was a disaster for their opponents. The Sword Saint used the Fuyun Sword Clan to become famous. Gu Donglu first eliminated a top-tier force and then became famous by defeating Lu Nantian. The exact same thing seemed to be happening at the moment. Yi Futian stepped on Qian Shanmu and the genius of the Qin dynasty. Once again, he showed everyone how bright cottage disciples were. Qian Li did not speak. What else could he say? The reality of the situation was more impactful than any words. He was the one who started the challenge, and what was the outcome? At this instant, the people from the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan stared very coldly at Yi Futian. Especially Qin Li and Qin Mengrua. "You are indeed a cottage disciple," Qin Yu said suddenly. During this martial arts exchange in the Dongqing College, we are able to see the power of the 8th disciple of the cottage. Qin Mang did not lose for nothing. However, you belittled the Qin dynasty after merely one victory from yourself. Indeed, this is the usual style of the cottage, too arrogant. Yi Futian smiled and looked at Qin Yu. Just now, his son Qin Li criticized Yi Futian and mocked him openly, saying that he had not proven himself. Now, he defeated the people from the Qin dynasty, but Qin Yu wanted to deny him again. How hypocritical was that? Apart from being hypocritical, he was still reluctant to admit their defeat. This was unacceptable. Yi Futian smiled. "Prince Qin, you are flattering me. Perhaps my words just now were somewhat inappropriate. The Qin dynasty is a top force in the Eastern Barren Territory, and now you have even established the Dongqing College. Obviously, you have many powerful cultivators. Indeed, one battle alone cannot say anything. Maybe I have not proven myself previously, and therefore the Qin dynasty did not really send any powerful cultivators on the stage yet. Since this is the case, I am willing to see for myself the real geniuses of the Qin dynasty." Then, Yi Futian folded his hands and said, "I am Yi Futian, a disciple of the cottage. My martial arts is in the 7th level Dharma plane and I will challenge anyone in the Dharma plane. Anyone. Air." Hearing Yi Futian's words, everyone felt somewhat stunned. Now it was really awkward for the Qin dynasty. Qin Yu said that Yi Futian had belittled the Qin dynasty because of just one battle, and Yi Futian decided to continue the challenge. Qin Yu said that cottage disciples were all too arrogant. Immediately, Yi Futian became much more humble and praised the Qin dynasty. Furthermore, he announced his martial arts level directly 7th level Dharma plane. It was surely acceptable for him to challenge anyone in the Dharma plane. Even though he was a cottage disciple, the Qin dynasty was similarly a top force. He had already allowed them to send someone 2 levels above him. However, in reality, everyone knew that Qin Mang was already one of the strongest Dharma plane cultivators in the Qin dynasty. Otherwise, Qin Li would not have asked him to fight in the first place. Since Qin Mang was instantly defeated, anyone in the Dharma plane would definitely lose to him as well. There would be no suspense at all. Yi Futian spared no face for Qin Yu. Many people looked at Qin Yu. They could almost imagine Qin Yu's mood at the moment. He probably wanted to kill Yi Futian at this instant. Mr. Yi is really too crafty. In the direction where the witch clan was, the witch Gu Bua giggled softly. Qin Yu was unable to find a way out of the embarrassing situation. Beside her, the warlock Gu Zhiqiu also stared at Yi Futian. It seemed that he had underestimated Yi Futian previously. With the talent that Yi Futian had displayed today, he would undoubtedly be another top genius should he enter the Arcana plane. By then, even without a ritual implement, he would probably still be able to contest with Chen Shanmu. It was not just Gu Bua who had such a thought. The lady from the Moon Clan who had met with Yi Futian also felt that the person whom Jieyu liked was really too crafty. However, it was still pleasurable to look at him. He had a handsome look and a frivolous smile which all seemed to make him amazingly charming. Furthermore, when he was playing music, he looked as pure as a newborn baby and also as domineering as an emperor. What kind of person was he exactly? We don't need that. Since we have already seen the power of the 8th disciple of the cottage, we don't need another battle. Qin Yu's tone was somewhat stiff as he rejected Yi Futian's challenge. To fight further would bring disgrace to themselves. Therefore, they might as well give up. They would also be criticized by others, but if they chose to continue, they would not know how long the battle would last, given Yi Futian's shamelessness. That's unfortunate. I have not had enough fun. Yi Futian smiled and looked at Qin Yu. Then, he turned around and walked down the battle platform. Just as he left the platform, he said, "Yu Shang, go and see how strong the geniuses from the Dongqing College are." The fourth brother had already said that either the cottage disciples would not fight, or they would destroy the Dongqing College completely. Didn't they want a contest? Let's have one then. All right. Yuxing nodded and walked onto the battle platform. Everyone looked at this scene, puzzled. What was the cottage trying to do? Yuxin was very burly. His appearance alone already looked very violent, and his body seemed to be filled with an endless amount of power. This was the person who took the demonic tripod from the Yin family. During that time, even the Arhat only raised the tripod 4 feet. On the other hand, Yuxing took the tripod away, resulting in a conflict, causing a huge loss to the Yin family. Yuxing, woodcutter of the cottage, 7th level Dharma plane. I will challenge any Dharma plane cultivator from the Dongqing College, and any class of cultivator as well, Yushang said calmly. His voice was very monotonous, but it gave the rest the feeling that he was overlooking everyone as if he was making little of all the people from the Dongqing College. Similar to Yi Futian, he was in the 7-level Dharma plane and would accept the challenge from any Dharma plane cultivator. Furthermore, he was not a cottage disciple, but only a woodcutter. The battle platform that Yushang had walked onto was one which allowed all types of cultivators to fight on. He did not restrict the class of cultivators that he would fight against, which meant that anyone with any type of abilities could challenge him. Looking at Yushang, who was standing on the platform, everyone could clearly feel the meaning of this word. Supercilious. Whether it was Yi Futian or Yushang, these people from the cottage did not even bother about the Dongqing College at all. Just like what Qin Yu had said, cottage disciples were very arrogant. Although Yuxing claimed that he was a woodcutter from the cottage, nobody would really treat him as one. He managed to display 4 nobles on the Mirror Mountain Stonewall in the ancient barren world, and also took away the demonic tripod from the Yin family. Qin Yuan. Qin Yu shouted the name of a person. Immediately, a figure with an outstanding temperament walked forward and stepped onto the battle platform. Qin Yuan. The eyes of many sparkled. Qin Yuan was similarly a grandson of the king of Qin, but not Qin Yu's son. Instead, he was a son of another prince and was a direct descendant of the Qin dynasty. Qin Yuan cultivated both martial arts and sorcery, and was a mandate sorcerer. He had opened up 6 dragon meridians. Qin Yuan was certainly stronger than Qin Mang. It was said that among the many grandsons of the king of Qin, Qin Yuan's talents were second only to Qin Li. When Qin Yuan stepped onto the battle platform, a faint dragon totem appeared behind him. His dharma erupted and a divine dragon appeared and coiled up around him. Many golden dragons whizzed over directly and struck towards Yushang. Yushang looked coldly and emotionlessly at the scene before him. On his body, dark golden demonic light started to flow. Buzz. His demon-like wings appeared as he stepped forward. When the dragons reached before him, The wings behind him struck forward and turned into very sharp blades. All the invincible-looking feathers on the wings extended outwards and destroyed the incoming illusory dragons directly. This! Everyone looked at Yushang, who was walking forward. He was simply disregarding Qin Yuan's existence, as he did not bother about Qin Yuan or his attacks at all. Yushang's pace was not fast, but he took very large steps each time. With every step that he took, he gave everyone a violent feeling and an invisible pressure, especially for Qin Yuan. He seemed to be looking at an invincible demon which was walking towards him slowly. An even wilder aura spread from Qin Yuan's hands as he punched out into the air. Immediately, the power of martial arts and sorcery merged into one. A terrifying golden dragon charged towards the incoming Yushang like a real dragon. Bang! Suddenly, Yushang stomped fiercely on the ground, and even the battle platform trembled because of it. At the next moment, everyone saw a figure charging violently forward. His devil-like wings changed their shape continuously and turned into the sharpest demonic blades in the world, striking forward. In this instant, Yushang was himself a devil. He allowed the dragon to approach him and his body went through the dragon directly. The incoming illusory dragon was destroyed. It passed through Yushang's body and was then crushed into pieces. However, Yushang did not stop at all. He appeared in front of Qin Yuan and reached out his hand, grabbing towards Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan's face instantly turned pale. His attacks could not even slow his opponent down. Knowing that he would surely lose, he backed away, wanting to escape. However, he clearly could not run away. Yushang turned into a demonic shadow, and in just a flash, Qin Yuan felt his arm being grabbed by an overpowering force. He was unable to break free at all. Roar! An illusory dragon bloomed out from him and dashed towards Yushang, who was holding his arm. Yushang did not even seem to have noticed the dragon and lifted his arm directly. Immediately, he raised Qin Yuan into the air together with the illusory dragon. Then he smashed them down onto the ground. Bang! An extremely loud sound erupted. Everyone's heart also trembled fiercely because of the noise. The illusory dragon vanished. On the battle platform, Qin Yuan lied on the ground, motionless. How dare you! The faces of those from the Qin dynasty turned totally black. They could feel that even if the hit did not kill Qin Yuan, he would still be severely injured. Just like Yi Futian, Yusheng defeated his opponent in just one strike. However, Yusheng's attack felt even wilder and more violent. Sorry, I didn't imagine him to be so weak, Yusheng said calmly. Then he turned around and left. Looking at the burly figure who was walking down the battle platform step by step, everyone could feel their hearts twitching. Yusheng was way too violent. He was actually almost a demon himself. He smashed Qin Yuan onto the ground in just one hit, causing him to lie there motionlessly. Is he really that weak? Qin Yuan was a direct descendant of the Qin dynasty, a grandson of the king. Therefore, he was undoubtedly gifted. However, looking at the scene right now, he was indeed very weak. The people from the Qin dynasty stared at Yushang's back firmly. Their faces looked as black as it could possibly get. After the 3 battles, the prestige of the Dongqing College was extinguished totally, as their members were defeated so easily. Every single battle had managed to shock everyone. At the moment, on the battle platform, Qin Yuan's body twitched as he wanted to get up. Someone from the Qin dynasty then walked up and carried him away. That smash must have broken many of his bones. Such a power was just invincible. Even Kuashan from the college, who similarly had a very violent power, felt astonished as he watched Yushang walk back. With such power, Yushang was someone whom he could only look up to. Is this guy even a normal person? He was thinking that if Yusheng had entered the Arcana plane, could he alone defeat the joint attack from the 4 Dongqing College cultivators on the previous day? Woodcutter of the cottage. Even though Yusheng claimed that he was a woodcutter, his talents were certainly no weaker than Xiao Wuji. Many people sighed with emotion. The cottage was still the cottage. Anyone from it was as strong as, if not stronger than, the best geniuses of all the top forces in the Eastern Barren Territory. After the 3 battle, the momentum of the Qin dynasty collapsed totally. Apart from anger, they also felt helpless. They could not do what Yi Futian and Yushang had done. Such battles could not be copied. How could they possibly ask Chen Shanmu or Qin Li to challenge ordinary disciples from the college? Hence, the people from the Dongqing College actually became quiet. Nobody continued the challenge anymore. Suddenly, someone walked onto the battle platform. He was Qiao, an exceptionally talented genius from the Fuyun Sword Clan First Summit. Seeing his appearance, a strange expression appeared on the faces of many. It seemed that apart from the two major colleges, the other forces also did not want to miss the contest this time. Finally, the geniuses from these forces started to go onto the stage. Qiao stated that he would challenge the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain. These two forces had always been mutually antagonistic. Under such a circumstance, it was thus not surprising that the Fuyun Sword Clan would want to challenge the Sword Saint Mountain. Very soon, the glint and flash of cold steel filled the battle platform. A sharp aura permeated the entire place and the battle looked extremely dangerous. In the end, Qiao defeated a genius from the Sword Saint Mountain and emerged victorious. Then, the Dongqing College actually changed its target to the Sword Saint Mountain as well, as if it was teaming up with the Fuyun Sword Clan to suppress the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain. Together, they defeated many people from the Sword Saint Mountain. Everyone in the world knew that the Sword Saint established the Sword Saint Mountain after leaving the Book Mountain. Although he had founded his own force, he was still the eldest disciple of the cottage. Previously, when the conflict broke out outside the tripod tower of the Yin family, the Sword Saint Mountain also declared openly that it would support the cottage. Therefore, it was not unusual for the Dongqing College to target the Sword Saint Mountain. However, the fact that they did so with the Fuyun Sword Clan caused many to have additional thoughts. Did the Dongqing College create this false appearance deliberately? Or had the Dongqing College teamed up with the Fuyun Sword Clan as well? In the latter case, this new combined force would really be very powerful. The match continued. After the battles of Yifutian and Yusheng, the Dongqing College still participated actively in the contest, but their main target had changed to the Sword Saint Mountain. Disciples from the two major colleges still took a part in the fight, and they each had both wins and losses. Before anyone realized it, it was already evening. The cottage disciples had already left. They planned to leave on the next day. In today's battle, the cottage had already proven certain things. The Dongqing College was jointly established by two top forces, and it could obviously not be stopped. However, they were only bringing disgrace to themselves when they wanted to become famous by defeating the cottage. The contest on the second day finally ended. Even though all the major forces did participate in the event, it was more like a competition between the two colleges in reality. The people from various forces left one after another and returned to the inns where they were staying at. After today's battles, the cottage disciple Yifutian became famous. However, to some people, this was definitely not a piece of good news. For example, Luo Junlin. Yifutian finally displayed his outstanding talents and defeated Qian Shanmu. A person like him would surely rise, and this could not be stopped at all. Luo Junlin knew clearly that once Yifutian became a noble, it would be the end for the Nandu nation. A person whom he thought he could easily kill in the past had already become a serious threat at the moment. Luo Junlin was in the courtyard of a particular inn, and there seemed to be something bothering him. Hishiro kept him company. Suddenly, a figure walked towards them. Seeing the incoming person, Hishiro and Luo Junlin both stood up and greeted, "Senior Xia." The person was Xia Luo, a disciple of the Royal Shen Temple. He was extremely gifted and a direct disciple of the First Lord. Among the many disciples, he was quite reputed. Moreover, he was a very nice person and all the other disciples respected him a lot. "The two of you are always together. When are you getting married?" Xia Luo asked, smiling. Hishiro blushed slightly and said, "Senior, not anytime soon." "Is it because Junior Luo does not want to be responsible?" Xia Luo said jokingly. Luo Junlin shook his head. "Senior Xia, I do want to marry her. Is there something bothering you?" Xia Luo looked at Luo Junlin. "Is it because of Yifutian?" The whole Royal Shen Temple knew what happened a year ago. The resentment between Luo Junlin and Yifutian was not a secret. Luo Junlin did not say anything, but he did seem to have admitted it. Yifutian is indeed an absolute genius. He relied on the noble ritual implement today, but with the talent that he displayed, he may still be able to beat Qian Shanmu with music if they are at the same level. Furthermore, his martial arts abilities. Xia Luo sighed. These are only what we have seen. On the battle platform today, Yi Futian did not show us everything that he has, for example, his full element talent, his life spirit, and dharma. Xia Luo's words caused Luo Junlin and Hishiro to frown firmly, as they felt an immense pressure envelop them. I came here to remind Junlin, you must cultivate hard. Otherwise, in the future, should Yi Futian really deal with your family, the Royal Shen Temple cannot participate, or else the cottage can take part as well, Xia Luo continued. Junlin, you are very talented and there is still a chance that you may win Yi Futian. Count this as a challenge for yourself. Today, Yi Futian was so arrogant. In addition, there has been so much accumulated resentment between him and the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan. I'm sure these two forces will not let him off easily, Hishiro said. Of course, the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan want Yi Futian dead. However, it is not that simple. The relationship between the different forces in the Eastern Barren Territory is very complicated. The college, the cottage, and the Sword Saint Mountain would definitely form a superpower if they team up. Even though they want to kill Yi Futian, they will not dare to do so easily. Moreover, Yi Futian will only become stronger as time passes. As for assassination, if it really happens, the people from the cottage are also not fools and they will definitely know the culprit. Xia Luo said emotionlessly. Therefore, the only way is for you to cultivate harder and try to always be ahead of Yi Futian. Although this is very difficult. Senior, thank you for the reminder. Luo Junlin nodded. Don't have too much pressure as well. Rest early. Xia Luo smiled and nodded, after which he left the place. After Xia Luo left, Hishiro's eyes sparkled and she said softly, Junlin, with Yi Futian's talents, it will be increasingly difficult to kill him in the future. Shiro, what do you want to do? Luo Junlin stared at Hishiro. Hishiro smiled gently. She clung tightly onto Luo Junlin and kissed his lips. Smiling, she said, the senior is right. If someone really assassinates Yi Futian with the current resentment between him and the two forces, they will naturally be suspected. Luo Junlin's eyes sparkled as he stared at Hishiro. Holding her cheeks with his hands, he shook his head and said, Don't risk that for me. Even if I die, I don't want anything to happen to you. Fool! Why would anything happen to me? Hishiro's look was extremely gentle. This was the man that she loved and she was willing to sacrifice everything for him. Why was Gu Donglu from the cottage so domineering? It was so that the people in the world would not dare to touch anyone from the cottage. Assassinating a cottage disciple was definitely an extremely dangerous thing. Both Luo Junlin and Hishiro knew well that if the truth was found out, even the Royal Shen Temple would not be able to protect them. Their only ending would be death. However, many times a woman would do something at all costs and even risk her life, for example, for her loved one. Of course, Hishiro would not carry out the assassination herself. That would be playing with fire. However, as luck would have it, she knew a suitable person. Perhaps she already had such a thought long ago. When she first met with that person, she had thought of assassination. Therefore, she had been hiding him all the time and had not really used him yet. Now, she finally had the chance to use him. Furthermore, with his loyalty, she believed that nobody would suspect her. Yi Futian, of course, did not know that Hishiro intended to kill him. At the moment, he was cultivating in the inn. On the next day, they would leave the place because it would be meaningless to continue staying. In today's battle, it was already sufficient for him to defeat Qian Shanmu. Although he could have done more, it was ultimately a bad thing for him to display his outstanding talents. After all, his level was too low. Even the third brother had such a worry. Because of this, the cottage had been maintaining its domineering attitude all along. Futian. Yi Futian heard a familiar voice. Lu Feiyang, Lu Qinyu, and Yi Wuchen came to his place. Hello, Yi Futian said, smiling. He had already told them that he would leave the next day. It was uncertain when they would next meet. Hi, but I have some bad news for you, Lu Feiyang said. What is it? Yi Futian asked. It's about Hua Jieyu. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled, and he questioned further. What happened to her? Not long ago, I heard someone saying that at first, Hua Jieyu wanted to come to Chaoga this time. However, she ended up in a conflict with the Virgin of the Moon clan and did not come in the end, Lu Feiyang said. Yi Futian frowned. He had been puzzled as to why Jiayu did not come to Chaoge even though she knew that he would be here. It turned out that there was actually really a reason. In addition, when she asked her senior to pass the message to Yifutian, she deliberately did not mention the exact reason. Maybe it was because she did not want him to worry too much. Notwithstanding the deliberate deceit, Yifutian could feel that the senior of Jiayu meant no harm. Hence, Jiayu's situation should not be too worrying after all. Perhaps there had been some conflicts between her and Chu Yaoyao only. Thinking about this, Yifutian seemed to start pondering about something. Then he said, "How about we ask the ladies from the Moon Clan out and have a chat?" With a faint smile on his face, Lu Feiyang looked at Yifutian and said, "We're fine with it. As long as you are not worried that Jiayu will be unhappy after knowing it." Ha! Yifutian glanced at Lu Feiyang with a disgusted look. Was he even the like of man who was afraid of his girlfriend? Obviously not. "Let's go. We'll talk on the way," Yifutian said, holding his head high. It seemed that he had to prove his status in the relationship. Lu Qinyu glanced at Yifutian in repugnance. "Nice acting. We all know you two well." "Oh yeah. Qinyu, Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengrua have already married each other. When will you two do the same?" Yifutian turned his head around and looked at Lu Qinyu. Her contemptuous stare froze as she looked at Yifutian, stunned. His thinking is way too non-linear. "It's none of your business," Lu Qinyu said, widening her eyes at Yifutian. "Ah!" Yifutian blinked his eyes. Lu Qinyu also seemed to realize that she had spoken something misleading. Then, Yifutian stared at her, smiling, and said in a gentle tone, "I see. You two can discuss this. Just remember to inform me about it by then." As he spoke, the group walked out of the inn. The night sky today was somewhat dark as no stars could be seen. However, Chaoge City was extremely lively at the moment and the streets were all lit with lights. Just when Yifutian left the inn, at a corner of the street, a lazy-looking figure stood up slowly and walked forward. Before this, he was still trying to figure out how to get close to Yifutian. In the worst-case scenario, he could only find a reason to enter the inn. However, he knew that in that case, he would definitely die after going in. Nevertheless, God seemed to be helping him as well, and Yifutian walked out from the inn himself. The group walked and chatted. Since Yifutian was with Yi Wuchen and Lu Qinyu, he naturally seemed to be at ease. However, along the way, Yifutian suddenly stopped. "What is it?" Lu Feiyang asked. "I sense a murderous aura. Let's pretend to go back." Yifutian kept his voice low. Then, he said, "I almost forgot to bring something important. Let's go back to the inn and come out again." The looks of Lu Feiyang and the rest all changed slightly. Then, they cooperated with Yifutian and said, "All right, let's go back first to take that." They did not look around unnecessarily. Since Yifutian had sensed a murderous aura, it was very likely that someone wanted to attack them. At this time, they would certainly not be so foolish to deliberately alert or find the opposite party. Yifutian's decision was undoubtedly the most correct one. He wanted to go back to the inn without alarming the opposite party. The seniors from the college and the cottage were in the inn. There, it would be impossible for the opposite party to do anything. In the darkness, the figure frowned. Had he been discovered already? Hutong was not a professional assassin. However, he owed the daughter of the fifth lord of the Royal Shen Temple his life until the very moment. Since it was an order from Ms. He, even though he knew that he would probably die, he still came without any hesitation. He knew that today he needed to kill an extremely important person. Although the person's level was not high, indeed much lower than himself, nobody in the Eastern Baron territory dared to kill the person easily. Since Ms. He had asked him to do so, he had no other choice. Can't let him return to the inn, Hutong thought to himself, after which he walked out of the darkness. Perhaps he had not been discovered yet, and perhaps Yifutian would really come out again. The further Yifutian was from the inn, the more likely he would survive. However, he could not take the risk. This was an opportunity which he could not miss. Yifutian and his group sped up, and Hutong similarly increased his speed. He charged towards Yifutian and his group from the side. A powerful gravity spell enveloped the space, pressuring Yifutian and his team. Almost at the same instant, a figure jumped into the air. Hutong drew his sword, and the dazzling silvery glint of the sword illuminated his face. He did not cover his face. To the top forces from the Eastern Barren Territory, he was merely an insignificant person. Nobody would recognize him. He came here to assassinate. If he did cover his face, he would be showing everyone else that he was an assassin. However, unexpectedly, he was still discovered. Although he was not professional, who exactly was so sensitive? Prison. He cast an earth elemental spell. Immediately, the mighty earth elemental spiritual chi around Wuxia raged, and then turned into a prison, directly sealing the space which he was in. An extremely bright, silvery blade of light struck down but did not cut the prison open. Hutong's level was the upper arcana plane. An endless amount of earth elemental spiritual chi raged in the vast space and turned into an enormous space prison, blocking the path in front of Yifutian and sealing the space entirely. He charged towards Yifutian directly. At this moment, everyone realized that he was going for Yifutian. Hutong's speed was extremely fast. At the same time, his hands danced and many spells flew out. Earth dragons whizzed towards everyone one after another while a powerful gravity spell pressured the space, causing everyone's actions to slow down. Hutong knew clearly that he did not have much time. The place they were at was very near to the inn Yifutian was staying at, as they had just come out for a short while. He had to kill Yifutian quickly. Countless vines swept out. This wood elemental spell bloomed wildly in the air. Lu Feiyong and Lu Qinyu glanced at each other and immediately knew the intention of the other. The two cooperated, and in just a flash, the space was filled with vines. In the next instant, flames started to burn and ignited the vines directly. Right away, the entire space was filled with fire and became very blurry. Lu Feiyong and Lu Qinyu knew that they could not stop the assassin directly. Therefore, they could only use such a method to slow him down. "Run quick!" Lu Feiyong roared. Yusheng had already approached the spell prison in front. Following an angry roar, he turned into a demon and a terrifying illusory devil appeared behind him. The giant demonic tripod appeared in Yusheng's hands and he smacked it forward. Accompanied by a loud bang, a hole appeared in the prison. "Go!" Yusheng shouted. Yifutian knew that it was not the time to be polite. He was the target of the assassin. Thus, if he was to run, the opposite party would not have the time to deal with the rest. On the other hand, if he chose to stay, the others would instead be in greater danger. The wings of the rock appeared, and a wind elemental spell enveloped his body. Even though he was under the gravity spell, his speed was still very fast as he charged towards the hole in the prison. However, suddenly, an appalling sandstorm engulfed the entire space and blew towards Yifutian. Yifutian released his dharma, a monstrous ape with a pair of brilliant wings. With the 5-element rod in its hand, its body span and struck forward fiercely, splitting the storm apart. Then he continued to move. However, the endless, frightening sandstorm swept across his body directly and stuck onto him. Then Yifutian realized that he was bound to the void. At the next moment, many brown spears emerged from the storm and pierced towards his body. Suddenly, Yusheng's burly body blocked in front of Yifutian again. He had turned into a real, majestic devil and raised the demonic tripod above his head. The violent power slammed into the demonic tripod wildly, forcing Yusheng downwards. Hutong bypassed him directly and charged towards Yifutian. He did not have much time left. Seeing the incoming Hutong with his spear, Yifutian activated the imperial tactics in his body. Instantly, a shocking emperor will burst out from his body. His power seemed to have become stronger and even the blood in his body felt like it was burning. The sun and the moon dharma appeared. They turned into the power of yin and yang and struck towards Hutong. Hutong could only feel a terrifying will charging into his mind, as if he was facing an all-powerful emperor. He was astounded by this. Who exactly was the person whom he was trying to kill? Bang! Yifutian broke free from the binding, but Hutong's attack had already arrived. An extreme power erupted from Yifutian's body. Following a loud roar, the divine ape came to the world and the howls of dragon filled the heavens. The rock extended its wings and divine phenomena appeared in the sky. The monstrous divine ape struck out with the 5-element rod in its hand, colliding with Hutong's spear. With a loud bang, the incoming spear was crushed and Yifutian's 5-element rod hit onto Hutong's body. However, Hu Tong's palm continued forward and a horrifying palm print engulfed Yi Futian, eventually slapping onto his body. Accompanied by two loud bangs, Yi Futian was blown backward, and he spat a mouthful of blood. Hu Tong similarly spat much blood and only felt, to his astonishment, that even his organs were rolling about. Did a Dharma plane cultivator actually just injure him? This was really incredible. Just as he was thinking, Yusheng fell from the sky and smashed towards at him with the demonic tripod, as if he was a demon himself. Yi Wuchen similarly struck at him with his sharp sword. Around them, more and more people started to move closer. Hu Tong's face became as white as a sheet. He knew that he had failed. He no longer had any chance to kill Yi Futian. The strike just now was his best opportunity. Bang! Hu Tong slapped out his palms and two huge palm prints flew out, charging violently towards the incoming figures. A strong force caused him to be blown backward, and with this he turned around, wanting to escape. However, suddenly many ancient pages flew towards him from the distance. The ancient pages penetrated across space and arrived from afar. Then they turned into spells and struck towards Hu Tong. Hu Tong's face turned pale. After blocking the spells, he turned around. Immediately, he saw a figure walking towards him in the air and staring at him with an extremely cold look. Shui Yi had arrived. Who sent you here? Shui Yi usually liked to joke around, but at the moment his eyes were only filled with a cold, murderous look, as if he was from the netherworld. There was actually a person who tried to assassinate a cottage disciple. This was sufficient to make him feel cold throughout his body. He did not know who the person in front was. Since he dared to assassinate a cottage disciple, he was definitely sent here by someone. Hu Tong glanced at Shuiyu. He obviously knew what would happen to him. A dreary smile flashed across his eyes. Then he raised his palm and, under the astonished stares of everyone, slapped towards his own head. With a loud bang, blood sprayed into the air. Even the injured Yi Futian was shocked when he saw the scene. Hu Tong was actually so cruel to himself. This person who tried to assassinate him did not plan to go back alive in the first place. Shui Yi looked at the falling corpse whose face was already badly mutilated. His expression was extremely gloomy. He actually chose this kind of method to keep the secret. Many people had already gathered around them and all realized that the person who was assaulted was actually Yi Futian. Someone wanted to assassinate a cottage disciple. This caused many people to feel somewhat frightened. They all understood that the matter was really serious. That time at the Qin Imperial Palace, some people oppressed Yi Futian and Yusheng and injured Yusheng. Because of this, a noble from the Donghua clan was permanently disabled. On the other hand, the nature of the event at the moment was clearly much more serious. This was an attempted assassination. In the first place, the person wanted Yi Futian dead. Regardless of whether it was successful or not, the severity of the matter would not change. If this was instructed by another top force, there would definitely be a great bloodshed. Many people could not help thinking about the event that happened earlier in the day. Yi Futian defeated Qian Shanmu, and then knocked out Qin Mang from the Qin dynasty in just one blow, causing the Dongqing College to lose much face. Could it be that the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan planned this assassination? These two forces were obviously highly suspicious. However, in such a situation, if someone wanted to kill Yi Futian, the cottage would surely suspect the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan first. Therefore, why would these two forces take such a risk? Could it be that they wanted to start a war? Or perhaps another force was trying to create a storm secretly and cause a war between the cottage and the two forces? How would the cottage and the college handle this? Many people flashed towards Yi Futian. Yi Xiaoshi and the people from the college were here as well. Seeing the scene, their faces all turned cold. Yi Xiaoshi approached Yi Futian and asked, "Are you injured?" "No big deal." Yi Futian shook his head. He could still stand up. It was indeed a narrow squeak just now. Fortunately, he had come out with a few others. Otherwise, if he was alone, he might really die in the assault from an upper arcana plane cultivator. Who exactly wanted to kill him? The atmosphere was extremely tense. The mountain elders from the college, Zhu Qing and Zhong Su, had arrived as well. Walking in front of Shui Yi, Zhu Qing asked, "What happened?" "The little brother encountered an assassination attempt," Shui Yi said in a gloomy voice. After he finished speaking, he neared Yi Futian. At the moment, Yusheng and Yi Wuchen were all gathered around him and an extremely cold murderous aura was being emitted from them. Any clue? Shui Yu asked. Yi Futian shook his head. It's a sorcerer who is skilled in earth elemental abilities. He cultivates martial arts as well and is in the upper arcana plane. Shortly after we left the inn, I felt some murderous intent hiding in the darkness. He had been waiting outside. Who do you suspect the most? Shui Yi asked. Yi Futian pondered for a while, after which he shook his head. Without further clues, nobody would know who planned the assassination. The Qin dynasty, the Donghua clan, and the Yin family all had reasons to kill him. Maybe it was even planned by someone who wanted to deliberately incite conflicts. It was even possible that the Royal Shen Temple did this, as Luo Junlin and he were implacable enemies. With Luo Junlin's level, he would probably not be able to send an assassin like this, unless a noble gave the order. However, the nobles from the Royal Shen Temple had no reasons to do so. Nevertheless, Luo Junlin's girlfriend had an extraordinary status. Therefore, this possibility could not be ruled out completely. It was thus very difficult to find out who gave the order of assassination just by guessing. Let's go back to the inn first, Zhu Qing said. Shui Yi nodded, and then they brought the corpse of the sacrificial lamb back to the inn. An invisible pressure spread across Chaoga City. Soon, all the forces received the news that Yi Futian encountered an assassination. At once, everyone had a feeling that although the Eastern Barren Territory had been in peace for many years, a huge storm was brewing at the moment. A cottage disciple encountered an assassination attempt. It was still unclear who did this, but there was certainly someone from a top force behind the curtain. Ordinary forces would not dare to do this. Furthermore, ordinary forces also did not have any reasons to do so. Apart from people from the top forces, Yi Futian did not seem to have offended anyone else. The only exception was the Yin family, which was also a subsidiary of the Qin dynasty. After receiving the news, the warlock Gu Zhiqiu and the witch Gu Biue from the witch clan both felt puzzled. Were the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan really so crazy? The people from the Fuyun sword clan all appeared to be looking on. They actually wished that the assassination was really planned by the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan so that they could watch a nice show. Many members of the Moon clan were very surprised that Yi Futian actually encountered an assassination attempt. If Hua Jiayu knew about this, she would surely be very worried. On the other hand, Chu Yaoyao was somewhat puzzled. Was it really done by the Qin dynasty? When the news reached the Royal Xian Temple, its members also watched the event in anticipation. Obviously, they did not give the order. At the moment, many disciples of the Royal Xian Temple were gathered together, discussing the event. Hishiro tried her best to control her emotions. Then, she returned to her residence alone and her face turned pale. Did it fail? The assassination attempt actually failed. Furthermore, in such a short time, the event had already caused a great disturbance. It was obvious that Chaoga City would certainly not be peaceful in the next period of time. Would she be suspected? She believed it would not. Although Hutong was loyal to her, he had been hiding in darkness all along. Nobody would notice such a person, as Chaoga City was filled with arcana plane cultivators. Moreover, she had given the order secretly. Most importantly, Hutong was already dead. A dead person would clearly keep the secret. In addition, Hutong was not a citizen of Chaoga City in the first place. Nobody would know him. The only loophole was actually in the Royal Shen Temple because Xia Luo might be able to guess something. However, even if he really suspected her, he would never betray the Royal Shen Temple, for he should know the severity of the issue. Thinking about this, Hishiro's look slowly turned firm again. Dead men tell no tales. She just had to act normally. Following Hutong's death, this secret would be buried underground forever. Just let the cottage and the Qin dynasty fight against each other. This night, many people in Chaoga City could not sleep. Many disciples of the college departed from the inn in search of evidence. The people from all the top forces realized that they were being watched closely. This was very rude, but nobody said anything. The attempted assassination of a cottage disciple was surely planned by a top force. Therefore, although the various forces were unhappy that their actions were being closely watched, they could not say anything. Nobody would offend the college at this time for such a reason. The Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan were very quiet, so quiet that it was actually tense. They knew well that the cottage would probably suspect them first for the attempted assassination of Yi Futian. Under such a circumstance, a war would easily break out if they were not careful. Chaoga City spent the night in this tense atmosphere. On the next day, the whole city was filled with discussions about Yi Futian's encounter. In the Dongqing College, many people were gathered around the battle platforms. The contest would be held as usual today. The Dongqing College would be admitting disciples for 3 months continuously. Even if some of the top forces were not present, the battle would still continue. However, the atmosphere at the moment was clearly somewhat different. On the last 2 days, the place was filled with enthusiasm. However, now an invisible pressure seemed to be engulfing the Dongqing College. The people from various top forces arrived gradually. Qin Yu walked onto the battle platform and was about to announce the start of the contest. However, suddenly, a group of cultivators flew over from afar. Immediately, countless people stared in that direction. These people were from the college. The group was led by the 2 mountain elders Zhongsu and Zhu Qing. With a cold face, they flew to the battle platform directly. Qin Yu similarly stared at the sky. Then he saw Zhongsu and Zhu Qing land on the battle platform directly. Zhu Qing asked Qin Yu, "Does the Qin dynasty not plan to provide an explanation?" Qin Yu frowned and said to Zhu Qing, "The Qin dynasty is also very surprised by what happened last night. If you need, we will try our best to cooperate." "That's all." Zhu Qing's face was cold. "Mountain Elder Zhu Qing, what do you want then?" Qin Yu frowned. "This is Chaoga City owned by the Qin dynasty. The college came because of your invitation," Zhu Qing said coldly. "Do you think that the Qin dynasty is so foolish, and we will do such a thing in our own territory?" Qin Yu said. "Nothing is impossible." Zhu Qing turned around and looked at everyone else. "I'm sure that all of you know what happened last night. Next, I hope that all the people from the top forces in Chaoga City will stay to help us in the investigation until the culprit is found out. I mean every single person." Zhu Qing's expression was very stern. The entire place turned silent. The college was really overbearing. They were not allowing anyone from the top forces to leave Chaoga City. "Isn't this too much?" someone from the Fuyun Sword clan said suddenly. "Why did they have to stay back and cooperate? After we find out the culprit, the college will go to your places to thank you and apologize. I hope that everyone can understand us," Zhu Qing continued. Many people sighed in their hearts. Since Zhu Qing had said so, it was indeed understandable. After the culprit had been found, they would apologize personally. This meant that they would not stop until they found the culprit. The Sword Saint Mountain will fully cooperate with the college. At the moment, the people from the Sword Saint Mountain made their position. Many people cursed in their minds. The Sword Saint Mountain was related to the cottage in the first place, so of course they would cooperate. The Lu Kingdom will also cooperate. "I do not wish this kind of thing to happen to anyone," someone from the Lu Kingdom said as well. "If assassinations were to happen frequently, the Eastern Barren Territory would be in a mess. In the future, if everyone could do this, all the talented juniors from various forces would be assassinated. This issue must, therefore, be handled seriously." Everyone could imagine the determination of the college. This storm would probably not end anytime soon. "Thank you for your understanding," Zhu Qing said. Then, she turned and looked at Qin Yu. "If we cannot find the culprit for too long, the college will take it that the Qin dynasty did this. Bye." After speaking, they ascended into the air directly and left. Qin Yu stared at the back of Zhu Qing, who was already in the sky, and his face seemed very annoyed. If they could not find the real culprit, they would assume that the Qin dynasty did this. Many people were shocked. Since the assassination happened in Chaoga City, which was the Qin dynasty's territory, the college would put the blame on the Qin dynasty if they could not find the culprit. This was the college's attitude. Among the crowd, where the people from the Royal Shen Temple were at, Luo Junlin clenched his fists. His heart was filled with some fear. He clearly knew who the culprit was. Although the order was given secretly, the determination of the college still caused him to feel frightened. The contest in the Dongqing College continued as usual. However, nobody was in the mood anymore. and the atmosphere in the last 2 days had totally vanished. Furthermore, the college and the cottage no longer participated. It was as if the momentum of the contest held by the Dongqing College was completely destroyed because of the attempted assassination of Yi Futian. Many people could not help thinking about the events that happened recently. The Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan were allied through marriage, and the Dongqing College officially opened. Lu Nantian challenged Gu Donglu. Many grand events were held in Chaoga City. For a while, the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan looked very glorious. However, Gu Donglu defeated Lu Nantian, while Yi Futian defeated Qian Shanmu. During the contest, the college and the cottage attracted the attention of Chaoga City again. At the moment, everyone in Chaoga City was guessing who exactly planned Yi Futian's assassination. Could the truth be found out? If not, the college would assume that the Qin dynasty did this. In that case, would these two top forces start a war? The atmosphere in Chaoga City remained tense. It was said that the disciples of the top forces were not just being watched closely. Moreover, the college even started to investigate the people whom they had contact with. Immediately, Chaoga City was filled with panic. Many top forces were very unhappy about this, and some even made criticisms openly. However, the college did not bother about these. Their only aim at the moment was to find the culprit. Of course, while the people from the top forces were unhappy about it, they did not allow any of their disciples to leave. How could they not take into account the college's attitude? They did not plan the assassination in the first place. If they really left, the college would certainly suspect them. The people from various forces could clearly see the determination of the college. As for Hishiro, she did not dare to leave even more. She was clearly not so foolish as to actively make the college notice her. Another day passed. According to someone, the people from the college had been going down the mountain one after another, and many had already arrived at Chaoga City. In the inn where the cottage disciples were at, a pretty figure walked over quietly. She seemed as light as a fairy and was wearing a white shirt and a long dress. Her black hair fell gently behind her back like a waterfall. When she walked, her steps were very light, as if she did not have any weight. Sister. When Shui saw the charming figure coming towards them, he was stunned for a while. The person who had come was the second disciple of the cottage, Zhuge Hui. She turned her eyes and looked at Shui. Seeing her smiley expression, Shui lowered his head slightly. After we go back to the cottage, you will copy books for a year and will not be able to leave the mountain. Zhuge Hui's voice was very light and gentle. Shui gave a bitter smile and nodded miserably. Of course, he knew why the sister was angry. After the third brother went back to the cottage, he was the eldest person from the cottage here. The little brother experienced such a thing and was almost killed. As a senior, he was of course responsible. Sister. Second sister. Xianxia and Yi Futian also walked over and were both surprised by the arrival of the second sister. Xianxia was particularly shocked. Since he entered the cottage, the second sister had never left the mountain. This was the first time. Little brother, how's your injury? Zhuge Hui walked forward and looked at Yi Futian. Sister, it's no big deal. Moreover, even if I am injured, I will recover when I see you, Yi Futian said, smiling. This incident has nothing to do with the fourth brother. Sister, don't blame him. You little one. Zhuge Hui said he was with you and yet such a thing happened to you. It's already a light punishment to forbid him from leaving the mountain for a year. Now, do you have any idea as to what happened? No. Yi Futian shook his head. I have caused you to worry. Xianxia, tell me what has happened these few days, Zhuge Hui said, looking at Xianxia. Then she walked to the side and sat down. The other few disciples of the cottage all stayed beside her obediently. The commanding nature of the second sister was very obvious. In the cottage, she could decide on everything. At the moment, it was the first time that she really went down the mountain. Xianxia told her about the things that had happened, including the response from the college. After he finished speaking, the mountain elders Zhu Qing and Bai Lishu from the college also came to the place. They had just found out that the second disciple of the cottage had come. The first and the third disciples of the cottage had both become famous after a battle. However, there was still a female disciple whose seniority was between them. Nobody knew her well. Even the people from the college, which was also on the Book Mountain, did not know who exactly the second disciple of the cottage was. They only knew that there was such a person, and her name was Zhugehui. There were no legends about her in the Eastern Barren Territory. However, because of Yi Futian's attempted assassination this time, the second disciple of the cottage went down the mountain instead of Gu Donglu. Nobody dared to look down on her. The cottage had long proven to the people in the world that they had to treat every single cottage disciple seriously. Therefore, when the second disciple, who was ranked even higher than Gu Donglu, went down the mountain, nobody dared to overlook her. Zhu Qing and Bai Lishu came and stared at Zhugehui. The second disciple of the cottage was not only a female but also so beautiful. Zhugehui glanced at Zhu Qing and Bai Lishu, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. "Second sister, this is Mountain Elder Zhu Qing," Shui Yi said. "This is my second sister," Shui Yi said to Zhu Qing as well. His words caused a strange expression to appear on Yi Futian's face. Is this the first time the Mountain Elder of the college and the sister meet? He actually introduced them to each other. He would believe that the people from the college had never stepped into the cottage. However, had the second sister never gone down the mountain before? Otherwise, with the second sister's look and status, she would definitely have attracted much attention. He looked at Yi Xiaoshi, feeling somewhat puzzled. Yi Xiaoshi seemed to have understood his doubt and said softly, "Since I entered the cottage, this is the first time I have seen the second sister go down the mountain." Hearing Yi Xiaoshi's words, Yi Futian felt somewhat warm. The second sister had actually never left the cottage before. This time, she did so for the first time, all for him. "Mountain Elder, do you think we can find the culprit with what you have done?" Zhugehui asked, smiling. She was very direct and did not disguise her meaning at all. Zhu Qing was not angry either. Although she was more senior, in reality when she watched the battle between Gu Donglu and Lu Nantian, she already knew that Gu Donglu was stronger than her. Cottage disciples could not really be treated like ordinary juniors. Furthermore, the cottage disciple before her was even more senior than Gu Donglu. "Very unlikely," Zhu Qing replied directly. If the assassin was still alive, everything would be much simpler. However, the person who tried to assassinate Yi Futian was already dead, and he even crushed his own head and was highly mutilated. He was so cruel to himself precisely because he did not want to leave any clues to them. In addition, Chaoga City was not their territory. Although they had made all the top forces stay, they were still being held back. Clearly, they could not investigate all the top forces one by one. In that case, they would offend the entire Eastern Barren Territory. "Mountain Elder, with such a mild approach, of course, it is very unlikely," Zhugehui said, smiling. Zhu Qing's eyes sparkled. Was her approach too mild? Making all the people from the top forces worried and stay back was already everything that the college could do. Was this considered as too mild as well? However, you did one thing correctly. If we cannot find the culprit, we will take it that the Qin dynasty did it, Zhugehui continued. Since it happened in Chaoga City, and we were invited by the Qin dynasty to come here, they have to be responsible. But you were so gentle to the Qin dynasty. Do you expect them to cooperate? Zhu Qing's eyes flashed and she asked, "What do you think we should do then? My little brother encountered an assassination in Chaoga City, and yet the contest in the Dongqing College is still being held. Are they joking?" The second sister said, smiling. Zhu Qing's eyes glittered. Then, she felt an incredible spiritual will being released from Zhugehui and fill the entire place. "Sister." The eyes of everyone present sparkled as they gazed at the second sister. At the moment, she was enveloped in a beam of dazzling light and shocked everyone with her appalling spiritual will. Many beams of spiritual will turned into illusory figures and charged out of her body. Immediately, the sky was filled with many figures which all looked like Zhugehui. Zhu Qing and Bai Lishu gazed at Zhugehui. They could feel more clearly how strong her spiritual will was. "Brothers, wait for a while," Zhugehui said, smiling, after which she closed her eyes. In the next instant, the many illusory figures in the sky charged out and flew away into the distance. Yi Futian was very shocked. The second sister was sitting quietly there with her eyes closed, but a sacred light was being emitted from her body, as if she was a goddess who had come to the mortal world. Outside the Dongqing College, the contest was still being held. Although many people, especially those from the top forces, were not in the mood, it was still a grand event for Chaoga City and many people who wanted to join the Dongqing College. Suddenly, a whizzing sound was heard from the sky. A strong spiritual might fell. At the next moment, everyone saw a group of people flying over. They ignored the ongoing contest and appeared in the sky above everyone directly. All the people lifted their heads and saw many charming figures appear in the sky. Moreover, they were the same person. She was like a goddess who had come to the mortal world and was extremely beautiful. Nobody knew her. The people from the Qin dynasty frowned. It was somewhat rude for her to appear directly in the sky in such a situation. The people from various top forces were also curious. Who was this person? Suddenly, the figures turned into many brilliant streamers and shot downwards like meteors. Qin Yu seemed to have realized something. He gave a cold humph and said, "How dare you?" Just as he finished speaking, he stepped forward. Apart from him, many cultivators from the Dongqing College also stepped forward simultaneously. However, they were still too slow. At the moment, the 4 battle platforms were all occupied. The people on the platforms raised their heads and looked at the incoming streamers in astonishment. The charming figures were falling down like meteors. Bang, bang, bang. Many loud noises erupted as the people on the battle platforms were blown backward directly. Then the platforms were crushed to pieces. Many nobles arrived at the place and looked coldly at the destroyed platforms. Bang! Following another loud noise, Qin Yu turned around only to see the gates of the Dongqing College being destroyed directly. In this instant, the faces of everyone from the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan turned extremely cold. They stared at the figure in the sky. At the moment, there was only one person there standing proudly like a fairy. All the people from the top forces were astounded. "Who is this lady? Who are you?" Qin Yu asked in a very cold tone. "The contest of the Dongqing College ends here. Within 7 days, if you cannot find the culprit behind my little brother's attempted assassination, the cottage will take over Chaoga City. By then, the Dongqing College will of course no longer need to exist." After she finished speaking, she dissipated in the air. At this instant, everyone's heart trembled fiercely.